Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
Welcome in. It is 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes past the hour, and you've got the Kickoff Hour live. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're Gregless today. He's off today, back tomorrow, Monday. And so we'll get through this hour. It's Speedy and Helms, the Good Time Gang, and then the rest of the crew joins us. Adler, Rick, and Bubba all join us at the top of next hour. Busy show on tap today. If you're part of the Golden Ticket seats today, the Elite Great Eight drive safely and enjoy the wind on the way in. We'll explain more. Don't forget, too, that no RBU this week. And Rick and Andy are going to be in Arkansas, Pottsville, Arkansas, at First Baptist Church as part of Man Church tonight. So that's going to be kind of cool for all of you. Got an email, actually, from someone that is going to be attending that, and so we look forward to them coming back and reporting on how that went. Rick and Andy tonight in Pottsville, Arkansas at First Baptist Church there. All right, well, let's bring him in. Over to my left, it is the one and only Coach Bullethead Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
So you're sticking with it, huh?
Yeah. Well, you are Coach. I love it.
But I'd like you to leave the Bullethead part
Really?
off. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I know you're not.
It just depends. You can go to Bullethead sometimes, and that's when you're real serious. And if I was a player, you know what I would whisper to each other? Don't let him get into Bullethead now. Just do what he says, or he's going to go Bullethead on you.
That is true.
Yeah.
There is a switch that is flipped.
Yeah.
Okay.
I call it.
You kind of sold me on that then.
Yeah. I used to tell.
Still don't like it, but you kind of selling me on it.
I still tell my boys this, but I really would sell on. I go, hey, we got easy way and hard way.
Yeah.
Let me explain the easy way.
Yeah.
And let me explain the hard way. And what you choose, you're about to go down one of those paths.
Yeah.
And they would just look at me. I think I'm going to take the easy way, Dad. Yeah, let's do that. And I'm sure you have that same speech to some of your players. Busy weekend ahead for you guys or not?
Yes. Matter of fact, and you brought it up in the when you're talking about the Golden Ticket seats coming in today and how you enjoy the wind that you're going to face coming in this morning. We're getting gusts of wind today in our part of the world up to 30 and 40 miles an hour, and the sustained winds at like 15 to 20.
Yeah.
Well, NCAA rules don't allow you to play if it's 20 or more.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've had to push back the match today. We are going to play it, but it's going to be in the evening. So 5 o'clock start, Georgia State at the Hoover Met.
Okay.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Should be a good battle.
Inside, though.
No.
No.
What do you mean inside?
No.
The wind's going to come. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like when it comes to you playing at the Hoover Met, is it everything's in the
outside?
Everything.
Yep. Yeah. And because at that point in time, according to the weather reports, and we've looked at about 18 different websites to determine this.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we're going to, about the time we start, it's going to be 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And as the night goes, it'll dwindle on down to 5 or so. So, and the reason we started to put it off just to play tomorrow morning early. But tomorrow's a travel day. So we got to go to Georgia Southern tomorrow, which is Saturday. And play them early Sunday and then come back. So to answer your question, busy weekend ahead.
Yeah.
And so a lot of moving parts, and play today, off tomorrow, play Sunday with travel involved. So
most of the time, and there's some rarities, but most of the time the weather travels from west to east.
Yeah.
And so we can get an idea how things look where we are physically at in Alabama by how Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Oklahoma are faring. And tornadoes hit Texas, leaving about 206,000 without power. And Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma under severe weather warnings, and all of that moves this way. I've been kind of weather aware because JC and Lawson State host East Mississippi today, and they were supposed to play a doubleheader, but they've moved, I think, to 1 p.m. and just playing just one 9-inning at 1 p.m. But they're trying to gauge, all right, when is it over? In this area.
Yeah.
You pulling tarp, and do you pull too early? I've seen them pull too early. Not lost the state, but I've seen teams pull too early, and they're like, oh, no, everybody back out. We got to get it back on. And it's tough with that wind. And, hey, the wind and tarp, that does good.
That's not a good recipe.
Saw somebody break their ankle one time, threw him up in the air like he was on a trampoline.
Yep.
It landed. It was a bad scene.
It turns into a parachute at that point.
It does.
Or a hot air balloon.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, and
you trying to hold on to it and it just throws you up in the air.
You know, I'm acting as if the wind is the only concern today. There are a chance for more showers, and so we got to keep an eye on that too.
I wonder, will you have to tell your players, look, I know you're not playing doubles, but when you hit it down the line, you need to aim to the outside line because the wind's going to blow. It's going to blow it back in.
Yeah. Wind at 20 miles an hour with a tennis ball, it does a lot to it.
Yeah.
So,
question.
A lot of adjustments.
I got a notification that, and I'll do this, get notifications sometimes on different shows that are now available on different streaming services.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like Netflix will push out, hey, so-and-so, it's available now.
Okay, I need to do that because I don't have the
probably need to take it
notifications.
Off. Yeah, I probably need to take it off.
Because I'm always,
it's a little annoying.
I had it yesterday. I had like 30 minutes, and I thought, do I want to see if there's something new out there that I can jump into for a minute?
Yeah. Well, I got a notification out that the new Formula One series is out. And then I watched the trailer, and it looks really good. Yeah. It's getting some pretty rave reviews as far as how things are different or whatever. And I go back to when I first started watching the Formula One Netflix reality series, whatever you want to call it. And I went into it just with such low expectations and not knowing the popularity worldwide of Formula One.
Oh, yeah.
And so then I started watching it. And I got to tell you, I've only come across maybe every now and then on Sunday mornings getting ready for church. It's sometimes on, like at 7 or 8 a.m., and I'll catch a little bit of it, and I'll hear those drivers' names, and I'll go, hey, I know the story on him. But it's really good. And so if some of you probably are already up to date, some of you are like, what's he talking about? The Formula One series, it just – I had no idea how it was ran. I didn't. I was totally lost. And then they go in and take these cities over, totally remap them, and then the hundreds of thousands of people that come out, and I'm like, what was I missing? I didn't even know this was going on.
The technology behind it, the business side behind it.
It's really something else.
The cutthroat business side behind it. And we've said this, a broken record, but I will say it again. This show, the Full Swing show for golf and the break point for tennis, if you don't like any of those sports, it's still worth a watch.
Because it gives you behind the scenes, too, what you just said, the business aspect of it, their personal lives, and also, and then what these drivers, athletes, whatever, what they go through to be prepared and the mental battle and all that. But it's pretty good. So I haven't jumped into it. Don't know when I'll have time, but it's out. It's available.
You know, I find myself these days catching up on – you're going to laugh at this because when we go on the road, say this weekend, and I'll still get up early while all the players and we're waiting on everybody to get going. I'll have my laptop out.
Sure.
Some Raycons in.
Yeah.
And that's when I'll find my time to watch it for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's good. All right, we'll be right back. It's right at 16 minutes past the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're part of the Golden Ticket seats today, they'll open up in a couple of hours. Drive safely. We look forward to having the great Elite Eight in studio today as part of the Golden Ticket Seat Friday. And we always love seeing all of you. And you can go to the Golden Ticket Seat link at rickandbubba.com. It's easy to follow. Each month we open up Fridays, and you can sign up and look forward to seeing the 8 today. Greg off today, back on Monday. We were talking about a number of different things. One, off air, hadn't made it on air yet, but he calls himself Alec. But Alex, most of us say.
I'm going to call him Alex.
Okay. And instead of Murdaugh, it's Murdock. Murdock.
Yeah.
Murdock.
I'm going to call him Murdaugh, too.
Yeah. It should be Alec Murdock is what he calls himself. But he showed no emotion as a unanimously jury found him guilty of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul. This is the Murdaugh murders that you've been seeing as far as Netflix series goes, and everybody's been covering the court case that he's been in front of. Jurors spent less than 3 hours deliberating, following 6 weeks of testimony. So it didn't take long, and he just kind of stood there. Probably knew what was going on. I guess him being a lawyer, if they call you back and it's been less than 3 hours, I'm pretty sure he knew what was going on.
Yeah.
So we can jump into that. I know a lot of you've been really into it, and then some of you have kind of just come and gone from it, don't really know what's happening. I've been kind of a little bit into it, and then everybody pointed me to a Netflix docu-series that had a kind of behind the scenes with the family and all the going-ons there, and other murders and deaths that are associated with the family. It's really, you talking about a corrupt family. Good night.
I was so far out of the loop with all of this until we went to South Carolina to play a match a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And played Wofford, which is where one of his sons, I think, went to school. I know one of them did, maybe both. He may have even had something to do with that and donating money, and you see that in the Netflix series.
Right.
And so when we were there, one of the players said, "Oh, this is the Murdock murders." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "You don't know about that?" He's like, "No, you not seen that Netflix?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I just kind of was like, acted like and then I come in and you're talking about it, and I'm like, "What is this deal? I'm so far behind." So I have watched the Netflix series, so I know what happened, but I have not been following the trial.
Okay.
And so I did get a chance last night. Amanda's been all into it, my wife, and she was watching Sean Hannity, Ainsley Earhart, Bill Hemmer, and is it Judge Janine?
Yeah.
They did a panel last night breaking all this down, and I caught 30, 40 minutes of that, which was very interesting to hear them break it down. But that's where I was at on it, and I almost wish I would have followed the case closer. I have not seen his testimony. You talk about him taking the stand and how that was a mistake, and everybody said, but it goes to show you his ego and pride, and the guy's a sociopath, bottom line.
Of course he is.
And so
we have another one that weighed in here in a second that we'll talk about. Good, I can't believe, I don't know what he was thinking. So he'll, if you're listening live and it's Friday the 3rd, he will appear back in court this morning at around 9:30 a.m. Central Time and faces 30 years to life in prison after being convicted of 2 counts of murder and 2 weapons charges. But he kind of just stood there stone-faced and didn't have much to really say, or he turned to his son Buster and sister Lynn as he was being cuffed. Neither of his brothers who had been attending were there. Most everyone said the most convincing piece of video that the jurors probably weighed in on, which provided that he was actually at the scene just moments before the murders, is what the state provided as far as videos go. Because he basically said, "I'm a liar. I embezzled. I cheated. I took, but I'm not a murderer."
Yeah.
And then they's like, "Well, hold on now. We got a piece of video here where you said you weren't on scene, and this has you there."
Wasn't it Snapchat that was used?
Yeah. But OJ Simpson decided he would weigh in.
This is unreal to me.
I can't believe it.
I mean, well, you talking about somebody that just doesn't get it. But I will say this: every time he does something like this, I can't not look. Like, I'm so into it. You sent the video last night. He weighed in on. Evidently, people were asking him what he thought, so he decided to take a few minutes and discuss it. Then he's put another video out after the verdict came back.
You want to give everybody the title of that one?
Murdock Goes Down.
But he starts, and we'll have all this audio video on the main show if you guys choose to do the segment.
Well, I really hope they do.
I do too. I love how when he weighed in yesterday before the verdict came out.
Yeah.
I don't know why, okay, people think I'm an expert. He actually said that. And then he said something to the effect, and now I'm kind of just trying to remember everything. He said something to the effect of, he what did he say? He lied and cheated, but this is about murder.
Yes.
Whatever. But everything he was saying, it's almost like OJ got away with, but he just couldn't understand why everybody was wanting his opinion.
Yeah.
He is unbelievable, man. But he put that out on his Twitter account, both before the verdict and then the Murdock goes down post after the verdict.
He truly, in this video, you will see him act as if the whole murder incident with him never took place.
I know.
Because he will reference the memorabilia and those type things as the only experience he's had in court. Like, that's what he's, in his mind, he's taking it there.
Yeah.
I don't know why they had asked me about this. I mean, I did have those issues with the memorabilia, and I mean, they stole it, and I was just trying to get it back. And I mean, he's just playing the victim in it.
It's unbelievable.
But but it's also entertaining. Like, I can't look away. And it's one of those things too. When you sent it, and so I watched it. You asked me, you said, "Did I watch it?" I said, "Did I watch it?" I watched it twice. Yeah. And so I watched this last night, and then I think, okay, I need to follow him on Twitter, because no matter what you think about him, I think it's pretty clear that he did it. But he is entertaining when it comes to these things, and he posts something weekly. And it's either from the golf course or tennis court or wherever he's into that day. They're living it up.
Did I see you follow him?
Well, I was every
time.
Did you
just say I thought I saw you hit follow.
And here's the thing: every time I think, well, should I follow him? And I think, yeah, I should. That's a good follow. I mean, to say that OJ Simpson is a good Twitter follower sounds weird,
right?
But then I look and I think, okay, you know how it'll show you who follows?
Oh, sure.
Who? Well, it says Greg Seitz follows OJ Simpson. So now I think it's okay. So I'm going to go. Greg follows him.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to follow him.
Well, there you go.
I'm following OJ. Here I go. Here I'm hitting it.
There we go.
Now,
I wonder how soon you'll unfollow him if he starts being a bip to you.
I don't know.
But I'm going to tell you, the 2 pieces of video we got today, he's weighing in. And he doesn't know why everybody wants his opinion.
It's amazing.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Hit a number of topics already this hour. Greg off today, back on Monday. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour for the main show. Golden ticket seats. If you're headed this way, drive safely. Look forward to having you here in a couple of hours. And don't forget, Rick and Andy going to be in Arkansas tonight. First Baptist Church, huh?
Pottsville.
Bring it, Pottsville. They'll be there tonight as part of Man Church, and so I look forward to that recap and hearing from some of you excited that they're headed your way, and that's going to be something to look forward to on Monday. Just to get a little recap, how'd it go? You know, Arkansas, it's unbelievable. We hear a lot from Arkansas, and they're fired up, and so look forward to them being there tonight. So we have talked about the Alec Murdaugh trial, or Murdock, however you want to say it. He's been found guilty of both murders and weapons charges. OJ Simpson decided he wanted to weigh in before and after the verdict, which is owning us, sadly. We've hit some of the how the weekends are coming up, what we got in front of us, and all that kind of good stuff. There's a couple of other stories out today, but one I want to get to right now is a personal story that has to do with you, and that is that the parent nights that we have to go to as parents to the school. I know the teachers, you probably aren't that fired up because you've already worked all day. Now you got to go there at dinner time for parent night.
Yeah.
But I understand you drew that card.
Yeah, I got a text message yesterday during the show, yesterday's show, saying, "Hey, is there any way that you can go to parent night? I don't get off till 6.
Yeah.
Miss Ellis's class is having to do it a little earlier.
Okay.
And Maddie really wants to go. She really wants one of us to be there with her. And just, can you take her?"
Mm-hmm.
And I took a deep breath before I texted her back, and I said, and I also started thinking about my weekend, and I was thinking I'm going to be gone a lot, and I thought, so I can always look back in the weekend when things get tough and go, but I did parent night. That was in my mind.
I did take that one.
And so I did. I took parent night. So I picked Maddie up right around 5 o'clock. We headed off to parent night, and she was so excited, and I was too. Couldn't wait. And went into the school. I've been in the school a lot. A couple kids have gone through there, so kind of know my way around. And went in. First stop we made was the art show. This is how they get you.
Oh, yeah.
They run you through the art show before you go to the class so that you have to purchase or you don't forget to purchase the art. And so I told Maddie, I said, hey, let's go in here and see. I'll say this too, Miss Ellis, thank you so much, because I know she had a previous engagement that was scheduled that she had to do hers early. What that meant was everybody else was coming at 6 and she was doing it at 5. When I say everybody else, I'm talking about the school.
Oh.
So
you got to get there early, get good parking.
Good park, got out before the rest of the circus hit the town. So
you did draw a good card there.
Yes, I did. And now I didn't act like that to Amanda.
No,
man, you don't believe how far we had to walk.
Yeah, man.
Goodness, it even started raining on us at one point.
Yeah, wind was blowing.
Yes. And so went in, and I told Maddie, I said, hey, listen, let's come back and get the art, which was a wild card move for me because I thought I'll forget or I'll try to rush out of here.
Right.
And I'll forget to purchase it, and then I'm going to be in trouble. But I didn't want to carry around this nice framed picture with us going into the different classes, and they've got a new library. Maddie wanted to show me that, and so we head off, and we look at the artwork and whatever, and we make the note, and we'll come back to that. We go to Miss Ellis's room, and I'm talking to her. By the way, her husband loves the show. Like she says that, and I feel like Miss Ellis is like a lot of like Amanda, gets secondhand information about the show.
Yeah.
But her husband is all in. Like she was telling me things like I didn't even know on the show.
Oh, really?
Like I'll doze off over here sometimes, and she'll say, and so it was good to know that that's going on in their household, that he listens. Look forward to meeting him at some point. Haven't yet. But I got to learn a ton. It is Black History Month, and Maddie had done a thing on W.C. Handy.
Okay.
Not to be confused with Jack Handy from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
But W.C. Handy, American composer from Florence, Alabama. I did not know this. And actually was the president of Alabama A&M for quite some time. But anyway, so she showed me that. She showed me that work, which was great. I ran into a friend of mine that I hadn't seen in about a month, and his daughter's in that class too. And it was so good to see him like just make eye contact and go, so you drew the card tonight too. And we had a chance.
So it's like, hey, here we are,
and
buddy.
so we had a chance to catch up. Matter of fact, we talked probably longer than we needed to. We needed to be focusing. So at one point, I'm like enjoying it. Like I'm like, oh my gosh, like we're getting to hang out and talk about different things. He's a coach in Vestavia school system as well, and so his kids are friends with mine, and so it was good to catch up with him. But there was an uncomfortable moment when Maddie sat me down, and I almost felt like I needed a heads up here. She sat me down and she said, hey, I've got this questionnaire for you to fill out. And I'm like, what are we talking about? And she goes, just sit down. And I was like, okay, you're the boss tonight. Let me sit down. So I sat down in a little chair.
Yes, ma'am.
And she had went through, she had pulled out everything, all her subjects and her books, and she was going one by one, showing me all this. So we took 15 minutes and went through all that. But then she goes, okay, now I get a questionnaire for you. And I'm like, So I sit down, and it's like 10 to 12 questions on how well do you know your daughter?
Oh.
And I'm the dad. Oh. So I'm thinking, this is going to be embarrassing. Like the moms that come in here that are always in here, that are doing teacher timeouts and coming to lunch with their kids. I don't do any of that. They're going to know the answers to I'm not going to know the answers. So I'm sitting there, and I think, okay, let's give this a shot. So, of course, favorite food. And I think,
were you sitting at a little desk?
I was. To know that. Oh, okay. Absolutely. So to bring you there, there's like a small tables, 4 to a table.
Sure.
And of course, I made the comment like she's sitting with I forget the other. There's 2 boys and 2 girls.
Okay.
And she sits next to a kid named Charlie.
Okay.
And I was thinking, so I need to keep my eye on Charlie. I said that. But some of the other girls started giggling and whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, your dad's hilarious.
Your dad's
I'm like,
so funny. Why didn't he come more?
Y'all have no idea. And so I'm sitting there, so we get to favorite food, and I'm thinking, well, I mean, I got bank statement. I know the answer to this because I have bank statements that point this out, and that's a spicy chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A.
Oh, yeah.
So I was real detailed.
It's a go-to right there,
down.
my friend.
And Maddie kind of set up like, wow, okay, got that right.
Daddy knows me.
And so favorite activity, of course, tennis. I wrote tennis down, and she was like, wow, okay. Then we get to favorite book. I have no clue. No clue. And I said, I'd like to think it's the Bible, but I said, that's not going to be it, is it? And she gave me a kind of a look like, Dad, right. That's not what we're talking about here, okay? And I said, well,
that would have been my go-to.
I don't know. I don't know what this is. And she was like, well, I still don't know. She said it, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I missed one.
2 for 3.
But got her favorite TV show.
Okay.
Which I thought was really good considering what's available out there.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things was favorite subject, I guess math, and that was right.
So you're 4 for 5.
I was knocking out of the park. I felt really good about myself.
Oh, you're batting third.
And I felt so good when I got to the part about favorite best thing about Dad.
Mm-hmm.
I put charm and personality. and she gave me kind of an eye roll, and I was willing to give that answer up because it was probably going to be time on the tennis court. That's what I figured it would be. But I thought I can go for the laugh here because I feel good about myself now. I actually do know my daughter.
Yeah.
And so I said that, and she goes, no, and I was right. She was like, it's tennis. And I was like, well, I knew that. I was trying to be funny. And, of course, the little girls that were laughing earlier were laughing. They're like,
you got you something. Now you got an audience.
I do.
Now.
Got an audience starting to build. So the kids are starting to come around me. And I'm like, okay, wow.
Some of the other parents, and before you know it, there's a spotlight on you, and you're holding the microphone.
Now it's turned into a show.
Yeah.
And so best thing about Mom, I had no clue what she was going to say there. I figured since she picked tennis, it would be something to do with Amanda's interest in like bird watching or something. And that's what it was.
Okay.
And I don't think Amanda liked her putting that down either because was I heard that being discussed.
She didn't like that she's a bird watcher?
Well,
or
she didn't like
that.
That's what she pointed out for her.
Okay. Right. She wanted something else.
I don't really think Maddie understood that particular question.
Yeah, got it.
But let's see, there was one more. That I nailed, that I was happy about. But anyway, I felt good about.
You didn't have to turn the test in, did you?
No,
okay.
but I felt nervous because Maddie's sitting there with her laptop across from me as I'm filling this out, checking my answers. Like she's got it. She's got it in a document that she has on her laptop. So she's sitting like right here and going, okay, yes, that's right. Oh, no, you missed that one. Oh, that's right. And so I was a little nervous. But we made our way out. We went back. Well, then she took me to the library, and I'll be honest, I didn't want to go. Libraries intimidate me. Too many books. And I also knew in my heart of hearts they probably had some kind of book fair set up going, and that's where they were going to get me to. And I knew I already got to buy this beautiful art that my daughter has done, but I know it's overpriced. And I'm going to buy it because y'all framed it up. You've put her name on it. And it's the thing that she, so I'm buying it already. I don't want to have to buy something in the library. Of course, I go in the library, and it's new and nice and all that. But guess what's going on?
Oh.
The book fair.
Yeah. How many did you get?
We didn't. I managed to. I was like, oh, my goodness, Maddie, we got to get your art before they shut this place down.
Oh, you changed subjects and got her attention off of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, then I ran into John again, John Brown, my friend that I hadn't seen in a month or so. Ran into him, and we spent 5 more minutes talking. And then that's when Maddie reminded me, I thought we left the library to go get the art. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we did. Let's get there. Quick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's be real. Retirement is expensive, and inflation is making it even harder with the cost of everything going up from pet food to a dozen eggs. Wouldn't it be great if the cost of your health care could go down? Well, Medishare 65 Plus is $99 a month for ages 65 to 74. And for many with Medicare Parts A and B looking at other options, that's 50% or more saved per month. No gimmicks. It's $99 a month, and you can use any Medicare-approved doctor or facility, and you get 24/7 access to telehealth from the convenience of your home. Better yet, Medishare is a Christian nonprofit organization. It's a community that'll pray for you and encourage you. And since we've cut out the middleman, you get to keep the savings. Call now. You can learn more about Medishare 65 Plus. Here's the number: 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
3 people you should be 100% certain about: your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed, and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer. I am James, Senior Apparel Designer, and this is Behind the Design with Hawks. Hawks is your classic workwear brand. It's designed for those guys that are on the job site. Just driven performance, just rugged and comfortable. Thinking of durability, everything is either double, triple stitched, bar tacked. It's built durable, it's going to perform, it's going to move with you, it's going to have everything that you need in a product. Hawks, only at Boot Barn.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience, so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. The smallest changes to your routine can make the biggest impact, right? And you don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase. And these, earbuds and all that, that's a big purchase for a lot of us. So what do I do? What kind? All this kind of stuff. Look, buyraycon.com/Bubba is premium audio at the perfect price point so you can build great habits without breaking the bank. Whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, whatever you're doing, you love podcasts, you go jogging, or you try to do a little bit better, and you're listening to your favorite tunes. Are you listening to this show? Some right now, every time we do this, somebody goes, I'm listening to them right now. And Helmsy, I know you have a pair.
Oh, yeah. I got the everyday earbuds. You know what their slogan is? They're changing the game 2 years at a time. How about that? That really is. And the only thing I don't like about mine, but it's a good thing for our audience, is I picked blue, and I did it before I was in blazer green. And because at the time in which I purchased them, they didn't have white. I always go with the white, and now they have the white. So they have the white now.
And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. So even if you don't know really what you want to do, I say go buyraycon.com/Bubba and look around. And right now, they've got a great deal. Right now, you'll love whatever you buy from buyraycon.com/Bubba. They want to make sure you feel great about your purchase. So offer right now is buy now, pay later options, and a free and easy return guarantee on every purchase. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. Get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, and get 15% off your order. If you own a company, buy them for your employees or colleagues. Buy them for the grandparents, teachers, yourself, kids, whatever. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Take advantage of those savings. And you'll enjoy them, I promise you. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The battery life alone is worth it.
Yeah.
It is amazing. There's many times where I'm thinking, hey, I need to charge these before I go. And I look down and I'm like, no, I don't. Goodness gracious. Yeah. I've still got the 3 lights blinking at me.
Yeah.
So good stuff.
Good stuff.
Good product.
Good product. I just got an email from someone from Scuba, Mississippi. Home of East Mississippi. Yeah. We all remember that, right?
Yes.
Last Chance U and all this. Well, JC.
I thought it was a Lion.
And Lawson plays their baseball team today, and they're headed this way. And they're like, what's the weather like? And I'm like, hey, I don't know. But they're going to 1 p.m. And then we go to Scuba tomorrow.
Yeah.
So busy weekend indeed. Rick and Bubba are here. Adler joins us in just a few seconds. Greg off today, back on Monday. A lot of news out there. An update. We've already done the Alec Murdock trial. He's been found guilty, double murder, weapons charges. Sentencing this morning, if you're listening live, 9:30 a.m. He could face up to 30 years life in prison. We'll see how that goes.
I believe it'll be that.
Probably.
For sure.
And, you could tell. And
he's got all kinds of other things coming, too, as far as...
he was done no matter what.
Yeah.
Just the stuff he admitted.
Yeah.
Like, of embezzling and taking and all the cheating and the lying. It was a mess.
And the good news is for us that love to be entertained with things like this is the fact that once the sentencing takes place, OJ will check back in.
He will.
So we'll be able to get that video later.
That's another story today. If you missed, we'll have OJ Simpson. He doesn't know why everybody wants his opinion on it.
Crazy.
But he weighed in before the verdict, and then because it only took the jury less than 3 hours to convict Alex, he weighed in after the verdict as well. Good night alive. You kidding me? Quick update too on my sod at in the cul-de-sac. You remember the saga we had?
Yeah.
Well, apparently
talking about the sod saga.
Yeah. The city got involved, that heard about it, and
so they did. Wow.
Rattled some cages, and before you knew it, we had the company out. Anytime you see a truck moving really slow and guys looking and talking on two ways, something's about to be done. And then the lonely landscaper that is normally there by himself, pulling the trailer in his SUV, and stuff thrown everywhere. He was there yesterday working in the rain, and I think they backed out and it's done now.
So you need to. So this is a great story. This is a great campaign ad for you when you run for mayor.
That's not true.
When you run for mayor in a few years, this will be what puts it over the edge. You talking about a man that gets things done?
Oh, my goodness. But you know what? Everybody was just standing around going, so finally. Yeah. I think it started last September.
It's unacceptable. It really is.
Last September.
What was the mood of the company?
I don't know. I just know I started getting a lot of voicemails and text messages from them. But the lone landscaper, he was always very pleasant. Now always smiling.
Now the side that you and your good time gang put down.
Yeah.
Has it taken?
It looks to be taking because it's turning green.
Okay, that's a good sign.
And there's a couple of squares that I'd like to turn a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we might miss a few squares out of each batch, but they look to be turning green.
Okay.
And they really stand out because the like just the regular grass in the yard has not turned green, and so you have these green squares where we had to fill in. So.
Good deal.
We'll see.
I'm glad all that.
But there's a quick update
worked
there.
Out, yeah.
Quick update. The time change is coming. Is
that
remember?
This weekend?
No, it's not this weekend.
Scared me.
But it is coming. Marco Rubio says that he thinks that that we should just stay on daylight saving time. He said changing clocks twice a year is stupid. So he's again trying to push through the Sunshine Protection Act. He's reintroducing it, and it says which would end the twice a year ritual of changing the clocks. Yeah. And it gets us all fired up every year. Every year, twice a year, we get all fired up because we start hearing rumors that somebody's going to do something about it. And I think it's I could be wrong, but I think it's March the 12th. So we're a week and some change away. Okay. It's close. So that's back in the news now because we'll change the clocks and then it'll start be in daylight up to about 8 o'clock again.
So that'll be all right. We got a spring break trip coming up for UAB.
Okay.
Wow, that's coming up quick. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
And that's we leave that Monday.
Yeah. We'll see if that actually gets pushed through. I doubt it. They'll get us all excited again,
Probably
then it'll go away.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. So if I can I have to ignore all that and the gray wolf.
The footage is unbelievable.
Greg,
I don't know how they get it.
Well, see, because I've got a kid that wants to get into that, like he loves doing shooting photography and being a cameraman and editing stuff. And he told me he's really studied it. He said the time lapse stuff they do where they'll take a plant and it'll grow.
Oh yeah.
He said sometimes those cameramen work on that for 10 years.
Good night.
10 years to get one documentary, and they had the one they rarely seen snow leopard, and they have to put these time lapse cameras out there that just kick off when they come up like a game camera because they said
because he's rarely seen
in 100 square miles there are a total of 4 snow leopards. They are so rarely seen, and they said some of these cameramen go out there and they'll stay out in the wilderness for a very long time trying to get this. The footage they come up with is unbelievable.
It is.
I mean, you can't even wrap
really
your
is.
mind around it. It's so incredible. Did you know there were freshwater dolphins that get in the 10-foot water of the rainforest?
Didn't know that.
They discovered a new species of dolphins swimming around. Those trees. You'll see all the water up in there, and all of a sudden dolphins start going by. Freshwater dolphins. There's some weird stuff on there.
They got to hear that.
Here there is an animal that is rarely seen. Pause. You see it moving through the water. What is that? What is it? Freshwater dolphins. And you're just like, what? I mean, he really builds it up really good. But there is trouble amiss. The gray wolf. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Dancing Georgia Doctor. Have y'all seen this? You guys were telling me about this. I haven't seen this.
They've pulled her license.
So she has now lost her license. Dr. Wendell Davis, I don't know how you say her last name there, Boutte. Bout. But
have you seen some of the video of her dancing?
No,
Rick,
y'all were
there
telling,
it is. There it is. Please look.
Y'all were telling me about it, and I haven't seen it. And she dances in the operating room. There, she pretended like she was like using her.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's really strange.
And here's the deal:
like she's about to start cutting on somebody, and she's sitting there dancing about
Understand, we've had some problems with her work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you've had some complaints on her work, and then all of a sudden we look and we're doing dancing. Whether that had anything to do with it or not, it doesn't look good. And they pulled her license.
So the dermatologist, so there you go, who has been seen on video dancing to a hip hop song. It's like she's
There's
doing
a patient laying in front of her.
Why do we not have audio right now?
Okay, is that possible? So can you hear the music? All right.
Of course, she claims she can multitask.
Well, but I mean, I don't know that we really.
I think it's normal for physicians to have music rolling in the background.
In an entertaining way.
There's not only education.
She's rapping. Did you see her rapping? Did you see her rapping? All right, so wow. So the rapping doctor, but why she's lost her license for more than just this?
Well, she's had some botched surgeries.
Well, that probably doesn't help. If you're gonna dance,
she's being sued for pain and suffering from this one lady. She messed up. She had a little butt work. She wanted it to be a little rounder and smaller.
I see that.
Instead, it's now lopsided, and her left side continually itches.
We should be laughing. That's
and then
funny.
there's more. I think there's some more serious ones that.
Well, Greg,
one caused brain damage. That'll do it.
Greg, what do you mean more serious? If you got a lopsided butt and your side keeps itching, that's pretty serious.
Rick,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the lopside that's itching. I think it's actually the other side. But now there is a person who's actually had brain damage, and when you've had some I guess, for lack of a better word, botched surgeries, and then, like I say, they're checking out, your work, and all of a sudden they find videos of you dancing while you're doing surgery.
Oh, Greg, that's
probably not good.
So if you've had a botched surgery and somebody says, "Well, tell me about this doctor," I don't know, and you look and you see like YouTube videos of her dancing over her patients and doing moves and hip hop, you're like, maybe that's why my butt's lopsided. How about this? How about quit dropping the bomb and actually concentrate on what you're doing?
Rick, one patient.
The physician who shot these controversial videos in the operating room is now speaking out.
No, I've done nothing wrong.
Dr. Wendell Boutte told the HLN Cable Network that she had permission from her patients to make the videos to educate the public about cosmetic surgery in an entertaining way.
There's not only education, inspiration. There's celebration.
But these former patients aren't celebrating the
I wonder if
dancing
that's one of the
doctor's
itchy
work.
My daughter said it looked like a shark bit me.
Oh, good
In
night.
this Inside Edition exclusive,
Oh, my God.
they're
Damn.
comparing their disfiguring scars
Oh, my gosh.
following liposuction performed by Dr. Boutte.
This was me. It was all over my stomach.
Lipo.
And now these areas that you see that are black are now scarred.
Oh my gosh! I wish I didn't see it.
Now, looking at those videos.
Yeah.
It's very disturbing. Very disturbing. I feel horrible for all of the women that are on there.
If I had seen those in advance, I certainly would not have made her my choice for
I bet not.
cosmetic surgery.
It's a slap in the face.
What happened to
Or the
this
butt.
patient went way beyond
the
scars.
boot.
Oh, no.
She
Oh,
went
no.
into cardiac arrest during a tummy tuck. She is now an invalid, looked after by her son, OJ Live.
Oh my God.
I had to literally do everything for her, bathe her, brush her teeth, feed her.
This former patient, who asked not to be identified, says she woke up on the operating table during one of the dancing doctor's routines.
You woke up during the surgery, you saw people singing and dancing. I'm assuming you thought you were hallucinating.
I definitely thought I was hallucinating. I felt like someone was stabbing me in
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We start this hour with a national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour, and the Rick and Bubba Show all over the world from Sweet Home, Alabama. In the No Name Studios, Speedy, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour. Greg out today. Adler settles in for the YouTube option. Watch it live or archive. Subscribe to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It's free, and then you get alerts every time the show goes live. The full archive is there every day, too. A best of hour, you'll see it there and on Blaze TV. That best of hour finds its way to our audio podcast archives, too. Either get the whole show or the best of hour or a best of hour or a little bit of both, however you want to do it. All the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show live and archived, including but not limited to America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, 24/7 streaming. All sorts of options. There should be there should be no scenario in which you find yourself. I can't get the show. Can't do it. Let's bring him in here. The silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome on in.
I've been knocked down, drug off, and left for dead. I'm barely held together by a few old threads. I'm still here. There ain't much left to see. That's right. Tattered, baby. And there ain't much left of me. But we're still here, Bubba. Year 30. Year 30.
Well, you know, that ties in nicely to a story that we're going to have today, that they now have AI-generated biological test with a simple cheek swab that can tell you how old you are on a biology scale.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later, but that I've been saying that for years. I know how many times I've been around the sun.
Yep.
But it's the miles that are catching up with this model.
Yeah, I will tell you this. I have actually, and sometimes I think it varies.
Just look at me.
Yeah.
Huh?
I can think of times, and there's no doubt that there's certain things aging. There's nothing you do the best you can with it. But I was thinking there have been times that the number was younger next to my name, but I felt much older.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was.
Well, they say there's things you can do to slow it down, too. So I'm interested to dive into that story today.
Yeah. The fact that I lived through the mid 80s to the mid 90s and lived through that was quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So anyway.
And we're going to give Michael Hams a COVID test again here. So.
What happened there?
Just I'll mess with him.
Okay.
Because, anytime you even say give a test, like with this age test, you're like, oh, no, what are they going to find out? And, it was shocking when he found out that he tested positive for COVID here in the studio.
Oh, that's right.
I had a big weekend plan. Was speaking somewhere. Yeah. And, the pastor of that church found out live on air that I wasn't going to be there.
Hey, let me ask you this. If I remember that right, back to Bubba's first statement, I'm not as trustworthy as I once was about recall. But if I remember correctly, and I'm not saying it wasn't correct, but didn't you just take your family and y'all go to the mountains or something and you never really even got that sick?
No, I had a headache for like an hour, and that could have just been because of the day.
Right.
And a little nasal issue, but outside of that, nothing.
Yes, I do remember that, right?
Yes, and so we decided instead of being quarantined in our house here, we would go to the mountains, and did that for a few days.
Also, that's back when they'd shut everything down. If you tested positive, and everybody had to all be in the time. Of course, found out a lot of that wasn't necessary.
Sure,
right. Sure. Speaking of that, we have some of the top doctors in the country that testified before Congress on this thing and looking back about what we did. And We're talking about Harvard. We're talking about Yale. We're talking about Johns Hopkins, all that bunch. You're going to be shocked at how forthcoming one of the doctors is about how we have fumbled this whole thing.
Okay, good. That's and it's okay that, you know, like we've said 1,000 times, it's okay to go, look, we didn't know what we know now, but let's not act like we don't know things now that we didn't know then. And it's okay to say that turned out not to be necessary. That turned out not to do what we thought it would. That turned out to do more than we thought it would. Hey, we know more about it now, so we now can live with it, which this show, I know we weren't the only ones, but we were one of the earliest ones screaming, we're just going to have to learn to live with it. Mm-hmm. You know, it's we can live with it. It's not going away. Just like we've learned to live with all kinds of things. And, of course, we found out a lot of things you weren't allowed to say then. Of course, everybody's saying now, like, as if they never told us not to say it. But anyway, so we have that. I do want to personally thank the guys on the show for picking up slack yesterday and providing an opportunity for me to go and be part of a day at the farm, serving and taking care of church planners and missionaries that serve all over the world, some in places that I can't tell you where they are because people would kill them. And it was interesting you kind of, when you leave a day like that, you're kind of like, you know, it's amazing the people that we applaud and are enamored with, and the people like these people that we don't even sometimes seem to care about, and which ones are actually really hosses and heroes. We make people heroes because they're good at a sport or win a lot of games as a coach, and then people like this we don't even pay attention to. And when we stand before the great I Am, I just sense that the way the world values people and the way God values people is going to be a little shocking to all. But anyway, but we will. I'll tell you some of the humorous things that happened yesterday too, and it was great. It was a wonderful experience, and I thank you guys. And we try to on this show, especially since we've been around for a while. We've got a team now, and we try to accommodate the individuals as much as we can, as long as it doesn't become irresponsible. And it's nice to be able to know you can do that every now and then, not have to worry about things being handled at work. So thank y'all for that. Sure.
Yeah, and of course I have proposed the 4-day work week. So
right.
Well, we haven't got that okayed yet, but wait till our next contract.
Yes,
we'll see.
So that's well. Right now we just do it figuratively. You're wanting to do it literally. 15 minutes past 866. We be big is the number.
They may cut our pay so much we only agree to come in 4 hours a day.
It is 15 minutes past 866. We be big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Make it funky. Dr. Boutte, who is a dermatologist, not a board-certified cosmetic surgeon, says the adverse outcomes were out of her control.
She had them apple-bottom jeans.
But now that she's suspended, it may be some time before Dr. Boutte is allowed to cut it again.
At least 9 lawsuits have been filed against the doctor. A previous action on behalf of Ms. Cornelius, that woman you saw who allegedly suffered brain damage when her heart stopped during a procedure, was settled. As you've seen, the doctor has denied any wrongdoing.
Good night alive.
Apple bottom jeans.
I reckon, you know,
boots with
again,
the
I mean, they'll have their day in court, and it may not have anything to do with any of it, but when these things are happening, all of a sudden you look and hear these videos.
No, it does not help.
No, when you're sitting there having to take care of your mama who had brain damage because her heart stopped during the surgery this person was doing, and you see those videos, you can't help but try to draw some sort of line.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, I know things go on. I know things.
Yeah.
I know things go on in there, and they cut up, and it's a little lighter than we want it to be. But I don't think it goes to the point that you've got the scapula out there like you're doing cut. It, like you're. I mean, my back is a record. I just like you're scratching. It just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem the way we want to go. See, I think that's probably taking.
Did y'all just?
What did you just show?
I showed a new dance.
Look. Now they're. Look, do you see the assistant?
You know what's fun?
Oh yeah. She's got
you
some
see her
dances
there,
with
and then they go to her during the interview. She's all serious.
Yeah,
well, you know.
I tell you, when you know what makes you serious, Greg, in the interview, 9 lawsuits.
Yeah.
That's what gets you real. I mean, this woman now. So look like they're in the back. All right, so Elsie, are you seeing that in the back?
Should we laugh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't laugh.
And look, these were on YouTube. She had released them herself. These were out on you. These weren't secret.
No, maybe
that.
Well,
it goes back to what we're talking about
Well,
today.
I tell you what,
social media. Hey, look at me. Even though I'm supposed to be doing surgery and I'm dancing, look at me.
Greg, I want to. I want to be a YouTube star more than I want to. Be protected in lawsuits. How about this?
All related links.
But when you go to these videos, you see this kind of stuff. You're just like, did no one say, I don't know if that's probably not good. Probably not a good idea.
Let's don't publish those.
I mean, this woman's butt's lopsided and it itches now. You know,
right?
You should have been paying more attention. Not sure why it would itch, but
do y'all not see the irony in her last name, Boutte?
That is funny.
I mean, goodness.
But what I'm talking about, if you,
Oh,
I mean,
gracious alive.
if you saw, I mean, it just seems like maybe we should be paying better attention. You know, it's too easy to draw a line with.
Yes, things go wrong. I may think, well, maybe you weren't paying quite the attention you should have right in the middle of that choreographed dance you had, you and your nurses.
Yeah, maybe when you were dancing is the reason why my butt's lopsided and itches. You know what I mean? I mean, you could.
Oh, itchy butt.
Yeah, everybody. That's a thrill a minute, isn't it?
I hope Bubba's doctors this morning are not dancing.
I don't picture it. Probably not.
Probably not.
Well, who would have ever thought that this plan wouldn't work? We go to Connecticut. It's almost like with us having syndicated solutions based out of Connecticut and New York City that syndicate the show and sell our national advertising. It's almost like things that are goofy will start in Europe. They go to Connecticut, then they come into the rest of our country. It'll either enter through California or through Connecticut. Well, here we go again. All this transgender stuff that we're dealing with, and certainly we want to have compassion for anyone who is struggling with their identity when it comes to their gender, but embracing it and saying this is okay and let's all just adhere to whatever somebody thinks they are concerning gender. To us, and we said this the whole time we were going through this new change in our country, that there were some glaring problems that were going to be presented if we just said, as a society, not as individuals, not in their individual lives, but as a society, if we just said that anybody can declare whatever gender they want to be, regardless of what they may be biologically, we all will just go along with it and act like that's okay. There's some glaring problems, and one of them that we noticed would be in the very obvious would be sports.
Yeah.
Because men and women are equal, as we've said 1,000 times, no doubt about that. With the biblical worldview, as a matter of fact, those people who seem to have a problem with the biblical worldview, I don't know that women are held in any higher regard in any religious conviction than in Christianity. Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Pottsville, Arkansas, let's go. I'm going up to see our Arkansas clan. I mean, there's Rick and Bubba.
How's your suey pig? Have you been working on it?
I've been working on it a little bit. Let me tell you something. That Russellville, Pottsville area, Bubba, they've got a Rick and Bubba fever there. And
let's hear you, suey pig.
Suey!
And then you gotta go, here, pig!
Here, pig! So that's coming up. Andy Blanks and I will, if we can keep from being blown out of the sky as we exit Birmingham today, we will.
Rick, I started to say, where are you going to take off from?
Where there's going to be 50-mile-an-hour gust. But that's not even tied to the storms coming through aren't a problem because they'll come through and be gone before we ever take off. It's just the wind. So it just might be a little bumpy getting out. But once we get out up and above it, we're going. And then it's going to be a lot colder in Arkansas than it is here, too.
Yeah.
Now you don't know how to dress. You're hot at the plane.
You don't like jackets.
And the front coming
jackets.
through here.
Hate jackets.
It's been, what I was told, delayed again. I mean, it's going to be later in the afternoon than even they had predicted.
Looks like now it won't be gone till early afternoon.
Yeah. About 12.
Yeah, a little later than that now.
Yeah.
I just saw the update.
Yeah. At first, they told us to be out here by 10 a.m.
Yeah, right.
And then let's update on this, Bubba, that you're talking about. But anyway, tonight at First Baptist Pottsville, Andy and I will be there for Man Church. Looking forward to it.
Rick, medical experts from Harvard, Johns Hopkins, and Stanford testify before Congress. And Rick, it's I want you to hear what they're saying now. This is the top rung of medical research people we have in the country.
Are you talking about the people that everybody told us to listen to and shut up, quit being rubes?
Listen to what they say about all of this. Okay.
Misinformation. The greatest perpetrator of misinformation during the pandemic has been the United States government. Misinformation that COVID was spread through surface transmission, that vaccinated immunity was far greater than natural immunity, that masks were effective. Now we have the definitive Cochrane review. What do you do with that review? Cochrane is the most authoritative evidence body in all of medicine and has been for decades. Do you just ignore it, not talk about it? That myocarditis was more common after the infection than the vaccine. Not true. It's 4 to 28 times more common after the vaccine. That young people benefit from a booster. Misinformation. Our two top experts on vaccines quit the FDA in protest over this particular issue, pushing boosters in young, healthy people. The data was never there. That's why the CDC never disclosed hospitalization rates among boosted Americans under age 50. The vaccine mandates would increase vaccination rates. The George Mason University study shows it didn't. It did one thing. It created never-vaxxers who are now not getting the childhood vaccines they need to get.
That's a good side effect.
Over and over again, we've seen something that goes far beyond using your best judgment with the information at hand. We've seen something which is unforgivable, and that is the weaponization of medical research itself. The CDC putting out their own shoddy studies, like their own study on natural immunity, looking at one state for 2 months, when they had data for years on all 50 states. Why did they only report that one sliver of data? Why did they salami slice the giant database? Because it gave them the result they wanted. Same with masking study. Well, the data has now caught up in giant systematic reviews, and the public health officials were intellectually dishonest. They lied to the American people. Thank you.
Yeah.
This should bother people today to no end. Mm-hmm. What he's saying, backed up with data, these are some of the leading medical minds in the country, and there are several others that testified. That's a little 2-minute clip. Mm-hmm. The government lied to us. They misled us for political reasons. And you heard him say a couple of things, and gosh, I hope y'all are listening to this, okay? We made mistakes, and it's honest mistakes in some cases because we just didn't know. But as the data become available, you have to change what you're doing to reflect what is good science on the topic. We didn't do that. We chose and found science that agreed with what we wanted to do politically, okay? You heard him say, and I think this is so important, please, people, if you're listening to this show, listen to what this doctor said. Make your own decision, not what Bubba says, not what Rick says, not what Speedy or Ham says. He says these shots and these boosters for young, healthy people do not need, there's no data. There's no data that says it's going to help them. But what we do have is a massive increase, depending on which study you want to go to people who are having fluid around their heart.
Right.
There's a website, there's a Twitter site now you can follow that's called Died Suddenly, and it has a list of people that shows people who were on there bragging about getting their third booster. They're holding their 3 up. They're dead at 50.
Yeah.
Dead because they had a heart attack that they shouldn't have had when they didn't need all that crap.
Hey, he's getting elevated.
Yeah, I can see it.
I'm just telling you, come on. People, please, for your own protection, use that 8 pounds of gray matter that God gave you between your ears and make a wise decision. This young man here, sadly, He's bragging about his boosters.
With a
he's
mask
healthy.
on.
He's skinny. He has no other health issues. He's dead today from a heart attack when he had no other heart trouble. I wonder what it could be.
Well, and the guy who was sitting to his right, our left, and we don't have to find it out because he's got such a thick accent. It's difficult to understand him. Mm-hmm. Another highly decorated scientist, and he said he's and the congressperson that was interviewing him chimed in, and who also had a medical background. He said we have known about natural immunity since AD 500. Mm-hmm. Okay, and he said from AD 5 to 6, he used 600 something, but the plague started in the 500s. Mm-hmm. Right. He said we have known about natural immunity from then all the way up to 2020. Then we forgot about it and picked it back up in 2023. For 3 years, we forgot about everything we knew about natural immunity. And the woman goes, I didn't realize that natural immunity was a novel idea until I got to Congress. And they just start laughing. He goes, why did we just drop kick? You realize how long we've had research on natural immunity? Since the first major plagues that started in the mid 500s AD, and they didn't have any, that's all you had was a natural immunity. And he was talking about this. He goes, we never did this. He goes, if somebody got the measles, you don't take the measles vaccine if you've had it.
Right.
And he was like, we've never done this. And it was and then the other thing, which is sad, he said, the people that are not cautiously vaxxed, that's what I am. He said the never vaxxers, all we've done is give them a platform to stand on that looks like they're right. And now people are not going to give vaccines of any kind.
We actually have good vaccines that do what they're supposed to do. We've been giving them to kids for years. We can debate about how soon how close together we need to give them. Again, there's a science to that. But now we're having people not get the good stuff because of this stuff.
Because of this. Damage is done all around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Bible tells us in the New Testament that they are the co-heirs with Christ, and that God looked for the perfect partner and helper for man and created woman, equal but not same. And when you look at the bodies are of equal value, but they do things differently. So if you're going to take someone who is biologically male and have them compete in athletics against someone who is biologically female, the male body will have an extreme advantage when it comes to strength and power. Mm-hmm. There's just no doubt about it. That's just the way the bodies are made. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't individual women who are bigger, stronger, and faster than some individual men, but I'm just saying across the board, in general, the fastest man will always be faster than the fastest woman. It's just the way the bodies are made. Connecticut has allowed two biological males to compete in track and field as women. They have set a new record because they have blown everybody away in the running because they are actually males. And here they come. Claiming that they are women. They will finish, and it looks like this is the 100.
Yeah, this is the 100. They finished first and second.
They finished first and second, way ahead of the biological females. You know why? Because their body is actually a male. And it wasn't even close. And they won the events, and they also broke the state open record for the girls in both the 100 and the 200 meter. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because if I'm a male and I get to go compete in the female division, I'm probably going to break the record.
Yeah, here's your 200 here.
Yep, and now they're going off and leaving them in the 200 as well. Now, it's interesting because I wonder if this can get the attention of the open-hearted, open-minded, so open-minded our brain has fallen out. If you ever want to get people to change their worldview on something, let it affect their children. Now, hopefully now we can have some mamas and some daddies whose daughters have worked hard to train in the 100 and the 200, and they put in the time, and they were the ones who competed at the highest level in the women's division because they are women. Now we've let two boys come down here and outrun them. Maybe this will be something that, because I know parents don't like this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. You know, you can have a parent saying, "Oh, I think people should be whatever they want to be as long as they don't beat my kid."
Yeah,
you know. So now
until it affects me.
So now I wonder how these parents feel who are all for this. That thought, well, my goodness, if a biological male wants to pretend to be a woman, let them be full-blown woman and let them participate even in the women's division in sports. And hey, let's just really let them dress in the women's dressing room. See, those of us that thought there actually might be some middle ground in here where, look, if you as a individual want to declare that whatever gender you want to be and you want to live in your private life under any gender you want to, we certainly can agree or disagree on that. But when you go out to society and ask the rest of us to adapt to it, that's where the old rub comes, no pun intended. And that is where we got a problem. Like we said before in restrooms, it's reasonable for out in society when it comes to public restrooms, it's reasonable that somebody would not want someone who declared they were a woman and they really were a man to come into the restroom where the women are. That's reasonable. And somebody says, well, in your own life, you want to go out like you're a woman, that's fine. I mean, you're free to do that. But out here, we got to have some kind of order. And I think another place we got to address this is in sports. I don't think you can let this go on.
We have a living example. What if back in 1976 or whatever it was, times were different and Bruce Jenner got to be who he wanted to be then, and he competed. He was the greatest male athlete in the world as far as, the decathlon.
Top to bottom, yeah.
Yeah. What if he would have got to compete as a woman then? Do you think, he would have destroyed, he beat all the guys. What do you think he would have done in the women's category? But in today's thing, he could do that, right?
Well, in Connecticut, he could.
Yeah.
So is this now becoming, are we going to let this go?
I got to tell you, and Bubba's all about the PEEP test.
Yeah.
Those tight racing shorts, you don't really need a PEEP test. My goodness.
No gender confusion in that?
No,
outfit?
not at all.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be a doctor to step back and go, that's not a woman.
Right. If you just walk up and watch track meets, you're going to have some questions.
Yep. Matter of fact,
if you have to wear a jock to run, you're not a woman.
Thank you, Greg.
Just saying.
Thank you.
That's one way you can do it.
Right.
It's good.
Let me get my jock on. Why? Well, I got to run. You know how that works.
Greg,
I thought you were a woman.
Greg,
You're the only one in the lineup with the jock on.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Greg, if I'm not mistaken, too, don't these electronic timers, they stop the timer the minute something hits that.
It takes leaning to the tape to a whole new level, doesn't it?
Okay.
Well,
just saying.
Yeah, it is a state record.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Y'all do realize, listen, everybody out there, everybody come on in. Everybody in here, we can hear you. Can everybody hear? Can everybody hear? This is lunacy.
Yeah.
I know.
Rick, if the race is over and you can go stand at a urinal,
right,
you're probably disqualified.
Right.
That's just maybe
We're running
some
the
rules
list. We're running the list.
And where's the joy?
That's one too.
And where's the joy for the biological male? 5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Upside.com is part of the old Rick and Bubba family, the Upside app. A lot of people loving this. And why not? I mean, you're saving money. Anybody want to get a little money back when you're out there? I know the Biden administration tells you everything doesn't cost more. I don't know where they shop, but if you go right now to either the App Store or directly to Upside.com, you can get the free app. Go ahead and download that, and then put it to work for you. Use the code Bubba25. Now, when you do Bubba25, go ahead and get a tank of gas. And when you get the tank of gasoline, you're going to get at least 25 cents a gallon back using the code Bubba25. Then after that, it's activated and it's rolling, and then you just go do your normal purchases. When you swipe if you use a credit card or a debit card, if you're using a credit card, don't let Ramsey see you, but using a debit card, however you do it, then you'll start getting money back using the code Bubba25 with Upside. So get it now at Upside.com. Last week, Upside users, the money coming back to them was right around $1 million a week. So go to Upside.com. They don't get $1 million back individually. I'm talking about all the savings put together is $1 million a week, but still substantial money. Go to Upside.com or the App Store and get the Upside app. Use the code Bubba25 and put it to work for you. All right, so we don't have to do this. I basically told you what the guy said, except now we've listened to this other scientist and doctor, and he actually said we've known about natural immunity since 430 BC. I didn't know we had a plague that far back. When I was researching the earliest plagues, they were throwing the 500s and 600s around AD, but he said we've actually known about it BC because of the first plague, and he mentions that. And he talks about the problem with that is that we're giving people now, to your point, Bubba, we were giving them vaccines and boosters unnecessarily. And he said that, and what it did to the workforce and all that was it was just a disaster. Now, Bubba will tell me, and this is the problem that we now have in today's society. We were told at one time if people had the credentials these men have, we should listen to them. Well, now people, Bubba said on social media, are saying, but not these guys.
Right.
Right. Only listen to the guys with the same or less credentials that say what we want them to say. Back to what your first guy said that we played. Now it's just become politicized. And science should never be politicized.
You know, that's what I always loved about science, Ricky. It wasn't, and that's what I didn't care for in English, because you had rules and then you had a bunch of exceptions, which meant it wasn't a rule. Well, science should be something that you can test and state and have a hypothesis on something and use the scientific method, and then it either is or it ain't. And then other people ought to be able to recreate that experiment and confirm or deny their results.
Yeah.
And you know, look what a mess it is right now.
All right, I don't know. I think the guy's name is Martin Koldorf.
Yes.
Thick accent. I can't even pronounce the things he is.
Epidemiologist.
And look at this
and
other
a
one.
Biostatistician.
Harvard professor of medicine.
I can say that.
That's really well done, Bubba.
Yeah, it was. That was really good.
Take a sip.
My
of
goodness.
something.
Get something. Take a pop.
And I can't say
get some of that spark.
And I can't say Toyota.
Right. Well, remember, our extremes are they'll marvel the mind.
Yeah.
The things that we're
Epidemiologist.
But anyway, he also Harvard professor of medicine, but of course now on leave. But Harvard. Now, what were we all told? You don't know anything. You rube. You didn't go to Harvard. Well, this guy did.
Yeah.
And so
Now he's in trouble. How dare you?
how dare you?
How dare
So
you? How dare you speak the truth?
Dare you? And you're going to hear a congressperson chime in on that statement I said a minute ago, but you'll hear her response to
how dare you
what he says. But thick accent warning. But here we go.
By forcing children to have a vaccine that they don't need because they've already had the disease, that undermines the trust in other vaccines like the measles vaccines or the polio vaccine, and that's very, very serious. I think during the last several decades, we have the never vaccinate people or the anti-vaccine people have tried to undermine the trust in vaccine, but with very little success. But the vaccine fanatics who wants to vaccinate every person in this country, even though they are children who has very little risk for it, even though they have already had the COVID, that has undermined the trust in other vaccines enormously, creating enormous vaccine hesitancy.
So not allowing their provider or physician to determine the risk and the benefit.
Yeah, and also people themselves, because people know that about immunity. We learn that in school. People know that if you've had a disease, you had...
It wasn't until I came to Congress that I found out infection-acquired immunity was a novel concept.
Yeah, I guess we knew about it since 430 BC of the Athenian plague until 2020, and then we didn't know about it for 3 years, and now we know about it again. So.
That's something else.
I mean, some of this is just... Look, you don't have to go any further as do we give you the measles vaccine if you already had the measles? Do we?
What accent is that? Is that German?
I don't know.
You know who I really...
It has to be German.
Yeah, I really feel sorry, and we've talked about this, and some we're left with the decision, military, other jobs, of if I don't get this vaccine, I'm out.
Yeah.
And they were forced to get it when they had already had natural immunity. They had already had COVID. They had caught it. And I really feel sorry for those folks because some of them have health concerns now or they're worried. And now that we know more, it's like nobody's talking about the fact they were forced to do all that. It's sad.
Well, it's a product, too, of our microwave society. We had this massive worldwide pandemic. Everybody wanted it fixed right then.
Sure.
And you can't do that. And it's going to run its course. Sadly, it was 3 years and about 7 million people died from it. But you have to let it run its course on these things.
Well, back to what we already know, and then Adler, I know you want to come out, but back to what we already know, and Bubba, you said it into the microphone early on because guess what? All you had to do was start pulling up our history of the world, and you said to us in here, and I think it was on the air, this thing's going to last about 2.5 to 3 years. Before we're just living with it. Every worldwide,
we've had a plague before,
right?
Yeah.
Every plague and pandemic we've ever had runs a very similar course, and then it just becomes another thing out there that you can get during different times of the year or whatever, and it becomes another virus. And that's exactly what's happened here. And we had a history that pointed to that. We had a history that pointed to natural immunity, and we just ignored all of it. And then we demonized anyone who would not run out and get in line, while they're getting an oil change, and get the latest vaccine or the latest booster. If you didn't do that, you were killing people.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't love your family.
Yep.
You don't love anyone, and you kick kittens and you step on puppies. And Adler, to you.
Bubba was asking Martin Koldorf where he's from. I should have cleared my throat before speaking.
Yeah. See there?
Nice voice.
He's a Swedish biostatistician.
Sweden.
And he's a professor, former professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, former advisor for several vaccine safety boards, including on the CDC.
Yeah.
So he knows what he's talking about.
No, guys, I remember being at lunch with people that I love and respect, and they were like, "Burgess, just go get the vaccine." And I'm like, "Guys, I've already had COVID. I don't need to get the vaccine, and I'm healthy, and I'm not in the high risk category. I don't know why you won't get the vaccine." I said, I don't think it's necessary. I think the risk of the vaccine in my particular situation outweighs the risk of me just getting COVID, getting through it, and I remember, and they couldn't believe it. They were
do it for your neighbor.
You're not getting vaxxed for you; it's for everybody else.
You don't care about your family
because it stops transmission.
Look,
wait, no, it doesn't. It can stop infection.
We had elected officials, some who I really like and admire in our state, say this was the pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Yeah.
That was the most idiotic
Got
thing
reelected,
I think have ever been said.
Yeah.
And look, you just need to call it. Hey, I missed it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we all do from time to time.
Well,
but that was a swing and a miss.
And then it got to the bizarre time when we got multiple vaccines and boosters in, where it was almost like somebody said, "Hey, now look, if you're going to do this, you need to put this crash helmet on." Okay, so if I crash, will it protect my brain? No, but you need to wear it. I don't really like the way it's really uncomfortable, and I think it's cutting off my breathing, and that might be bad for me. That could be bad for you, but you still need to do it. So when I crash, then if I have this on, I'll be okay? No, we're not saying that, but you still need to wear it. I'm like, why would I put this thing on? I mean, it got to the point where I was like, I don't even understand. And then they tried to make things up. Yeah, but the vaccine, if you have it, you won't get as sick, and yeah, you can catch it and pass it, but still you won't, it'll be better. It's just better. You And I'm just like, now y'all are just babbling on like Floyd the Barber. None of this makes any sense.
Well, it
just got bizarre.
We all make decisions based on what we have in front of us, and we just got to learn as we go. Like in our family, Betty did get the original vaccine because she was dealing with her mom who was 90 years old, and she needed to get it and was recommended to get it. And so we made that decision, and Betty did, that she wanted to get it. She decided then, I'm not getting any boosters. At the same time, I decided not to get it. And then Betty and I, we were having a discussion about it and said, look, let's just play the odds here. You get it. I'm not going to get it. One of us will be around for the kids. You know? I mean,
that was kind of our discussion,
It
too.
kind of got down to that. We just played the numbers.
Of course, Amanda was forced to because of hospitals.
Yeah. And that's what I'm going back to is those folks. That's sad.
Yeah, well, and Big Love was pressured, highly pressured, and he crumbled to the pressure because of the way colleges acted.
Yep.
And he did that, and we were not pleased with it. But he made his own decision. But we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You going against the best? Yeah. Well, I won the women's division as a man. Well, I'm not a man. I'm a woman. Not in that running outfit. You're not.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, I beg to differ. But no wonder your time was. I mean, guys, this is lunacy. We're now violating just walking around sense. We can't have biological males competing against biological women. We just can't, and we can't do that. That's just.
And what do you have to go through in order to declare this? Is it simply a declaration?
I know, in certain, I don't know about in high school level, they check testosterone, and if you're above a certain level, this comes down. We had an Olympic athlete that was just born that way.
Yeah.
Kind of the both. And I think she got to compete as a woman because a certain level of testosterone is below.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think.
It's a difference maker.
It is.
So
now in high school, I don't know if they.
That's why I'm asking.
But can I answer your question? And you're right. We got to come up with something. But let me tell you just in general what the problem is. This is the whole deal that everybody wants. We don't. A lot of people want to live in right now. They want to be able to do whatever they want to do, and there be no repercussions.
Right.
None. Okay, so you want to live as a woman. Now, there's certain things you're not going to be able to do.
Yeah, you can live as a woman.
But we're going to let you live as a woman, but you can't run. Well, how come? Well, you made a decision, and there's certain limitations that come with that decision. I should be able to do whatever I want to do anytime I want to do it. Well, but you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. And now we got this.
Yeah.
So if it was your daughter in the race, you're loving this right now, especially if she finished third.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Bubba out. We'll get an update on him as soon as we can. Things you need to know about. The O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. And we'll have Helmsley playing in the Rick and Bubba Super Summer Slam tennis tournament, 11th annual. If you want to be part of that, you need to sign up for that by noon local time, which is Central Time today. If you want to be part of that, you can. If you're going to that already in it, look for Helmsley this week. I'll be at the Gridiron Men's Conference this weekend. I actually speak on Saturday. It starts on Friday. Looking forward to seeing all of you at this, really one of my favorite men's events. They're thinking 6,000 to 7,000 men coming in for this. If you got a ticket to that, I'll see you this weekend, and then I'll be at my home church coming up, Shades Mountain Baptist Church, Father's Day, and honored to be asked to deliver the message for Father's Day there at my home church. That'll be a very special moment, and looking forward to that on Sunday. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So, handyman, at one point, I was even, because I'll take these moments, and they're so rare, and I want my wife to be able to enjoy them. I found myself even singing handyman around the house. Going with the James Taylor version of that, and so I fix broken doors. Yeah, I'm your handyman. And so I go out, and now my wife is saying, "Hey, if you're doing things," and that's when I knew that I needed to stop while I was ahead. I mean, I think we all know that. Sherry says. She's out in her little flower gardens, and she says, "I need some more rocks for the flower garden." Okay, well, that sounds like that's a little more my wheelhouse. Hey, Biggin, come over and grab these.
Yeah, you can carry a rock.
So then she says, "But I want to do something special. There's a pile of rocks down at the farm."
It's a long way off.
For some rocks.
Hey, Gary?
Well, you drive by a lot of rocks right there.
So there's where the pile came from. Hey, I got a bunch of them rocks. I piled them up out there, right there, and you go from one side over to the other side. I got them pile of rocks out there if you need, Sherry needs any rocks. So really what he did is he burned me by letting her know that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and of course I don't know the worst thing. She goes, "Now there's one that I really want." And she said, and she tries to describe it to me. So what do we say to our wives? I mean, I know. There, having some issues with it.
Yep, knock that out.
Handy, a look at that. I'm your hand. I'll go over to the rock pile.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top, 866. We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today on the program. We got the Elite Eight coming up later on, the Grade Eight, and our golden ticket seats today. Greg not with us today. Speaking of medical, his wife is is sick, and he has to take care of her today, and so we apologize for those of you coming in, but it was one of those things that really couldn't be avoided. And, we have to do our job as husbands and daddies and all that, too. So hopefully that turns out not to be any big deal. All right, so
Mr. Buddy one day, Lisa the next.
I know it. Greg's always he's just a loving, caring person, and we all know that about Greg. So can I address something here, too, this kind of emailing here? Listen to your show this morning. Just heard y'all telling everyone to use the 8 pounds of gray matter relative to the COVID vaccine. Bubba, you were pushing the vaccine in 21, 22. The data's always been available that says the vaccines are not effective and the fact they're dangerous. And y'all chose to call everyone that was against the vaccine conspiracy theorists. I don't remember that. Now you tell everybody to think for themselves. Now you're talking as if you were against the vaccines all along. Both of you believe the government. Now you tell everyone to think for themselves. Once again, a flip-flop. Let me underline that. Get real. You're still pushing the vaccine for high-risk groups. That's, again, is disinformation. The vaccine has no benefit for anyone. We do not call it the clot shot for nothing. Well, first of all, Larry, I have to, just as kind as I can be, if people are gathering information as we go along, which we told everybody to do, and when that information began to point to a different narrative, they change the narrative because of information. That's not called flip-flopping. That is called, now that we have new information, what we thought at one time we think differently about now. What we don't understand is when other people didn't do that.
Right.
That's not a flip-flop. That is a, you know what, the more I'm getting information, the more I realize maybe some of the things I thought early on were wrong.
That's like navigating the waters, Rick.
Right.
A car and a boat has a steering wheel on it for a reason. If it just went straight, you wouldn't need one.
Never called people that were against the vaccines conspiracy theorists. We never did that. Now, I know the left did. As a matter of fact, I said on the air early on, I was asked on the air, and Bubba and I said this to each other. I remember looking at each other. Would you take the vaccine, Rick? And I said absolutely not.
And I was considering it at one time.
But that was not. But that was not. I didn't want to make that decision for everybody else because that's a pretty big responsibility. You asked me what I was going to do, and I said I would not because I was concerned about the experimental nature of them.
I wouldn't want to force anybody to take it or force somebody not to take it.
No, I didn't believe the government. I actually was being told things about people with high risk from doctors that I trusted. Now, the government wasn't telling me that.
Yeah.
My doctor was telling me that.
Yeah, I don't know that we were ever pushing the vaccine. I think we may have been neutral on it at best.
What we tried to be was responsible. I didn't think that you and I had the pedigree to tell people something that could be life and death, what they should and shouldn't do about their health. We said what we were going to do and our considerations and told them to talk to their doctor. Honestly, I didn't know what else to tell you. Now, have I looked back and thought, and I said this on the air the other day, and I don't mean any ill will on this. For the first time in my entire life, and I have tremendous respect for the people of the medical field and the people that deal with my health. Mm-hmm. But for the first time in my life, I will be honest, I got totally confused and wasn't sure I could trust what my doctor was telling me. And that was a bad feeling.
Yeah,
I'd never felt that way before. So this has been a process, Larry. I know that you probably, are so much more smarter than us, and you probably did more research than us, and you didn't mind telling people that it was all the end of time and watch the vaccines, and you were right all along. But what you're claiming we did is inaccurate, and it's silly, and it's uninformed. What we did is walk out the narrative as it was happening live. It'd almost be like
we almost had daily debates on it.
Yeah, It would almost be like you going back and say, well, you know what? I didn't like the way y'all handled 9/11. There were some things y'all said and while those planes were crashing, and they turned out not to be true. Yeah, probably so. But we also figured it out as it went along because it was happening in real time. We do a show in real time. And some of these things, you got to be careful what you pop off and say. Now, sometimes you go, well, Rick, you haven't always done that, and you're right. But I'm trying to learn from that. And so, yes, there was some changing of minds on the show because information that was coming in began to show that some of the things they were telling us just wasn't true. That's not called flip-flopping. That means that I meant to tell you something that I knew was wrong, and then I changed it because I thought would be the thing people would applaud for me. No, we're just simply trying to report the information that was coming in.
And that's my situation.
Yeah.
I got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because I had a family vacation planned where my 90-year-old grandfather was going to be in the same house as a dozen other Adler people, and I didn't want to get my grandfather sick. I've changed my opinion on the vaccines because what we know and what we know has changed. And I got tricked. Okay, that's it. Yeah. I got bad info and I got tricked. So if I've said things in the past about the vaccine, it wasn't with any ill intent in mind. We're trying to get the correct information out there, and we're trying to do what is best for everybody. And never have any of us gotten money or anything like this to say anything like that. I get crazy emails like that all the time, Rick. And it's like, no, we're just like you said, we're trying to figure it out on the air. And in my situation, I will admit that I got tricked with bad information. That's what happened to me.
Yeah, and that happened a lot because the people telling you that we've always trusted. And they had bad information or not. But we flip-flop means we looked out at the world like a politician and said, okay, right now the place to be is vaccine is good. That'll help the show. That'll help us. So let's stay there. Oh, now vaccine bad's the place we should be. So let's flip-flop. And I really take offense that you would suggest that about us. We honestly were giving our honest opinion and working it out as the rest of the world was as information has come in. And we have clearly called out those that look at the same information and continue with a narrative that has been proven is incorrect, and we certainly haven't done that.
And I tell you, my goal, my thought process in it was to create a discussion about it,
right?
Where the truth could eventually come to the top, and that was the only agenda that I had personally. Was I want to create a conversation so that all sides can be heard. We can put the measuring stick up there and find out what's right.
Right, but I was never going to, on something like this, sit here in this microphone like some of the crazed people out there screaming, this is what you should do, and if you don't, you're all going to die. I didn't feel comfortable with that, of me telling people what the health decisions they should make.
Well, yeah, we share our opinion. But,
right, yeah.
We always say that, you need to make that final decision on anything.
Right, and I still stand by that.
And I do like the fact that we try to spur a conversation about it, because that's the only way you ever get to the truth.
But when somebody asked me directly what I was going to do, well, then that's different. But I wasn't saying that's what you should do. And if that bothers Larry, that I didn't shout, and you ought to do what I'm doing, I mean.
Wow, that's what all flip-floppers say, Rick.
Right, yeah. Larry, I wish I could have the comfort that you have sitting in the stands. It's a little tougher down here on the field. Top of the hour, we'll be back. So here's a story.
I do have a question, too. I still want to
this story right here, too. Yeah. We got that on hold. You got to hear this guy's story when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'll bring those back in my truck. Got my Ram truck. And I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to check on some game camera situations, move them around a little bit. And then we have this little fishing platform thing that floats with it has the little floats, and it has seats on top of it.
Didn't y'all name that?
Yeah, we named it Little Bob Barker.
Okay.
Because of the Bob Barker, well thing.
Yeah.
Right. So it even has a little sign on the side, Little Bob. So
fished off him many times.
Of course, some redneck down there stole my trolling motor. So
what?
You can't.
And if I could, I'd love to just choke you. I really would. I wish I could get you on the dirt road and choke you. But anyway, so
dip your head in the water.
Yeah. So Gary, he said, hey, I got a trolling motor I can bring over if you want to use it. I said, that'd be great, man. So little Bob, because the trolling motor's been stolen, and the one that originally was on it that you can't steal is broke. It doesn't work. It had kind of gotten to the point I realized during the summer, if I don't get little Bob moved, he's going to run aground. Because this part of the pond's going to dry up during the summer.
I love little Bob.
Yeah, and I need to get him moved.
Before he gets stranded.
Yeah, before he gets stranded. But you can't move it without a trolling motor. Hey, let me drop that trolling motor by there at the barn. You can have it. Yeah, okay. And so I know I got a trolling motor. I know I got the battery charged. Okay. So I think I'm about to just be so handy today. Can't nobody stop me. You know what? I'm full blown handy. I'm gonna be able to stand around the neighborhood and talk about handy things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get there, and the first thing I think to myself, let's deal with the rocks first. Y'all agree with that?
Oh, yeah. Let's get the rocks and forget and go home without them.
Boy, Greg, that's solid. You're right about that.
Boy, because we're known for that.
Now, how many of you think that when I take the picture of the first rock and text it, that I get any response?
Absolutely. Oh, you got none? Oh, I figured you got shot down.
Nothing.
No, not one.
No, well, no. That's
so now I'm rock guessing. You know what I mean? And
standing there dripping.
Right.
They're never going to have their phone when you need them to have their phone.
No.
But you better have yours.
Right. So I think, okay, first picture of the main rock that I was most concerned about, which was going to be what we call Big Flat Rock, is I can't get any feedback on that.
Sure.
So now I'm thinking to myself, now, one thing I noticed, and we'll cover this when we get back, when I got there, one thing that I didn't think about is that this rock pile was actually made with a piece of equipment.
Oh, wow.
Like a bobcat. Those rocks have been moved by machinery,
So it's big rocks.
not by man. You know what I mean? So the got my truck backed up, got my music blaring, and I'm thinking, there's a big old pile of rocks here. I think Gary used a lot of equipment to get these here. Just me and the truck. So we'll be back. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba.
Looking back over. Let's go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us as we come to you from the No Name Studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Busy weekend. As I said, Pottsville, Arkansas tonight. Andy Blanks and I'll be there. Brian Gunn from themanchurch.com down in Opp, Alabama. Westview tonight. They're next. Man Church. You can go hear Brian Gunn. Sunday, ladies, Winfield, Alabama. Winfield First Baptist Church. Sherry speaking to the ladies Sunday night. The meal tickets are gone, but you can still be there for the service. That coming up this Sunday evening. All right, so Bubba, welcome back for another hour, sir.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we have Jason, who has been a fan of the show for a long time. We played the panel of, supposedly we're supposed to hear from scientists and doctors unless they have the wrong narrative. Now we're not supposed to listen to them. That's the world's view right now, but or the government's view at times, and some people on the far left. But here is a man that experienced this whole forcing of vaccines on you or you lose your job. He experienced that, and his story should, I hope, we would learn from if we find ourselves, God forbid, in this situation again, and kind of learn some things going forward. So, Jason, I know you've told us your story a few times via email, but share this with the world.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I'll get right to it. I joined the Army in 1992, and I plan to retire in June of 2022. In January of 2021, I got COVID. No big deal. 4 hours of symptoms. I drove on, thought I was over it. But the fatigue sort of persisted. And then in February of 2021, I found myself in the emergency room with a doctor telling me I should have already died of the DVT in my leg and the pulmonary embolism in my lungs. They also discovered that I had 2 blood clotting disorders, factor 5 and factor 8, that I never knew I had before COVID. So that was before the mandate. In anticipation of the mandate, I started discussing my situation with doctors. And by the way, shout out to Larry. Bubba was not promoting the vaccine because he and I were having an ongoing dialogue about my situation that he was using to inform his decision.
Right.
But as I was talking to doctors to figure out a strategy for the vaccine if it was mandated, a University of Alabama graduate doctor at the military hospital told me there was no medical benefit or justification for me to get the shot because I had natural immunity.
Right.
But the mandate did come down. And, Rick, I began to be gripped by a spirit of fear and anxiety that I really had contempt for. So finally I said, they ordered me to get it. I'm going to get it. I jump out of airplanes for a living. I don't spend all my time thinking about malfunctions. So I'm going to get this shot. They told me I wasn't at risk because only the Johnson shot, they being the Army, told me I wasn't at risk of clots. So I went in and got the shot in mid-September, and 3 days later I was in the emergency room with another blood clot.
Yeah.
The civilian doctor on duty in the emergency room acknowledged that the shot had given me the blood clot. The Army invested a good bit of time trying to convince me it must have been something else. But in my situation, I already had a retirement date, and I figured that I could just wait out and not have to get the second shot and that I would be fine. Well, what happened was 2 days after I got out of the hospital, my mother passed away. I came to Alabama for the funeral. While I was in Alabama, the Army informed me that their strategy for me, since the first shot almost killed me, was to give me the second shot.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's a good feeling, isn't it?
I really felt like they were trying to kill me. And my primary care manager was on my side at this point, trying to put in exemptions for me. And doctors who had never seen me were pulling my exemptions. And I don't know if we can remember the environment in 2021, but it was also being called into question whether I would be allowed to retire, whether I would be given any VA benefits, or even what kind of discharge they may issue me after 30 years. So it was October 4th when they told me I had to get the second shot, and I had to get it fairly quickly. October 26th, I was fully retired after I adjusted my retirement date, and I fled the scene of the crime that I didn't commit and retired. I had 2 children who were National ROTC Scholarship winners. One is going to commission in December. The other is not ever going to join the Army because of my experience, but neither of them are ever going to get the vaccine. If any Benefield was going to get the vaccine and have a reaction, it was going to be me. And I did that one, because I was ordered, and two, so my kids could make a better decision. And they have made the decision to remain unvaccinated because they realized we did not know enough about this shot to take it safely. So that's my story, fellas. It affected my cardio so bad that even Greg Burgess could outrun me. So it still affects me a little bit, but I am recovering.
And I'll let you go, Jason. Thank you for your story. I'm sorry you went through that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounded like to me at one point your physician, your personal physician, was saying, do not take second vaccine, do not take these boosters. It can and likely could kill you. And the military doctors who never have your health background said you'll take it or you'll be discharged.
It was the vascular surgeon I saw who told me not to get the first dose.
Right.
And it was my primary care manager who agreed with me that I was higher risk than normal, trying to find an exemption for me. The system, the Army system, was marching on trying to ensure 100% vaccination, side effects be darned.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your service to the country, and I'm sorry that's the way you had to end your military career. It's actually shameful. It really is.
Well, Rick, thank you, but keep in mind, I did get to retire. I did get my VA benefits.
Good.
I still want to stay in the fight to help those that got pushed out a year short of retirement or 2 years short of retirement. And those that were discharged with a less than honorable discharge and are struggling to get benefits. I still want to figure out a way to help those folks in the future. But thank you for letting me share my story.
Sure. Thank you, Jason. So, and Bubba, you had another question, too. I don't know what to add to that. That was
well,
pretty
I
good.
know. That's almost unbelievable. You know, I don't know if it was COVID or the vaccines or a combination of both. Obviously, we're having a lot more blood clots now.
No, yeah.
I don't think anybody's denying that. You heard the doctor
Oh,
in
no
the
question.
thing reference that. I had talked to a young lady that does Doppler tests, sonograms, ultrasound stuff, and she said 4 to 5 times more people with blood clots they're seeing. What can you do if you've had COVID or if you've had the vaccine? I'm not pinning it on either one, but you want to check and see, are you having blood clots or do you have them forming and they haven't showed up yet?
Yeah, I can help you with that.
What can you do about that?
I can help you with that because I actually have people on both ends of the spectrum. So a person I know that never had the vaccine, got COVID, he said, I guess I've got this long COVID thing. And he was able to go to see Dr. Vaughn, who was on our podcast, and Dr. Vaughn was able to determine he has tiny blood clots all in his blood. Not the kind that can kill you, but that's what's making him feel lethargic and whatever. And he is actually treating him to remove those blood clots. And then I have people that never had it, but the vaccine seems to be tied to their blood clots. But yes, Bubba, you can. There are doctors that can determine whether you are at risk or have blood clots forming in your blood. And yes, thankfully, there are treatments that can help you with that problem.
And I spoke to Dr. Jordan Vaughn, who was our guest on Rick and Bubba University that Rick is talking about the fact that I got the Johnson & Johnson, by the way. And he said, that's good. That's the least dangerous one. Right. And yet that's the one that was pulled from the market.
Yeah.
When that happened, I was like, all right, none of this makes sense at all. And that's the reason why I got the Johnson & Johnson, because what I was reading, it wasn't an mRNA. It was old school. Yeah. It was more of an old school vaccine, and it was a one-timer, too, so that I could hopefully move on with my life. Because what a crazy world that we lived in, guys, where you couldn't live your life.
Yeah.
And there was just so much pressure everywhere you looked. It's just unbelievable what we went through.
Yeah. So, and he says the guy who's getting treated by Dr. Vaughn, he said that they're making progress. So,
what is the test they look?
How do they determine?
I don't know.
Is that
I guess they do a blood test and take your blood and put it under a microscope and look at it. I don't know. That may be oversimplification on my part.
Dr. Jordan Vaughn's Twitter account has a whole lot of pictures of those blood clots that he's looked at underneath the microscope. Yeah. And he has a lot more information there if people want it.
Okay. All right. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG as the Rick and Bubba show moves on. So that's the update, and these are updates, and we'll get into Alex Murdaugh next, and OJ Simpson.
I cannot believe he's chiming in on this.
Well, he can't believe people want to hear from him.
He doesn't understand why. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As you note, Brett, the FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
Now, look at a family man and decided you guys that were taking a trip to see some family in North Carolina.
That's right.
And you decided to, what I considered to be, to commit a Bobo no-no. You decided you would travel a pretty good distance by vehicle with not one dog, but with two dogs.
And one he doesn't like.
And one that you...
I like Franklin, okay?
Can't stand Franklin.
I like
can't
him.
stand him.
I like him.
He's no Kevin.
He's my adopted son, but I still love him just as much.
Explain to everyone what he is.
Why didn't he go?
We left the cat at home. Left the cat at
So,
home.
but I mean, you'll be honest. I mean, Franklin is a dog that you inherited by marriage.
Yes, he's
his stepdog.
He's my stepdog.
Right.
And Franklin is a German Shepherd Basset Hound mix.
I've never.
So his body
Picture
is
that
very
process.
long.
He's a beaut.
And his legs are very short. Like a Tyrannosaurus Rex has those short arms.
Yeah.
He's that, very much.
That's an odd
He
combination.
looks like a chicken thigh, like a little chicken bone, like a little
That's
chicken
funny.
leg. That's what he's got on him. It's hilarious. Franklin is very
Temperamental?
stupid.
He's stupid.
He's stupid, yeah. And but that doesn't mean I don't like him. Okay, Speedy. Just because you said I hate Franklin, I like him. Just because he's stupid.
Well,
doesn't mean
does Aaron get on to you for how harsh you are with Franklin?
I'm a little. I expect a little bit more
Adler?
from Franklin than.
Do you
Aaron,
think Franklin is giving you maximum Franklin, and you think there's more there that's just not there?
I do. Maximum
You expect
Franklin
too
is
much.
right.
So based off what you just said, you like stupid things.
I guess so. Well, yeah. Now I'm thinking about it. I do. I like a lot of stupid things. Okay. Yeah. Kind of a stupid guy. Okay, that's me. All right. So yeah, we went to Asheville. It's like what, like 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours.
So much, but nothing compared to what y'all been on before. Y'all road trippers, baby.
That's right. Well, yeah, my wife
Probably
and I
seemed like
have,
nothing.
but I haven't taken the dogs.
The dogs in the car is different.
Because you want to enjoy the trip.
Kevin, we haven't taken both dogs. We've taken one dog. Kevin went with Aaron and I on the big kind of trip or whatever. And Kevin is a pro at this. He really is. Y'all, I'm not joking you. We're pulling onto the interstate. He knows what an on-ramp feels like. But he's like, all right, this is an on-ramp. I know what to do. Curls up, lays down, falls asleep, and sleeps the entire time we're on the interstate. He is a champ. He is the best.
Can I raise my hand?
Yeah.
Do you animal travel people assume that the people you're going to see want your animals to come?
Oh, well, I actually did not bring the animals into my grandmother's house.
Okay.
Aaron and I got a Airbnb. So
that's a different story.
So
don't go into that.
He loves that Airbnb stuff.
Frank is not as good on the road. He is.
See what I'm saying?
He thinks that he's eloped with my wife. It's actually my wife, Franklin. That's not your wife, buddy.
Right.
Jealous much.
Yeah, he's so weird.
No.
He gets lost.
Really
in her
attached
eyes.
to her.
He has a hard time using the restroom if she's outside because he's like, all right, I have pretty important stuff to do, but what's she doing? Let me
Give us
check
that
it out.
look when he's next to
you're
her.
like, oh, he's like, he can't decide if he needs to really, really take care of something or just hang out by mom.
Give us the look when he's next to
that's
mom.
the level. It's like,
Yeah. His German Shepherd head.
Yeah, with his German Shepherd head and his Basset Hound ears. The guy is a weird looking thing.
Yeah, that's a strange animal.
And y'all, he's stretched out because he has to be close to my wife who's sitting in shotgun. He's stretched out on the bench seat in the gap, laying across it like a bridge so his face can rest on the center console and his nose be close to his mom.
Unbelievable.
And he won't. I'm like, Frank, just get back in the seat and just lay down and sleep, buddy. That's all you got to do right now. And the entire trip, I've got hot dog breath on my right elbow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. And it's just like, okay, so I guess for the next 150 miles, I'm just going to have this hot air on my elbow.
150, baby.
And y'all, we're going in, and we get to the Ocoee River where I think it's the Nantahala National Forest kind of meet right there.
Yeah.
And we get out and go to the river, and the dogs get to walk around and stuff like that. And I'm like,
okay, this is working out. This is, we're trying to, 'cause up until that moment, about 4 hours in, I was like, I regret this decision. Like, they're being annoying. Aaron and I aren't quite in like relaxed vacation mode, so we're kind of annoyed with each other.
Kind of like when I had that rock about 2 inches off the ground.
That's
regret. It is 22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us, and thanks to the teachers all over America yesterday for being part of Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom. Check Rick and Bubba Instagram and social media today to see if you see your class's picture there. Thank you for including us in that, teachers, and hope it was good to see all the students and all of you that were watching and listening to that yesterday. All right, so we got to get to the Murdaugh stuff. Is that how you say his name? Is it Murdaugh? Is that how we say his name? Is it Murdock?
It's Murdock.
Murdock.
Yeah, but it's clearly spelled Murdaugh. And they say Alec, and he's clearly spelled Alex. So who knows? I'm going to call him Alex Murdaugh.
Okay.
Because that's the way it's spelled. And I really don't care if that offends him because he's a killer.
Here we go. He was found guilty on all charges. I guess that's 5B right there.
Yeah.
So here is the moment when the verdict, and it was 3 hours that they
Less
discussed.
than 3. Real quick.
Less than 3 hours that they discussed it to come down with this verdict. Here we go.
The State versus Richard Alexander Murdock, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. You want me to turn it over? Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3-2-23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdock, defendant. Indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the forelady. Date 3-2-23.
So
guilty on all charges.
Guilty on all charges. Now O.J. Simpson has weighed in. And when you hear the things that O.J. is about to say, first of all, he can't believe why he's being asked about it. And,
so this one is before this comes out.
Right, before the guilty.
And then once it comes out, he gives us another one.
Yeah. But we got to hear this one first, even though the verdict's here, because the things he says, considered what we know about O.J., you can't believe that anybody can be this tone deaf about themselves. Yeah. All right, so here's O.J.
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, yours truly. Well, a whole lot of people are asking me what I think about this Alex Murdock trial. I don't know why they think I'm an expert on it, but I got to admit, when he took the stand, a guy who's an habitual liar, I did watch when the trial first started. I watched him take the stand, and I thought it was probably a mistake because the guy is an admitted liar, and it's hard for me to think he can be on the stand 5, 6, 7, 8 days without lying. Question is, what did he lie about? But lying and stealing money is a little different than murder. I realized in watching him testify what he was doing. He was just trying to relate to one or two of those jurors that he was a good old boy. He was one of them. And I'm not sure he didn't succeed in doing that. I am not qualified to really say if the guy did it or he didn't do it. If a juror missed an hour of testimony, they no longer qualified. I've missed days that I haven't watched this. But from what I've seen, do I think it's more likely that he did it? Yes. But more likely equals reasonable doubt. From what I know, I would have to say there's a lot of reasonable doubt there. He's going to go to jail for all the thievery he did, stealing millions of dollars of people. I think he should be looked at more about the death of his housekeeper a few years ago, where he ended up with over $4 million of the insurance money. I think they should take a hard look at that. But it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this guy beats this case. He's going to go to jail. He's going to go to jail for all the money he stole. I'm curious there because I got 9 to 33 years. 33 years because I caught some guys trying to sell my stolen property, and I yelled at them. Even they didn't think I should go to jail, and the judge gave me, Jackie Glass gave me 9 to 33 years. So
you got a gun, OJ.
I'm trying to see what this guy is going to get. I was up there with guys who had robbed casinos and robbed banks 2 or 3 times, and they had half the time or a third of the time that I got. So I'm always curious to see what kind of time these guys get for stealing millions of dollars. When I caught guys stealing my stolen property, the state of California, after I was convicted, ruled it was my property, and they gave it to me, so I have it now. So how do you go to jail for catching guys who are trying to sell your stolen property? Well, nevertheless, I do think this guy more than likely did it. But once again, more than likely, to me, is tantamount to reasonable doubt. It would work against him in a civil trial, but I don't know if it's going to work against him in this criminal trial. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he beats this. I'm just saying. Take care.
Thank you, OJ.
Now, OJ, did you hear him say, now, look, he might pull it off in the criminal. That's going to hurt him in the civil. You mean like it did you?
Right.
Yeah. Right.
And then he acts like, I don't know why y'all asked me. I was put in jail for stealing stuff. No, you got off on murder. That's why we're asking you.
Right. No, and what OJ leaves out, too, he had a gun, and he wouldn't let a guy leave a room.
Of course not.
Which is considered kidnapping.
Right.
Even
he leaves that part
even
out.
for a small bit of time.
He's left one trial completely out, and he's left out the facts of the very trial in which he actually was.
But with all of that
and he
said,
lost the civil trial, too, on the murder.
With all of that said, though, OJ still has a certain charisma and likability to him. You know,
Bubba, 1 million people follow him on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean, he
I
does.
added that. I added to the
just
list
listening
this
to
morning.
him, you think, aside from the killing and all that stuff, you think he'd be a cool guy to hang out with.
It goes back to the thing. I think.
I know. I said it.
I agree with you. I agree with you
100%.
100%.
I think it goes back to.
And I don't want to make him mad.
No, I know. I think it goes
I do
back.
want to have coffee with him today, though.
To one of our misunderstandings about evil forces and the devil himself. I hate to break it to everybody. It's kind of like OJ. Hey, you're a murderer and a criminal, but I find myself wanting to have lunch with you. You know what I mean? And that's not. I mean,
it's not right.
But no, it's not. All right, we come back, and that's it. You just have to say I'm going to pass on that lunch, even though my flesh wants to do it. OJ now will come back and give his post-trial commentary, and he entitles it "Down Goes Murdock."
Yeah.
So we'll do that when we come back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Regret. So there was the regret there for about 4 hours, but we kind of settled. We all settled down. We all kind of settled down, and things got better. Then we got to our Airbnb. Took us a lot longer than I wanted to.
Such a long way.
The sun was down, so it was dark out there, and we get to our little cottage, and you can show that. That's actually there. We are at the Ocoee River, just hanging out. There's the dog, just hanging out.
Hello, Franklin.
There's Frank with his chicken drumstick legs. He's got little drumstick legs.
Wow.
He's a funny looking dog.
He is.
We get to our Airbnb, and it's this. It's outside of Asheville. This kind of cottagey little thing. There's on this property. There's a big house, and then we're in our own little small, tiny cottage thing. And we go out to the cottage, and we go to the back porch, and we hear some sounds. And the dogs are freaking out, like looking down over this back porch. And there's some sounds. And
some sounds.
That wasn't that good of an impression.
Based off that, I'm still not sure what it was.
Oh, yeah.
I guess
we'll talk about that.
It's horses.
You're staying with horses?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know we're talking to Adler, and we'll get back to that. We do have an update concerning Bubba, and this is coming from Betty, who also wants to thank all of you for your prayers. Here's the situation with Bubba as of right now. They didn't do any stents today. However, he does need stents, but they're going to schedule them for another day because there is some blockage. It's in a T formation, making it a little more complicated, meaning they can't just do it now that if it was simpler, they would have just done it while they had him today, but it's not going to be that simple, but it still will still be stents. We're not talking about open heart surgery or anything like that. It says the main arteries of the heart are good. It's in a secondary artery, and they are going to address that at a later date. She said a week from Friday, but we're asking if she means they'll do it this Friday or next Friday. But anyway, so there's the update. So nothing took place today other than figuring out what they were up against. Is that pretty accurate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's what they're up against, and they will do 2 stents, but they're not going to do them today. That's an update I can give you with zero reservation. When they will actually do it is still a little bit gray, whether that she means this Friday or next Friday.
Right.
She's trying to clarify that. So Bubba, based on that, should be back tomorrow, I would guess. So because they're not doing anything till later in the week or next week.
Yep.
So we'll see. So we're talking to Adler, and she did want to thank all of you for praying from the entire family, and we thank you for that too. So Adler, that when we left you last hour, you went on a road trip to North Carolina to see family. You took not just one dog, but 2. You booked an Airbnb. You regretted taking both dogs 4 hours in.
Yes.
But got some relief when you got out near a beautiful body of water.
Yes.
And then said, we made it to our Airbnb. It's dark, took longer than we thought. And you walked out on the back deck of your Airbnb and heard the sound of what it sounded like you were trying to do an impression of a horse.
Can I try that again? That wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Right? Like, was that better? Okay, see, that's what I got to do right there.
That's a good one.
Relax more. Relax my face more.
Yeah, that's it.
Am I? Okay.
Yeah. Or you could just do this. So where were the horses?
The horses were out back, behind this. We're like in a cottage, and there's like a shaded spot underneath the porch, and I guess the horses like sleep there at night too, or something. But we go out there, and I didn't know that. I didn't expect them. I knew there were horses on the property. In fact, that's why my wife picked this Airbnb. She loves looking through these and finding something cool and.
It's different, unique.
One.
I like it.
Whoa! I didn't know that was stereo. By the way, it goes left to right. The horse sound goes left to right.
There it goes.
Headphones have perks. Oh wow! Okay,
very cool.
I'm getting it. Okay, so Erin booked the place because she knew there were horses, but we didn't know they were going to be that close to us. I thought they were maybe far away, whatever. They're staying underneath our porch. That's like where they're sleeping. And we go out there, I feed the dogs because we get there, it's late at night, and we go out there on the thing, and I look over the edge, and I'm like, I can see a tail swishing. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a horse right there. And the dogs hear them, and the dogs smell them, and they're freaking out. They're like, all right, this is not good. Something's going on.
We got animals.
We're animals.
They are not us.
We sense other animals, but they're not quite like the animals we love. Other dogs, whatever. Yeah. And so,
are your dogs barking dogs, or do they just do they make a lot of noise?
They are now.
Kevin doesn't bark.
You notice this
until he really barks. Like.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is done. Cook's Pest Control, part of the Rick and Bubba Show. But look, man, I just love the folks at Cook's Pest Control. You know, we have a problem down at the farm when the weather starts to warm up. The carpenter bees go absolutely nuts. And they like try to take over the barn.
You know, I don't know why they call them carpenter, Rick, because they don't build anything.
Yeah, no, all they do is drill a bunch of holes.
They drill holes for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
They never put a screw in.
Sure. It's like that contractor can't ever get the project finished.
It may be that they make the carpenters mad.
Could be.
Yeah. That may be why they call them that.
But anyway, they swarm. I mean, they swarm to the point that you're like, we can't even enjoy ourselves there. They're everywhere. And Cook's has a great treatment for that, by the way, and it knocks them out. And we go back to all I did was place a call, say, hey, man, we're down here getting ready for next week, and carpenter bees are back. And I use those things. You can order those little jar things, and they do catch a bunch of them. But without the treatment, the jars just can't keep up with how many there are, and that helps. So, this is what really helps. So, that's just one of many things they can do for you, and they're just the best in the business. And right now, you can go to cookspest.com and get a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. They'll let you know what they would do to treat it. There's no obligation to use them, even though I would suggest that you do. They even have services for contractors. Speaking of contractors, on new home construction. So, go to cookspest.com right now. Cookspest.com. We love them. You will too. Looky. Here comes Cookie. Cooks Pest Control. All right, so OJ will now weigh in post. Now, OJ is sitting there saying things like, now, right here, I think we got reasonable doubt for the criminal trial. But now it's going to hurt him in the civil trial. Now, I don't know why people keep asking me about this. I have an idea why they are. So anyway, so now he's going to, and then, of course, he doesn't understand why he got put in jail for just going to get his stuff.
Yeah. Well, the fact you had a gun and you were holding a guy who wanted to get out of a hotel room, and you and several other big men would not let him leave, that's kind of considered kidnapping.
Kind of left that part out. Left that part out. So here's OJ now post the Alec Murdock all guilty ruling. Here he goes.
Well, I just told a buddy of mine, we were on the phone, and we were talking about this Murdock case, and I said, well, I don't know. I think the guy might be able to get some reasonable doubt there. But I said, if the verdict comes back tomorrow, he's going to be guilty. If the verdict comes back next week sometime, that means they're probably fighting, and there's probably some disagreement in it. One thing that I was told by the lieutenant of the sheriff's department, when I was incarcerated in one of my cases. And after the police officers had testified in my case, all of the sheriff's department, they ran the jail, not the prison, but they ran the jail, and that's where I was being housed. They said, you're going home. And I said, well, how can you guys be so sure? They said, when a jury sees somebody as lying, especially police officers, they won't convict. And like it or not, those police officers, it was pretty apparent that they were lying about stuff. Well, that seemed to be the case here with Murdock. The one thing that the jury must have seen is that the guy's a liar, and once the guy's a liar, you can't believe anything he says. Now, I thought, and as I said, I didn't watch the whole case, so I don't know. I'm not qualified to render a judgment one way or the other because I didn't watch it all. But I know the guy's a liar. It's hard for me to think that he could have been on the stands 5, 6, 7 days and without lying, and I guess that's the way the jury saw it. In any event, it's done. It's over now. Down goes Murdock. I'm just saying. Take care.
There he is.
Oh, my goodness.
There he is, Bubba.
Wow. I appreciate OJ weighing in there. He was just taking a stab at it.
Yeah. Hey, watch it.
Hey.
So
some cutting words.
Nobody likes a liar.
But what he said, I think, is probably pretty accurate.
He's right. Yeah. That's how he won.
And in his case, Mark Furman, who he was referring to, one of the police officers, was, if you remember, was asked directly on the stand, have you ever used the N-word? Mm-hmm. And he said, no, I have not. And the defense produced a tape of him discussing some things with friends of his, and he did use the N-word. Right. So at that point, he's a liar, and he is basically not to be believed.
I think that was even more of a...
Right? Do I remember that right?
No, you're right. The thing that I don't... Everybody always says it was the glove stunt, which should not have been done. But I don't think that glove thing hurt as bad as what you just said hurt. because once that word was in the courtroom and linked to that officer, now you begin to believe what, let's be honest, was an absurd narrative that they had planted OJ's blood at the scene and all that. It was absurd. But once I heard that said, now that's all I needed to believe what I wanted to believe anyway if I'm a juror.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that. The guy got up there and he testified. I lied about this, I lied about that. I was a drug addict. I was stealing money to cover my tracks, da-da-da-da-da. And then after he's admitted lying, on 100 different things, then he turns around and says, "But I'm telling the truth now. I didn't kill him." And it's just a hard pill to swallow.
Well, it goes back to what my mother said to me about the food fight of 1979. She literally said, "So let me get this straight. All these things that the school has disciplined you for, you did, but you didn't do this one." And really, that's what Murdock was trying to convince everybody.
No.
Now, I've done all these, but I didn't do the murder. That's where I drew a line.
Yeah, didn't do that.
Right.
OJ predicted it pretty good, though. I mean, he killed it,
Okay, you've done it.
You're still doing it?
How many one-liners you got?
How many of those you got?
I'm sorry.
You want to get them all out? You want to purge?
What cutting words from OJ.
Okay. Now you're trying to make it work.
I'm
You had
sorry.
two good ones.
Continuing.
Okay, you had two good ones. Okay.
There are markers though in events where you go, okay, I remember where I was. When I saw that white Bronco with OJ, I remember where I was.
Me too. Bubba and I were at the comedy club.
Yeah.
Sure was.
I mean, I'll never forget it. And there's just times like that. It's sad that we remember that, but I just do. I mean, and for
I don't
him
know
to
why
say,
everybody wants me to weigh in
for
on
him
this.
to say probably the most publicized, the most popular celebrity / athlete trial in the history, right? I guess for him to say he's not qualified to comment. Pretty funny.
I was in the kitchen with my mom with a bowl haircut. That's where I was.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't even see over the countertops, but I remember it.
That's weird.
It was weird.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
Why is it going so slow?
Right. So it's OJ has weighed in. What's that number again? Helms, over 1 million followers.
Yeah, I think it's right at 1 million,
Right at
900,000, something like that.
He'll comment on things.
Yeah.
Right.
Even though he doesn't understand why.
The
They're
juice.
asking him.
Don't know why everybody's asking me about this.
The juice is loose.
I have watched on Netflix. It's just a 3-episode series. It's a documentary, I should say, on the Murdock murders, and it's Hey That Family. If you think it's just these two, the mom and Paul, one of the sons, it's not. It goes on to the boat accident.
Oh yeah,
a kid found in the middle of the road.
Oh, the maid,
the maid, the housekeeper falling down the steps that he claimed the dogs tripped her.
Gloria. Oh yeah.
And then the kids of the housemaid, the housekeeper, the kids find out that he did get a settlement, and they never saw a penny of it.
All right, let me ask you this: do you think people, and how we're
very
here,
strange.
Sometimes things are hard to hear right, and maybe we shouldn't be added. I'm looking at how his name is spelled. I'm sorry, I can't get past this.
No, Rick, I hadn't either.
Do you think they're saying Murdaugh? Murdaugh.
No, they're added.
Because it's D-A-U-G-H. That's not Murdock.
Rick, I know. It's one of the things that we've openly discussed.
I'm sorry.
It drives Greg and I nuts.
Okay, see,
we've even argued with Speedy about this because at first we thought he was wrong.
Right.
And he's been nailing it the entire time.
Right.
And let's talk about the first name. It's Alex, not Alec. But they call him Alec.
They call him Alec.
Yeah.
He says Alec.
I don't know what
in the
deal
documentary
is.
they say, "What is your name?"
Yeah.
And he says, Alex, but they call me Alec. And he says Murdock.
And our friend from Fox.
Isn't this how his name should be spelled?
Yes, that's how it should be spelled, yes. But our friend,
right?
Sorry, buddy.
Ainsley Earhart on Fox News, who we've had here on the show and did a podcast, I believe, she wouldn't come off of it either last night. She was saying it the way it was spelled, and I was so proud of her.
Right.
Well, and I heard somebody who was an analyst on it, and they said that the problem, he said, there's no way that the defense wanted him to testify. He said, but with his background, what he miscalculated, he said he's so arrogant and such a narcissist. He thought that their best chance was for him to get on the stand because he thought he could manipulate the jury better than his own lawyer.
Yep.
And he said, and that's what cost him.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we don't put people on the stand when we're in the defense position. And
plus, when you say you weren't on the premises, but there's video evidence.
TikTok heard him
were.
on that one, or no, Snapchat.
Yeah.
Snapchat heard him on that one.
Yes,
That's going to hurt. Yep.
Phone calls. Lots of topics have already been covered. My goodness. We'll come back and we'll take those phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG on any topic. All 10 lines available when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba.
Kevin won't bark until a package hits our front step, and then he goes crazy. Franklin will bark a little bit when he hears a car door closed, and then as the guy's walking, he'll bark a little bit more. Franklin's a more intermittent barker. He'll bark more. So we're on the deck, and we're trying to be quiet because like the people who own the property, their house is only like 200 feet away from us. It's a like a rural area, but there are other houses around, and it's quiet, guys. It is quiet. Lightning bugs were out. There was like a lightning storm in the background. It was awesome, and Franklin is ruining it. Frankly,
of course.
Frankly,
okay.
And
the stupid one.
This is the stupid one, and he's barking, and I'm like, Franklin, stop it, Frank, stop. Trying to do all kinds of weird Cesar Millan dog whisperer stuff. And finally, I just take my fingers and I just jab him in the side of his stomach and just turn him around because you got to turn them when they get pointed at something. You got to turn them. And Franklin looks at me and he's just like, man, like what is this, man? I'm trying to help here,
I'm with Mom.
Yeah. And the horses are like, all right, what's going on up there? And they start peeking their way out and they walk out and it's unreal. I'm like, from me to Speedy down below us, there's horses right there. Kevin's looking at them and Franklin's looking at them. And I think Frank did this to get back at me, but Franklin just turns and just Ralphs right there on the patio. Just throws up.
It was just too much pressure.
I don't know what it was.
What in the world?
Look, there's horses.
Well, and then you get blamed for hitting him in the side.
I get blamed for doing the finger jab
Probably
in
why
the
he
side.
threw up.
I don't.
Probably yes.
Maybe.
I
guess I
hit him in the side.
I just jabbed
Probably
him with
bleed
my
internally.
fingers. Sure. That's exactly right. There it is. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
So we got that cleaned up. Franklin stopped barking, and we get through that first night.
Traveling with animals, it's awesome.
Yeah. The second day is here, Saturday, and I am like, well, we've got horses, we got dogs, we got a patio. I'm gonna fly the drone. I got to get some shots.
Why would you
on it.
fly the drone?
So I'm flying the drone, and we
look
got
at this.
some wonderful hills.
Is this your view?
North Carolina. Yeah, this is right
the
where
drone.
we're at.
Did you go to see your grandparents or just go on a trip?
Mostly just a trip.
Okay,
No,
you're
we
right.
spent all day Saturday at the hospital with my grandparents. That was
Oh,
awesome.
look at the horses.
And there's the horses right there. So
There's a little one.
there's a little guy, and I don't know if it's a mom or a dad, or if it's just like there's just like a teenager hanging out with two adults or something. I don't know. And the horses initially are acting cool, and I think everything's fine. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to get some good shots, but I don't want to spook them or anything like that. And I make this move right here behind the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And they're okay. They seem to be okay. And then I keep going. And when I kind of poke out behind the tree here, I'm like, oh, the framing is perfect. Oh, this is great. I'm going to do a little push in and start going towards these horses.
Oh, they don't care for
And they, at this moment, they think it's some kind of crazy robo-hawk from the future that is about to kill them.
You're spooking somebody's horses.
Y'all, I didn't mean to spook the horses.
Right.
And Aaron's sitting next to me on the back patio watching this whole thing, and so is Kevin, and so is Franklin. And I'm like, I want this wonderful, beautiful footage of horses running, but I don't want to.
What if you scared him, broke his leg?
Look, now you've got a full-blown run.
No, they're hauling butt. So there's our place right there. And y'all, the horses are running towards the fence. And I'm like, these horses are going to run out of the fence.
What have you done?
And they go
What
into
have you done?
Somebody catch the horse.
This is why you shouldn't rent out your horse place to a bunch of people you don't know.
And Aaron goes, stop right now. Stop it right now. She called. She
They went into a frenzy.
They were cornered too. I think if I
see your place now.
If I had pursued a little bit more, I think it would have been bad.
They almost busted through the fence.
They didn't though.
No, they didn't. You're right.
Is that the place you stayed right there?
You go, right
Yeah,
there.
that's it. That's where we are.
Cool.
There's the love shack.
It's a little low shack.
Y'all put them outside, I hope.
What's that? We had a great time. Everything was good. No horses got loose, and Franklin didn't throw up anymore. So.
No horses were hurt in this filming.
That's exactly right. That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Earning their degree. All right, we're back. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. All right, so let's get started. Phone calls. John gets us started. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Doing good, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good. We're good, man. Go ahead.
Okay. I've got 2 fun facts for you about the O.J. Simpson trial.
Okay.
Number one, he was doing an interview on some talk show about his book that he was bringing out,
Yep.
and he actually admits to committing the murders and how he did it. But he made it in a third form until the end, but he started talking about how he did it.
Yeah.
No,
we
he
remember
did
talking.
I remember talking about that. He did a book called How I Would Have Done It If I Did It, or something like that, wasn't it? What was the name
but
of
didn't that never was published, was it? Because it was so controversial. I think they stopped the idea to publish that.
If I did it.
Yeah.
If I did it. I think the Goldman
Did it get published?
I think the Goldman family just attached it.
They got all the money off of it?
I think so.
Oh, look, the Ron Goldman Foundation for Justice authorized version.
Okay.
Wow, that's how they got it.
I thought something happened when they took control of it, didn't it? Uh-huh. Let's go to Casey. Casey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
We're great.
Good. I just wanted to offer some information based on my name. My maiden name is pronounced Bachman, but it's spelled with a GH.
Like Bachman Turner Overdrive?
And it has, yes.
Have you seen anything yet?
German descent, so.
That's good.
Right.
Can I sing anything?
No, I said, have you seen anything yet?
Right. Are you taking care of business today?
That's one of their songs.
You just gonna roll down the highway?
I ain't seen nothing yet.
Right.
Yeah. So Bachman is spelled that way. You're right, and it is pronounced Bachman.
I thought she said her name was spelled B-A-U-G-H.
Oh, you're right. Bachman isn't spelled that way.
B-A-C-H with the band, like Bach.
But you're just saying.
I sent Speedy an email detailing it.
Okay.
But you are B-A-U-G-H, ma'am?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you still pronounce it Bachman just like they do.
That's correct.
Okay.
And why? That's the question I want to know.
Baby.
Why did the family make that decision?
Yeah, when it comes to a name, you can say it any way you want to, and it's supposed to be.
I'm going to go by Mihail from here on out.
Remember, I tried to move to be Rick Burgess,
right?
And it just didn't take.
Well, and I went through Bill Basset, but it really didn't catch on.
Yeah. Ron in Mississippi. Hello, Ronnie. Go ahead.
Better than the other mispronunciations of my name.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Ron. Go ahead.
Hey, so I've been following the Murdock trial.
I bet.
So look, the reason I think OJ thought he was going to beat it, both those trials were extremely similar in the fact that they had expensive lawyers tied to it. The defense was about collection of evidence. The law is out to get him. And, hey, you didn't look for nobody else. That was the big smoke screen. That's what got O.J. off. That's what Murdock tried to do with that dead-gum iPhone, Rick. That iPhone had him tied to the scene within minutes. He couldn't beat it. And if O.J. had that iPhone back in the day, he might very well be in jail right now as we speak.
Let me ask you this, because I'm like O.J. talked about, I didn't see much of the trial. I just saw some highlights every day. When you say the phone tied him to the scene, did they? Are you talking about the video that was on TikTok, or did they actually ping and use the
Snapchat?
It was the video that he put.
It was the information they pull is mind-boggling. They can tell when you're moving, how many steps you're moving. I mean, I didn't even know they could do that kind of sort of thing.
Well,
they know exactly. They can go pull all that information.
Right, and let me ask you this, though, because I know they use that same technology to convict some of the people on January the 6th of where they were.
Yeah.
But then when the 2,000 Mules was published and they were using that technology, they said it can't be reliable and can't be counted on. When you had people stuffing ballot boxes.
It was very reliable in the court, And to the point that they knew exactly, both of them were using the phones at the time when the murders happened. He was fixing to send that video to a friend, and both of those phones just went inactive. So they knew within a matter of minutes, and then he had went to the house and called back within like 10 minutes. They knew within minutes of when the deaths occurred.
Yeah, what hurt him was the son was Snapchatting, and he didn't know it. And so you hear him in the background.
Right. At a place he said he wasn't.
At a place where he said he wasn't. So then back to your other thing, he had to come back and say, well, yeah, I lied about that, but I still didn't kill everybody.
Yeah.
But see, he had an alibi that he wasn't anywhere near that place.
But then there he was.
And then you could hear him in the background. Just moments
and
before
I think, didn't he call the dog, wasn't it Bubba? Isn't that what he said?
Now that I don't know. Yes. Exactly correct. Okay. We continue. Let's go to...
How did we hear Speedy just then?
That was Adler.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's go to...
I saw Speedy mouthing the same thing. I was like, what?
Bobby, Georgia, go ahead.
Hey, love you guys. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to tell you that the documentary on HBO, they have another one about the
Oh,
whole
really?
thing, and they go into a lot more of some past incidents with this family. And there was another boy that was killed in their area that a lot of people pointed fingers at Buster.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the car.
Yeah.
That was the road when the guy was found.
Yeah. They had all that on Dateline. See, I saw the Dateline.
They had that on the
deal
Netflix
on this
thing too. Unless I saw the HBO one, and I keep calling it Netflix.
Dateline did this months ago. Of course, it's not as in depth as a series. Yeah. But everything y'all bringing up, the big stuff was all in it. And that's when I was introduced to this whole thing. I didn't know who they were. I never heard of them. I didn't watch any of the trial, but I remember that. Let's go to. Let's go to. My goodness, we've got more Jordans. But I think at one time I thought we had more Bretts, but I really believe that our Jordan numbers.
I wonder where those came from.
I mean,
are those Michael Jordan fans or?
Fired in there.
Jordan, go ahead.
Hi, y'all ever watch that TV show OJ Simpson, who was a junior played OJ?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I did. I could. It's amazing that I understood what you said just then, but I did watch that. I think we all watched it when it came out, and
it was good.
That was that was a good series. Let's go to West Virginia. Bob's standing by. Hey, Bobby, go ahead, buddy.
Hey guys, on my way to the West Virginia State High School Wrestling Tournament. We turned you on. I heard you were talking about strange names or something. You ever heard the grammatical term palindrome?
What did you say?
I don't know.
What
All I
did you
got
just
was
say?
West Virginia and wrestling.
Is it Rob or Bob, Rick?
But anyway,
Bob.
palindrome is a word that can be spelled frontwards and backwards. Both my names are palindromes.
He's saying
palindrome.
Palindrome.
Is that what he's saying?
Palindrome.
Yeah. So your name is Bob. We got that. And then what's the second one?
My last name, it's an old Dutch German name, S-T-A-A-T-S, Stat.
Okay, double palindrome guy.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you, Double Pal.
Yeah, there was a movie that was the title was that. Do you remember what it was? It was really a good movie.
Wow. Kayak is a palindrome. Taco cat. Race car. UFO tofu is also a palindrome.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a splendid weekend. Don't have any pressure on you, but try to. If you got more, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Common sense, which sadly, and we got stories again today, apparently is now. Buddy, welcome back.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank you and the guys here, the staff, and all of you. Man, I tell you, I was just bathed in prayer the last few days, and I really appreciate it. Felt that, and glad to be here today.
Well, only your brothers here would start the show by singing Stent City.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
So
we may need to do a parody of that.
Well, it seems to be. I want you to know that I knew there were a lot of people who've had stents. I didn't know there were so many.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Everywhere I go, hey, Rick, can I have a minute? I'm telling you about stents I got.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I know y'all are getting it, and I'm getting it too. And, all I could think of yesterday was how many more stories Greg was going to have to hear about hearts.
Oh, my God.
His speech on he's had enough heart talk.
Yeah.
We got it.
Right. we got it.
Bubba, I'm hearing from people who have like 12, 13 stents.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize there were that many people walking around that many stents.
No, I walked off, got a chance to speak this past Sunday, and I came off, and everybody's walking up. And normally they want to talk about, that maybe something about their family, maybe something, whatever that. I mean, hey, man, Rick, thank you. Appreciate it. Good message today. Hey, look, I've had 4 stents.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Good to see you.
Pass it along to Bubba. I've had 4. I will. I'll pass that right along.
Well, it was my first time in the cath lab, and I can share that experience with you guys today.
Yeah.
A lot of firsts for me. Mm-hmm. I had my she commenced a shaving moment, first time ever. That was something.
Yeah, I guess they got to prepare the growing in case they need it, right?
Both sides.
You just said
both sides.
Yeah.
Now that's where they're going next Friday, right? They're going.
They are supposed to go growing to give them more room for more tools.
You gonna keep her shaved up?
You know where he's going, though, Greg. Stent City.
Well, once you bush hog a field down, you might as well keep it cut.
That's right, Bubba. That's exactly right.
It's now it's just maintenance.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm gonna tell you that is something. I'll say this: for those of you that your chest is already tightening up.
Sure.
Here we go.
Let me say this: for what they are able to do, and for the practically no pain you have with it. Now, I'm one of these feel-good people. I'm like a sports car. I've been extremely healthy my whole life, so when you have a little bit something wrong with you, it really takes you off the top of the hill a little bit.
Yeah.
You know how a sports car, you get the least little thing wrong, performance goes down. But I mean,
a lot of people
what I'm saying is healthy.
Car.
I ain't had anything really wrong with me.
No major
illness.
illness.
Some ortho things that were brought on by playing sports.
And when I think of you, I think of sports car.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's different makes and models.
Only this show. I don't know that there's another show, not one, that would have members of the program that are aging and all that goes with it. We've got somebody that's going to have 2 stents put in next week into their heart with a 90% clogged secondary artery. Okay,
right.
Thank goodness secondary.
That's right.
And when you return back to the show, we give you barbecue.
Well, yeah.
You are dadgum right.
I'm gonna tell you that. Honestly, my
welcome back. A couple of cents next week. Here's a plate of barbecue.
There you go. Get you started just right.
You want baked beans with that? Some biscuits?
My doctor I was supposed to take it easy for 2 days. Okay.
There it is.
And I saw on the calendar, this is no joke.
All right, y'all predicted this.
I saw that John was going to be here.
Right.
Okay. And I thought, there's no way.
Right.
There's no way I'm going to miss this.
No.
Because my next chance will come at Thanksgiving.
Right, yes.
And I just can't miss this.
Right.
This is not.
You were going to milk a day.
I'm not going to let John McLemore pass through the studio and me not be here.
Greg,
it just can't happen.
Greg, there was a sports car leaving Stent City.
That's right. Squealing the tires. You talking about a Maserati?
Just 185.
A lot of Joe Walsh today.
I know.
All right.
I'll give you the whole spiel.
All right. We those of you that
don't tense your heart up. This is a good story. Greg will like it. Okay.
Greg, you gonna be okay with this one?
No, there's no pain in the story to speak of.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we make our way back, and as you heard, the gang's all here. Greg is not, and I see the look of disappointment on the grade 8, the Elite 8 today. Some things cannot be controlled, and Greg had to take his wife to the doctor today and could not be with us. But Bubba, I know we start this hour with a little shout out to an ongoing story here.
Oh yeah, the Jacksonville Golden Eagles, my high school team, they're playing for their second state championship in a row today in the 4A classification against the Westminster Christian, the Tigers from Huntsville, or Wildcats, I should say, from Huntsville.
Good night.
He's one of those cats.
And it's basketball.
Sport. In basketball. Yep.
Men's basketball.
Yeah. So, Bubba, are you going to go again?
I'm going to try to make it. I am.
There's a buddy of yours from Jacksonville asked me if he can see you there. Did he get in touch with you?
There's a few of them.
Yeah. Did he get in touch with you?
Matter of fact, several have. Yes.
Thank
you, Rick.
Okay, good.
And I hear you got a story you want to talk about.
Well, we're
gonna have a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it.
By the way, just I want to say hello to the Elite 8 today, the Grade 8.
Yeah.
Welcome in. Our guests are here.
Elite 8 and Final Four.
That's
Look at
right.
this bunch.
Yeah, golden ticket seats. So there you go. All right, so let's look back. You met Nathan, and he's added this Gareth throws me. I want to call him Garrett, but it's Gareth. Yeah. Gareth. And these are the two British pastors, church planners, and they're planning churches in London. And, of course, they stopped by with us on Monday's program. We got to visit with them, and they're here all week. And I left yesterday early, and thanks to the guys for affording me that opportunity and covering. And we did some shifting around to be there and had an opportunity to one of the things we do during the week when our local church is doing the one mission and talking about missions is we started this tradition last year that all of the missionaries and church planners that are in and their families come down to the farm, and we give them a day of rest and relaxation. But we also start out with doing a devotion with them and get them out by the fire, and then we have a time of prayer with all of them and their prayer needs, and just a wonderful time together. And so I was able to be there for that part of it that I missed last year and actually do the devotion with them, and it was great. So, but when all that ends, now you get down to the recreation part, and of course we were dealing with rain. But when people if they've never done something, or their children, apparently, the rain does not affect them at all. And I mean, because unless it's a storm, they're in, and it wasn't. It was just rain. It was at times a miserable rain, but we and of course the forecast again completely changed about 8 times. Why don't people in the weather business? Why don't y'all just say y'all don't know? Why don't y'all just say we kind of know? We think it'll go something like this. Okay, don't make us promises. Don't do that. Just say in general, this is kind of how it's going to go. And so anyway, the timelines are never right. They're never right. But anyway, so we were having fun, and so one of the things you think I got to get some things off the list. Is there anybody here that has never ridden a four-wheeler? And Nathan,
the four-wheeler.
Nathan was like, I wouldn't mind giving the quad a go. And I said, what'd you say? I wouldn't mind riding on the quad over there. I said, what are you calling it?
What? Quad.
And then Gareth says, what he's trying to say to you is a quad. He's calling it a quad. Yeah. And I said, it's not a quad, it's a four-wheel.
Yeah.
Yes, a quad. And so Nathan goes out. Now, are you ready for this? He's about to climb aboard of this. He said, I sent this picture home to my wife, and instead of her being concerned that I was climbing aboard something so powerful, all she said was, what are you wearing? And so he puts on this to get the rain off of him.
He looks like his tennis shoes he had on might be too good for that.
Watch out. He and Gareth both made a huge error on their shoes. Because they just wore their normal tennis shoes. Wow. And those tennis shoes paid a big price.
Nice white and yellow will not go good with mud all over.
So to set up this next line, the pasture there is a big open area, and that's where I like the rookies to stay in the pasture.
Take the quads there?
Yeah, let's take the quads and let's just stay in the pasture area.
Like that.
So Nathan, of course, as all newcomers do, started getting a little confidence. Okay, and it's so funny, the different cultures. He goes, I was wondering if I could ask you something. And I said, sure. Would you mind if I took it to the Woodlands?
To the Woodlands?
And I said, what'd you say? Would you mind if I drove the quad to the Woodlands? I said, to the Woodlands? Where's the Woodlands? And you mean back in the woods on the trails? What? You know, back here, but I noticed when we left the pasture, there's some woodlands. Do you mind if I take it in the Woodlands? And I was like, sure, try it. I mean, that sounds good. Cher's like, don't put him in the woods. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Get spider webs all over.
And so he did that. So then I noticed that Gareth didn't want to say it, but I could see that he was desperately wanting to catch a fish. He'd never caught a fish. I'd still like to catch a fish. I said, yeah, well, not great weather. It's not great.
Yeah.
And thankfully, one of the missionaries that is one of the places you can't say where they are, he goes, look, I got Nathan's fish for him last year, and he's from our part of the world.
Okay.
He's just serving somewhere else. And he says, he's a Southerner. He says, I'll handle Gareth. Okay.
Oh, that was good.
And I said, oh, okay, so can we get him on the fish? Because now all the little people, all their little children, I now become the guide for them, which means I will have various hooks in my hands. They got to the point where they got they didn't really like the way they could cast that they just said, could I cast for them? And then they want to reel it in.
Okay.
And so we get this going, and then they get fish. They can't take it off. And so I've now become, and it was wonderful. It was great. So Gareth.
Sounds like me at parent night.
Yeah, so Gareth is like going around, and I said, please, somebody. And then, of course, they want to document Gareth's first fish to send to his wife.
Oh, yeah, they do.
And so he's out there fishing. And so finally, I hear that he's been successful. And I said, so, Gareth, did you catch a fish? And he says, yeah, I caught a flat one.
A flat one. A flat one.
And I said, you caught what? I caught one of the flat ones. I believe I caught a flat one. Then I caught one that wasn't flat. And I said, so what do you? Yeah, I actually reeled in a flatfish.
It's amazing.
It was a flat one.
It's amazing he caught that on rattle trap.
Yeah, I know. And I even said that. I said, that right there's a bold brim. That's a bully brim right there. He's hitting a rattle trap.
You can do anything.
So and of course, it'll tear that tiny mouth up.
Sure.
That's a lot of trouble there.
Yeah.
That's a rogue.
That's a big thing to try to eat for that little fish.
I said, that's a brim. Can you spell it for me? And I said, it's a brim. You talking about the flat one? I said, yeah, the flat one. Yeah, now I'm calling it a flat one. You know what I mean?
It's a good name for it.
And then I caught another one, I would just say that's not flat. I said, you mean a bass?
Yeah.
Well, you took up more of the not flat one. Okay. Yeah, that's a bass. Yeah, are you saying bass?
Half a pound?
Yeah, it's bass. I would write it down, but you would say I was writing bass, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just trust me, it's a bass. You're talking about the one that's not flat one. I said, that's not the flat one. So I caught a flat one, and I caught one not so flat. and then I said, well, it's
He's
a brim.
wanted to describe it to his wife.
What is that? A pound or two?
No, maybe
half a pound.
About a pound.
Okay.
Yeah, about a pound, maybe half a pound.
How did he enjoy that experience?
Look how proud. Look at his smile.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Big smile.
As we all know,
Nice
he's sitting
shoes.
there, and of course now I get in because the kids finally, by the grace of God, they finally give up on it, And so what I left him one time, and the guy who had started left too, and we left him alone. And we forgot we didn't tell him how to take a fish off. Oh. So he's, I believe I need some help. I got the fish on. I don't know how to take it off. And I said, is it a flat one? Now you got me. You know what I mean? And so anyway, so we were working on it, and he said this: have there ever been words spoken any more true? I can see how this can be quite addictive.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. And he didn't want to stop. They actually sent word, the people that are the missions ministers of our church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They came out and says, Rick, you're not answering your phone. I said, because we're catching flat ones.
Yeah.
And those that are not flat. And they said, he has to go. And he looks at me and goes, do I have to leave right now? And he goes, I said, I think you have to go. And he goes, they said, we finally got Nathan off the quad. And then they said, these two have to go.
He came out of the woodland?
Yeah. He goes, I had a great time in the woodlands. Do we have to leave now? And they're like, and then he's looking, he goes, could I stop and maybe catch one more? And I said, well, there's no guarantee. I'd like to make a few more. What is it called? I said, cast. I like this casting quite a lot. And so I said, see, anytime people
Rick, y'all never plan enough time for them to get out and play.
No one ever. Anytime I say to people when they finally get to real life where there's stress everywhere you turn, And, I just don't understand how you can sit out there and fish, and even on days you're not catching, how you can do it. I said, let me try this. Yeah. Think of your most stressful moment. Just think of it in your mind right now. Are you stressed? Yeah. Now watch this.
Casting.
Rick's reeling it in slowly.
Yep.
He's casting again.
I said, in a minute, you ain't gonna be stressed anymore. Yeah. You know, especially if you couldn't give a rip if you catch a fish or not. You're just out here. So you know what? I said, look, we're gonna go right here. We're gonna
do
stop.
That left hand flip. Huh?
And I said, if we're gonna stop right here, and you can try. I don't try not to catch another flat one. Let's see if you can catch one that's not so flat.
Okay.
You're talking about the bass, not the bass. And so he throws it out, and bam, he catches one. That's the fish right there. He caught that right by the barn. And finally they came back again and said, all right, no longer asking for him to leave. He must leave. Please take the rod from him, and he's not going to make what they're supposed to do tonight.
Yeah, plus their shoes are dirty, and they got to find some time to clean those up.
Those Jordans he's got on?
I mean, goodness gracious.
All right, everybody in the truck.
They are. Look like
it. So I come back to the house, and I said, everybody all right? Well, we're fine. We did get quite wet. Yeah, I know. We're all wet. Okay, we're all wet. What? This can be quite addictive. Yeah. Yes, it can. Sure can. So they had a great time.
That's good.
I did not know, as I've got one of my brothers from church here in the Golden Ticket seats, I did not know they went to Buc-ee's.
Uh-oh.
You took them to Buc-ee's?
Oh, boy.
They've been to Buc-ee's. I had no idea. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Everybody's got a hungry heart.
Maybe that's not a good sign.
In 24 years, we have gone there. We've hit just about every scenario.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. At least once.
And there's more to come.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And me being the eldest here, I guess, I'm first in on serious medical problems that we have to address, and then we'll work our way back.
Well, the health of the physical health of the show is starting to waver a bit.
It is. Yeah. I think we're all at that age where it is now. Yeah. I mean, it's a topic.
Right.
I mean,
so
go through a little bit.
Some of this is interesting to me from a science standpoint, and some of it is just what we have to do. But of course, I got there early yesterday, first thing.
Sure you did.
And look, it's good to be the first guy because you're the first in.
Absolutely.
And that's even better.
By the way, if you haven't seen on Bubba's Instagram, the Naked Cowboy weighed in yesterday.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I want to thank my cousin who was in New York and got that for us. Yeah. That was precious. I laughed hard when I first opened that. I could not get it out there quick enough.
So funny.
That is good stuff. So, I tried, Rick, to be prepared going in. And so I did some preemptive shaving myself because I figured IV in one hand. The hope was that they would go through the wrist, and you see that they did. I'm not supposed to move that wrist a lot yet.
By the way, I'm not sure you're supposed to have taken that thing. Why did you take that off?
Well, I took it off so y'all could see the bandage.
Okay.
Let's peel the bandage off.
And I think that'll come tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
I want to see what's under it.
So, but a couple of places. One, I did not shave in the downtown area, which I knew would be a backup area because, quite frankly, I can't see what I'm doing. So it's very difficult, and you want to be careful with you want to be careful with a razor in that area.
Right.
I would advise that to anybody.
Right. And plus, let the professionals do it. They do it every day.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, you just lay there.
They have
they're efficient, aren't they?
They have a thing called a privacy cloth, and it's not near as big as you like for it.
Right. A privacy what?
Cloth.
Cloth.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what that's for.
Carry it with you into the cath lab or whatever. So anyway, I get there. Now the one place I did not shave, I even gave them a couple of landing spots for pads and things here on my chest.
Wait a minute, did you just start guessing where they were going to place these things on your chest?
I knew from the test leading up to it where they'd already ripped hair off. I just tried to give them a bigger landing zone.
Okay. Oh, you go into the snow-covered forest, baby.
Well, let me tell you, we're gonna clear the forest next time. I'm gonna go up there like a hairless chupacabra. You know what I mean? Okay. There's gonna be nothing left to pull. They're going to think I got the mange when I get there.
Right.
So, and they went with the IV in the elbow, which is an area I did not shave and was not prepared for. And I will say the whole day, the worst pain is pulling the tape off of your elbow with an IV stuck in it.
Yeah.
That, boy, I tell you, Rick, that just... Well, I mean the front of your.
Oh, okay. You mean in here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where they always. Yeah, that's where I prefer that.
I got track marks everywhere.
See, I don't like the IV in the hand. They always try the hand. I don't like the hand. The hand.
The back of the hand is.
Hand's uncomfortable. I want it right here.
Just pull it. You tell pull it quick. Just rip it off.
Well, but you
Then it
try
hurt.
to pull it and they can't get it off. Like
It's stuck.
somebody knocked
glue.
me out. You know what I mean? Knocked me out because it's already sore.
Yeah.
And so anyway, we do all that. They did a great job at St. Vincent's. I want to give them props. I know they do this every day, and but buddy, they're the pros. I mean, they do a great job. Everyone was so nice. We got through there. And they take you back, and of course, the very sweet lady comes in. She says, I notice you still got your undies on.
Oh, baby.
You know, after you have to get into the hospital again.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
And Betty's laughing because I said, yeah, I'm gonna stay with them to the very end.
Right.
I said, I know they got to go.
Right.
But,
I'm clinging to them right now.
Yeah, I'm going to hang on all I can.
Right.
And she said, well, we got to shave down there because that's the backup spot. If they can't get to it through your wrist, they'll have to go through your groin.
Just the sound of the word growing.
And I said, now which side? And she said both.
Both.
Ooh.
So that doesn't leave a lot. But she come in and they use an electric razor, which I was somewhat shocked at.
I'm kind of glad. That's like shearing a sheep.
It is. But I have a problem that I'm very ticklish and very sensitive. So when you start running an electric razor in a place that I've never had an electric razor before, and they buzz and they kind of
they vibrate.
Thank you. And
Bubba, as a matter of fact, I spent my whole life trying to keep any electric, manual, any kind of sharp object away from that area.
Yeah.
You know what?
You didn't.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
So we're back. 23 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So it was a fun day for all yesterday. Always fun introducing people to our culture, Bubba. And of course, it might have been a little much to take them riding four-wheelers, fishing, and to Buc-ee's all in one day. But that seems a little overkill.
If you've had those cinnamon cashews, I tell you, that's a good trip. Yeah. When we were talking in the break, they were amazed at how spread out everything is here, how much room we have.
Yeah.
And I said, that's all because it was a gift from the King of England.
That's right. Yeah. And you know what I've had to adjust on that point? Because our whole lifetime, just about, it's been God Save the Queen, because Elizabeth was there for so long. And so the other night, I was talking to them, and I do things. If I see them, I'll come home and they're there. I'll say cheerio, and they'll pop right in. And I said, God Save the Queen. They said, oh, the King, please.
Yeah,
that's right. Got to change that.
That's right.
Got to get that. All right. So
is he? I know he is the king, but has he had his official?
No, that's in May, I think.
Coronation, is that what it is? I bet that'll be a big deal.
They made sure I knew that.
Didn't they kick Harry or something off the property?
Yeah, they threw him out of his house. He had.
Yeah.
Well, he wrote a tell-all book dogging them all. So what did he think was going to happen? They'd roll the red carpet out when he came back.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, if he thinks that, he's dumber than he looks.
Yeah. If you wrote a tell-all book and tried to trash me and destroy my life and call me wicked, I'm not saying I'm going to hold that against you the rest of your life because it's only going to hurt me. I am going to, not hold that bitterness forever. But you're not coming to my stuff anymore.
No.
I mean, you're not going to be there for that.
Yeah. Hey, crazy wife syndrome here.
Yeah.
Rick, I'd like to remind the staff that they ever have to leave the room, they ought to lock their computer. Just a friendly reminder. Took 2 guests to our facilities.
What happened?
And while I was in there, I noticed that someone sent an email to Speedy from my computer and Greg, and this is what it says. Now, this is coming from me, and I didn't type this up.
Right.
I love you guys so much. Just wanted you to know that. There's a lot of love in my bullet head heart. I couldn't do this life without you. And, of course, it's coming from me.
That's very
to Speedy and Greg. So right now, Greg is getting an email from me that says that.
That's very kind.
And so the reminder to all of us, the Super Six is, hey, lock your computers when you go to the restaurant.
Always.
Well,
always.
I think that's kind of you to think of us like that.
And
I love doing life with you, buddy.
And your phones, too. I mean, one of my most fun days was when I got a friend of mine's phone that he left and started returning all of his texts.
Oh, yeah.
And sending out stuff in his contacts, asking his family to hold him accountable about his weight.
Mm-hmm.
And
it wasn't me.
And I sent it to one of our buddies, and the one that he really caused trouble. My wife and I have been praying about this. I used her name, and we've decided we're going to pay off your mortgage.
Rick, that's awful. That's awful.
I love taking the picture of the crease of my elbow and sending it to them.
Oh yeah,
okay. Seen that?
It's always a given.
Why would
Right
you?
there?
Yeah, I know. But why would you go that
I'm
far?
just saying
with it?
I like it, and then it's in
I
there,
know.
and not tell them, and it's in their camera roll,
Yeah.
and the next time they pull it up, they're like, "Oh my gosh!"
Right.
Well, it does look exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, here and the other one I did is one time he was trying.
Everybody's looking at everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
Listen, same,
zoom on in.
Listen, same friend, and he needs to just realize he should break his friendship with me. But so he was trying to teach Sunday school. Do you remember this one? And he was trying to mirror his phone to put his notes up there. Well, all he did was put all of his phone just came up on the screen, and I text to him with his wife sitting there. Hey man, have you told Kim about that yet? You don't like that? Look, and also you see his wife look up and she starts looking around. What am I supposed to know? And it was just so good.
That's good.
Have you run that past Kim yet?
That's awful.
I just love stuff like that. I wish I had somebody's phone right now. I'm messing with it.
Yeah.
See, why would you do that?
Huh?
Why would you do that?
Speedy.
Why would you do that? And we can tell it's yours because there's freckles on it.
Yeah. That's Speedy's arm, everybody, just for everyone watching on YouTube.
I love not telling them. It's just in the roll picture roll. Because you ever try to find something? Yeah, let me show you. Man, you wouldn't believe this buck I saw the other day, and you go, "Oh, what was that?"
It shouldn't be as funny as it is, but it sure is.
Well, we think it's funny. Of course, Alec Murdock's going to jail over a phone.
Yeah. For sure.
But there you go. The phone era. You know. By the way, once again, too, I got to talk to some of y'all. Y'all got to stop. Y'all have got to stop looking down at your phone and driving. I was coming up on the lane next to this driver.
Yeah, prop it up on the dash.
Coming back from the farm, and all of a sudden his truck just veers right over on me, and I go by and he's sitting there looking at his phone, and I'm just staring at him. You idiot!
Yep.
I mean, it can wait. There's nothing that important.
No.
Okay, it can wait. And just we're almost where we're going. We're almost there.
Gracious.
Just calm down.
I've talked about it before, but over the last 10 years, it has been just a radical difference of what you see on the road, especially when I'm riding my motorcycle, because you're in panic mode the whole time when you ride a motorcycle.
Right.
You're afraid. Yeah, exactly. You're afraid everybody's going to be doing something stupid. And I watched over the past 10 years, people go from 2 hands on the wheel to 1, and they're looking down at their phones. It's just a totally different, scary world.
If you ever look around in traffic now, it'll terrify you.
Oh, it will.
The number of people that are looking straight ahead is so low now.
Yeah.
I mean, the overwhelming majority of people are looking down.
And I can always tell when I'm following somebody that's doing that.
Yes.
Because they get up to speed, and it's like, okay, and then they slow down. I'm like, so you're back to texting.
Yeah.
Then we get back up to speed, and then we slow back down.
And a little wiggle on the wheel.
Oh, yeah, and I won't get over for anything.
By the way, we've all come to the conclusion. There was a time when you saw this erratic behavior, you thought somebody's drunk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now your first thought is somebody's texting.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't have time to drink, Rick. They're looking at their phone.
Somebody's messing with the phone. Right. They're probably looking for the guy texting at what bar they're going to. So, all right, we'll come back. Here's a topic that I know, and we need to do it now because Greg, since he's not here, he's told us he's tired of hearing us talk about this. So
and we've got some answers on this.
We can talk openly about it without Greg here.
Okay, that's good.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just to put you out while that's going on.
So,
Put me out. Just knock me out.
I get to laughing, okay, and wiggling uncontrollably like a kid that is being tickled.
That's funny.
And Betty gets to laughing, and she goes, "Oh, he's very ticklish."
Yeah.
Okay.
And the nurse is, and then she gets to laugh to the point she has to stop one time. We're all just crying. We're laughing so hard.
That's funny.
And now when I hear her cut it on, she's not even on the area. I start laughing again. You know, it's on me.
Now your mind's working against you.
So I mean that had to be the highlight. How funny it was that it was this terrible moment. We were all, for me, I was not looking forward to.
Well, no.
And
you think you weren't looking forward to it? Imagine her.
I laughed through it so hard that I was crying most of the time. Right. I mean, I had to wipe the tears away.
Right.
And then what was funny, when I went into the cath lab, the gentleman in there was doing, he said, "We need to cut a little more here, just for safety's sake." And he got an electric razor out, and I started laughing again. And I'm tied down to the table, Rick, at this point.
Oh.
And I am laughing. They're like, you all right? I mean, you've already had the good juice. They've taken the edge off.
Yeah.
But I will say this. For what they can do in a cath lab, it's amazing. Look, it's a little discomfort going in, and, you got all this stuff going on. But for the most part, once you get in your bed and get ready to go, there's nothing to it. I mean, they walk you to the table, you get up on it. The only thing that is a little uncomfortable is they have to, turn your arm so they can get to your wrist.
Raging bull.
And they have to tie your hand down.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And nobody likes for their arm to be tied down. But it's not super tight. It's just to remind you not to move it.
Right.
And Dr. Foster, Dr. Robert Foster, who's been a family friend for a long time, that we actually met here because of the show when we were up there, came in and did the procedure. And one of the things that was odd to me is if you've been in a surgical room before, it's usually very bright. And in there, they cut the lights off kind of when they're doing it. So like it's almost like a nice dinner place.
Right. You probably don't want to dim the lights for the shaving, but for this part, you know what? I think it's appropriate.
But I'll finish up with it when we come back.
All right, we'll come back. We're walking through Bubba's procedure yesterday.
Oh, boy.
And then we'll get an update about what's to come. We tried to update you, but we'll let Bubba give you all the details so you know exactly what else is left to
we'll
do.
go to science class here in a minute.
Uh-oh. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're now trying. What we thought when you went in yesterday was they would go ahead and get the cath into your wrist, and then if they get in there and they see that they need to do a stent, they'll go ahead and do the stent. That did not happen, so tell us what happened there.
All right, so let me tell you about this whole process. They go in, and once you get up on the table and ready to go, they give you a little local in your wrist where they're going to go in, and you never feel it. I mean, you just never feel it. There is no pain to the whole process. Look, it's a handle to some degree. You're at the hospital, it's always a handle, but there's no pain to it. And they give you a little bit of goofy juice. You're awake, but you got a little touch of, hey, I don't care to you.
Mm-hmm.
And so because they talk to you during the process, tell you what they're doing. It's kind of cool, really.
Kind of cool.
I mean, that part of it was.
Right.
Now, granted, you're ready to get up and get out of there.
Are you going to share that you claim to have heard something?
I thought, and again, you've been given drugs, but I thought you can feel the pressure of the doctor inserting the thing into your wrist.
I would think so.
But I swear I could hear it going through.
You could hear it going through the valves of your heart?
No, when it
veins?
When it was up, like in my chest.
I can't breathe.
Not down in my arm, but
you
up
okay?
in here, I could hear it squeak. When he would push, it'd go, ee. I could hear it going through there.
Are you sure about that?
Wow. I'm sure I thought I heard it.
Okay.
Now, I told the nurse that, and he, they probably looked at me like I was crazy. Thought, we need to back down on this fentanyl or whatever it is.
Sure. Could have been one of your legs, maybe moving around on the table or something.
It could have been anything. Right. Could have been the table.
But in your mind, you could hear
in the faintest little, and
right.
I thought, well, there it comes. I could hear it.
Oh, when I have mine, I'll let you know.
Look, that.
Apparently, we're all going to have one at some point.
But y'all, you can't feel anything, so it doesn't hurt. You don't have touch nerves on the inside of your body, so it didn't hurt, or at least inside arteries. I'll put it that way. So here's kind of the prognosis and where we are, the best I understand it, and I may speak out of school because I'm not a cardiologist, okay, but I am one of the people that is classified as having a 2-artery heart compared to the general public, which 85% has a 3-artery heart.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Yeah, let's go. All right. Couple of things to run down. Tonight, Pottsville, Arkansas, right there near Russellville. First Baptist Church, Man Church tonight. If you still want to join us, you can. We got room, I think. I'll be with Andy Blanks tonight, and a lot of members of Team Man Church will be there. We'll have the brand new Rick and Bubba 31-day devotional called Transformed. We'll have that there tonight as a resource for the men. And other resources from themanchurch.com. So look forward to seeing you all tonight. We have someone in the golden ticket seats that's going to Man Church in Opp, Alabama tonight. He'll be there at Westview Baptist Church. He's going to leave here, head back home to Opp, and see Brian Gunn tonight. So enjoy that. And then ladies on Sunday, Winfield, Alabama, Winfield First Baptist Church, and Sherry will be speaking to the ladies on Sunday night. The dinner is sold out, but you can still come to the service and find those details at burgessministries.com under upcoming events. All right, Bubba, do we continue to try?
I mean, this is good.
We think we're making some headway.
And this gives some insight as to where we are. Mm-hmm. The bid to keep daylight savings time, this is where we are. Republican Marco Rubio says the ritual of changing clocks twice a year is stupid.
It is.
He has once again reintroduced the Sunshine Protection Act, which would end the twice-a-year ritual of changing the clocks. What it would actually do is give each state the opportunity to do what they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
Last Congress, the Senate passed Rubio's bill unanimously, Rick.
Good.
But the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, would not put it forward for a vote in the House.
The Wicked Witch
of the West.
Yes. What is she doing?
Rick, why? I just cannot, in my wildest dreams, fathom why anybody is against this that has walking around sense.
I don't either.
I mean, is this one of those things the Republicans passed it, so we had to be against it?
Yeah, that sounds like it. Yeah.
Look, let every state decide. I know that'll be confusing, but it'll be better than what we got now.
And now in this bill, it would make daylight savings time permanent.
Well, I understand, but the way you get to that is kind of a strange way you have to go about it.
Bottom line, I saw Senator out of Alabama, Tommy Tuberville, who's on the show a lot, and he said it this way.
Yeah.
Give the people what they want. The overwhelming majority of Americans want this archaic madness to stop.
Is everybody here in agreement? Are y'all? Does anybody want to keep that? And if so, explain. Help me.
We got to be done with this.
Understand why we want to
just be done with it. That's it. Done.
Yeah, my biggest gripe, and you see from the map, we're way east in Central Time.
Way east.
Yeah. So in December, it is pitch dark at 4:30 in the afternoon, which is just nuts.
It's depressing.
And we have friends that live in Texas, and it's still daylight there till almost 6:30. Same time zone. So,
when I moved from San Antonio to Birmingham,
you didn't know what happened,
and
did you?
Stayed in the same time zone. You got to be kidding me! I look around, 5 o'clock, pitch dark. We used to play in the yard till 8 p.m.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah, in the summer we do.
It's crazy,
and
it's wild, it's crazy, wacky.
There's more clocks than ever that set themselves, but not all of them do. And then you don't know which one is right. You know, it's total confusion.
Yeah.
And how about backing it up with stats? We know that on the days we change the clock, the 24 hours after that, we have more heart attacks, we have more wrecks. I mean, there's all kind of data out there about how it messes everybody up. Well, all we hear is about our rhythm of our body, what's the word? What is it? Circadian. Thank you.
Why did you help him? I wanted to see him work through it.
Well, I thought that was a bug that has this real loud shrill noise.
No, that's a katydid.
Okay.
But why we keep messing with this? And
it's coming
messes
March,
with everybody.
March 12th.
It's coming. Look out.
I mean, we
What's
really
coming? We daylight savings time.
We don't roll the clock back to normal time very long now. Anyway, you remember Bush cut it back on both ends. So,
and we seem to be able to survive that. It didn't cause the end of time, did it?
Right.
It just feels so. I mean, what's next? I mean, hey, I don't feel good. Put some leeches on me. I mean, we got to move off this.
Now, Adler, do you still wake up at 2 a.m. and change the clock, or do you just
no? He never
do it before
did that.
you go to bed.
I've never done that.
I just think if you just woke up and changed it, or if you did it before you went to bed.
Let me tell you this: I used to work overnight at the TV station, and when it was a night that you changed the clock, it was absolute confusion.
Oh yeah, try DJing a club.
I've heard from
take a pot. I bet that didn't taste like water that time, did it?
He thought it was worthy of a pot.
I've heard.
We staying open?
Imagine this. Imagine you're working imagine you're working for guiding planes and all when the time changes. What a nightmare!
Oh yeah.
And I've heard from
air traffic control.
Air traffic
That's
control.
what you're looking
I've
for.
heard from nurses that work overnight. And people are getting medicine every so many hours, and when this changes, it's just total. We go, now wait a minute.
Well,
what are we doing?
if Greg was here, he would tell you the story about his son. Think about this, because Taylor Burgess is one of these people. He'll look for a deal. He's very speedy like on some of the deals, and he'll get on the cheapest airline and fly. He'll fly the overnight. He'll do all that. So he was doing one of these red eyes, and so it was the night that the time changed. So he's sitting there thinking that they're leaving at 2, and all of a sudden 2 became 1 or 2 became 3.
Yeah.
It was mass confusion.
It's a mess.
Yeah, it's got to stop.
It's like that song, When Two Become One.
Right.
Rick, and I know
that's different.
And
I mean the Spice Girls classic.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
And let me tell you this.
That's right.
Yeah, and I've said this, because I've tried to eradicate certain things from society, and I was pretty successful on what you know good.
Mm-hmm.
You pretty much don't hear that anymore.
I know what you're about.
And then of course I went after Spooktacular for any Halloween commercial. Hump Day, got rid of that. And I tell you what I'm after next: spring forward and fall back. If anybody else says that to me,
yeah.
I mean,
I was just about to ask if you could be a DJ and walk a song saying "Let's spring forward."
Oh my God!
In your DJ voice.
Well, you're talking to me. Don't be going to spring forward coming up this weekend. And
don't forget.
And don't forget what's happening down there at Spooktacular.
Well, if it's Wednesday, how are you coming out, Rick?
Coming out this Wednesday. Happy hump day to you. Getting over that hump. We'll get over the hump with Bachman Turner Overdrive. Spelled B-A-C-H. And so taking care of business. Here for your work day.
Speedy, you okay?
I'm
good.
So,
The whole fall back, spring forward thing. To me, it's backwards. Fall forward. The fall forward makes more sense than fall back, and then spring back makes more sense than spring forward to me.
Now what you're doing now, you're totally confusing people.
The whole
now.
saying is backwards to me.
But you do know you can set your clock before you go to bed.
I
mean,
don't
you
do that.
realize
I don't even know where that's. I do the math in my car for the whole 3 months or whatever it is. I just leave it.
If you want to go into a time world that has no beginning and end, go to Sherry Burgess's automobile and sit down and look at the clock. I said, baby, I don't even know what time zone you're on anymore.
Yeah.
She said, well, I don't know how to change it, so we had a time change. And I've never figured out how to change the clock in here. And then I left a light on here, and my battery went dead. And then I had to get it jumped off, and then I had to charge my battery back up, and it just is what we have now. I'm like, I don't even know what that represents. That's not. There's nowhere in the world that it's that time. And it was. I don't even know what it. And it's just like we just ride around with it. Yeah. You can't look up at her clock. It means nothing.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I said I'm gonna take a piece of electrical tape and just put it over that. I've looked up there so many times and panicked. Oh my gosh. And we should be asleep. Because when you're driving, it's good. I know because we just talked about not looking at your phone. When you're driving, it is pretty convenient to have the time right up there at eye level, except when it's completely wrong. And not just like, I know she never did spring or fall. No, this time I don't even know what it is because now you've got batteries being drained out. You've got all kinds. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
So it's crazy in there, man.
It's crazy.
Something's got to happen.
Yeah, there was a study done on heads-up displays on windshields. Have you seen some of that? It's pretty interesting information.
I remember those glasses too that were supposed to show you stuff. I found myself trying to look around it.
The Google Glass.
It actually annoyed me to be up there like that. I found myself going,
yeah.
We had the little TV screen.
And then when I do that, it would move with me. I would go, what's going on?
I can't see.
What the?
Think about it.
Then for some reason, I pulled the visor down.
Driving a car is very dangerous, and you got to pay attention. But flying a fighter aircraft is very dangerous too at very fast speeds, and they can look at their gauges up on the windshield. So,
last time I flew a fighter
would it be
jet,
easier to do cars that way too?
Right. The last time I flew a fighter jet, it came in handy. Really.
It really did. Especially when you were banking hard.
It really did. And I took out a balloon and came back. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls. So can we push this on through? I don't understand who's against this that matters.
Well, just remember, folks, March 12th coming up. Don't forget to spring back.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Spring
don't
back.
Do that.
No.
Don't do that.
No, Adler.
866 We Be Big. Your phone calls are next. No, that's just some advice. Always fall forward. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
okay? That is 2 in the front and then 1 that branches around and goes to the back. That's the 3-artery setup. Mine has 2 arteries that come in the front, if you would. I'm going to say the front. There's a left and right, but the front, and then loop around to the back to give blood to the back. So, and that's about 15% of the population, which is very ironic that Rick and Speedy are also part of that 2-artery club.
And we ended up all together on the same team.
Yeah, that's the odds of that are rare.
That's very strange.
He did show me what should have been the 3rd artery that would go to the back, and it just never developed. It's what I'd call a GIMP. It's there, but there's no blood flow to it to speak
Doesn't
of.
serve much
It just never developed. That could be a hereditary thing, could be a development thing. Nobody knows. The trade-off is that when you usually, again, this is me speaking, when you have 2 arteries and it has to travel further, they grow bigger. They're bigger around. They're bigger, fuller, because they have to carry more blood. They don't have one branching off to supply the back of the heart. So usually when they stent, they only stent main arteries. My 2 main arteries are fine. So that part is all good. The problem is in a secondary artery that branches off the big arteries, and usually they don't stent those because they're too small. They can't deal with them. Sometimes they cause minor type heart issues or angina, just general chest pain if they have a problem. But
you did well.
But because he was kind of laughing, he used the term massive. Those arteries in the front, when they branch off, one of the branches that come off is fairly large, the first one at the top. And he said that secondary artery is about as large as most people's main artery. It's that big. And he said it has a 90% block, and it's right where it connects to the main artery. And that complicates the process a little bit. That's why he did not try to repair it yesterday. And there's only a certain amount of dye they want you to have and all that. They're very, very safe and use a lot of caution in this, and that's fine. I'm good with that. So now that the process is over, we're really trying to flush all that out of your system because they'll need to use it again next week when they do the procedure. So basically, if you think of it this way, it's like a T in a pipe. You have a main pipe going vertical, and you have a pipe coming off the side, which they refer to as a diagonal or something. But the problem is right in the connection, so that complicates it. So for the doctor, he said, for me, it's not going to matter. I'm still just going to lay there. But they'll have to stent it in 2 different directions at the same place, and that complicates it. I mean, obviously, if you're a plumber, you realize if you have a pipe stopped up at a T, that's more complicated than a straight pipe. But the good news is it's a very small thing. The rest of it's good, and if they can get the stent in the right place, it ought to be an easy fix. So that was the good news that came out of all that.
Right.
Because, again, just extra precaution, because of the spot it's in, that, they will be standing by to do a bypass if they need to. Because I've said, and the doctor said, let's get it fixed. It is 90% blocked. So it is a problem. It's a time bomb of sorts, but it is a secondary artery, even though it's a large secondary artery. So, it's kind of that good-bad thing. That makes sense?
Yeah, it does. Perfect sense. And so that'll happen next Friday. And as I said, I was already scheduled to be off next Friday. I'm going to an orientation with the next son that's going to college. So I was taking that personal day anyway, so we will now just turn that into a best of show.
Yeah, and hopefully that will be over the weekend, and we'll be back Monday or Tuesday next week, flying colors and flying by the seat of our pants.
Let me ask you a question on the stent side.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it was very, very good. So when they go in for this procedure on the 22nd, will you be out then, or will you still be up?
No, it'll be just like before.
Really?
I'll be awake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
unless they have
to
do a bypass.
Right.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. But he gave me 95% sure he can fix it. So that's good news. I would say this to people who might avoid that. It's nothing. It's a walk in the park compared to the life you can get out of it. So I would urge people to go and get a CT heart scan. It takes maybe 5 minutes. You don't even have to take your clothes off to get it done. You have to hold your breath twice.
Unless you just want to.
For about 10 seconds. It's not even a long hold. and you're not in a tube. You know, it's a donut. Your head don't even go all the way through that. It's real easy. It's innovative. I mean, it's evasive. It's non.
We're a sinner. To the phones we go. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we will, looks like the whole thing's full. There are no lines available. So we'll start with Joe. Joe is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Joe, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm doing amazing.
Thanks. I'm glad you are, too. That's awesome.
I'll just talk about the time change. I've just known that all my life, right? Mm-hmm. And I know that people were trying to take it away and the bill and all that. And I'm not saying I'm necessarily against it, but during the summertime, the way the business works is daylight. So I'm able to do more because of daylight. I have more daylight hours, thus making more money. So that's the only reason that I wouldn't like to have it dark sooner.
Well, it wouldn't be dark sooner under this plan. It would always be more light, no matter what time of year it would be. And what I say, what we call light. You get more light in the fall and the winter. I mean, less light in the fall and winter than you do in the spring and summer, no matter what we do to the clock.
Right.
But we're going to stay on daylight.
We're matching up our clock to the available daylight.
Right. It would just be moving the time to where there is more daylight available. That's all we're doing. So you actually, if you benefit from longer days, meaning daylight, then you want this.
I would benefit more?
Yes, you want this. You'd have more daylight to work time during the work day.
Or do whatever you want to do.
And when you got home, there'd be more daylight under this plan because daylight savings time would then be year-round.
So, yeah, then I just don't know enough about that part of it then, or when the time would actually change, or would it never change?
It would never change. You would always be on daylight savings time. And you just said that benefited you.
Your summer would be exactly like it has been.
Right.
Your winter, if you live where we are in our part of the world,
and fall,
it would get dark in December at 5:30, not 4:30. That's really all you would see different.
Yeah. There you go. Thanks for the call. We continue.
Which seems kind of elementary.
Yeah, well, he just said he misunderstood that. So that's good.
I mean, it just seems like it's the whole thing, not him, but the whole argument. I can't believe why it hasn't been done yet.
I know. Ed, Georgia, go.
I was listening, and you said there will be more light. It's the same amount of light, isn't there?
No, it is. I've said that all along. You get more daylight in spring and summer than you do in fall and winter, no matter what we do. So let's stop changing the clock. But if I had my preference on the one we're going to stay on, it would be where I live when it gets dark at 5:30 in the fall and winter versus 4:30, because of just what we call it. We're just naming light. It doesn't change how much light we have. We're just renaming it. Yeah, I just don't want to change. I really don't care what time we go on, Eddie. I just don't want to change it anymore because we don't create or diminish light. It's just what we decide to call it. And I like calling it what we call it during daylight savings time. It's no more complicated than that.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big, Summer in Prattville. Summer, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just want to, first off, start by saying my day is never the same if I don't listen to y'all in the morning.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
But also, I'm calling them. I actually moved from Central Texas 4 years ago, and anytime I FaceTime with my family, still to this day, we get so confused whenever it's dark here and it's light there. It just trips us out still. It's been 4 years.
Now, wait a minute. I want to also ask, how can that be with us living on a pizza pan?
It can't be. Yeah. And by the way, even if all this archaic stays in place, we are too far east to be on the Central Time Zone. We're too far east.
Yep.
We continue. Let's go to Carrie out of Birmingham on ZZK. Carrie, go ahead. Carrie?
Hello?
Yeah, Carrie. Okay, let's go to JR, Foley, Alabama. JR, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I was going to comment on a murder trial that's been on television. I was actually on two juries in Birmingham, where I'm originally from.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was a capital case, second-degree murder. I was actually a foreman on the second-degree murder case. Learned a couple of things in that experience. One, you feel the need to lie about it, don't do it.
I can't understand that.
Oh man, this is good because he's been on 2 juries.
Yeah, I could feel.
He said if you feel the need to lie, don't do it. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's it. And he kept doing that. And I've got an email today of somebody that says that their husband doesn't listen anymore because how bad the phone sound.
Yeah.
Let's go to Scott. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen and Adler?
Oh,
hey. Okay. You know we can do a joke too many times. But Scott, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Hey, I just wanted to tell you we got together and we convinced a girl at our office a couple of years ago that she needed to spring back. Okay, not spring forward, but spring back an hour and a half.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I hate I
She
missed out
showed
on
up
that.
in the parking lot, and she had a 1982 Datsun, so her clock didn't change in her car, and she showed up an hour and a half to crickets in the parking lot, and she didn't know what was going on until she went down to Starbucks and saw the real clock.
That's funny.
no.
I remember back before you had any clocks that would change themselves, so you had none. If you want to have your mind just melt, I showed up at church and I'd forgot to do whichever one it was. And the schedule of church was off for me because I didn't change the clock and I just totally forgot about it. And I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was like, what has our church done? Why are these people here? What's happening?
Yeah.
Are we late? And then I start looking down. We're not late. And everything, your mind trying to figure out what's going on, it's a mind melt.
Yeah.
It really, really is. It's probably good for us. We continue. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Eric standing by. Hey, Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Meek.
Go ahead.
Hey, did you guys catch that? I only gave you 2 meats because things are so bad right now. We can't afford 3 meats.
That's funny.
I thought his phone clicked.
Hey,
That's what I thought.
Hey, listen, I got 2 things for you here. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Bob Seger's song "Night Moves."
Oh yes, sure.
Towards the end of it, when Bob is really getting wound up, it sounds just like Rick imitating Beth Mowins.
Interesting. I've never noticed that before. Okay, I'll look into that.
Yeah, check it out.
Okay.
And yesterday, a guy called wanting to sponsor the meal meat.
The what?
I also am willing to take a day. This is the real meat. I'm
Okay.
also willing to take a day to sponsor it. All I want in return is Bubba imitating Terry Berry, and I want some Rock and Roll City.
Okay, so you want Rock and Roll City back and Bubba doing Kevin Derryberry. Okay, well we can do that.
We can cover that.
Now we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to have this the prizes in hand. Okay. Yeah. Let's go to
Thank you, sir.
Jason in Dawsonville, Georgia. Jason, go.
What's up,
buddy?
Hey, so the main reason I want the time to stay the way it is so I don't have to get up so early to go deer hunting.
Yeah, but look what it's going to do for us on the afternoon hunt, though. Suddenly, that afternoon hunt, we got a little more time.
Yeah.
So I mean, the good with the bad. You got to take the good with the bad. And I've almost become an afternoon specialist anyway. But when
it comes to hunting, though, I kind of like the fact that it gets dark at 4:30. I just don't like it any other time.
Right.
Because that way you're done, you get to go home.
Right.
You get on to dinner by 5,
Yeah.
If you don't shoot anything.
Yeah, well, now you got us back on Central Standard Time.
Yeah, but
come on.
I'll sacrifice that.
All right, top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number if you're staying. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I don't think all the insurance pay for it now, but it's a whopping $50, $75 wherever you get it done. Let them give you that score, know what you're up against, and then if you need to go and do a cath after that, that's.
I want to ask you a question about that because it's all running together on me because we've done various tests over the years of all kinds. When people have something new, they want us to do it. And for some reason, we just jump in and do it. But one time we did a much more complicated thing than the last time I went. I had exactly what you had, which was this year. I have to have one every year, because we have heart disease in our family, and we know that genetic setup. So But the one time we went and they put dye in us.
They did.
But they didn't do it this last time. Is that over? They don't do the dye anymore?
I don't think they do that on these checkup scans anymore that I know of.
Right.
But I don't
I'm
know.
not crazy.
No, you're not crazy. You're right. They
Because
did.
the last time I went, I thght, well, this is going, and all of a sudden I was done in 5 minutes, and I'm like, is that it? And
I
they're
think
like, that's it.
I think the tests have evolved and the technology and like I say, it's easy. I would talk to your health provider about it. Go get that score. They're going to give you a number, and then that number you put into a calculator that's available online with your age, and then they tell you where you're at percentage-wise. Because we all have buildup in our heart. You just want it to be minimal for your age. I mean, like my score may have been perfect for an 80-year-old, but I'm 54.
Right.
So
exactly
causes you to look a little further, and it may just give you an extra 20 or 30 years to your life. It's worth it.
15
for no pain, by the way. No pain in any of this.
It's very simple. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba's visit to the cardiologist, right?
Yes.
So, and we've done a heart cath,
Mm-hmm.
and the heart cath is finished, and we'll do 2 stents next Friday. The wife of one Bill Bubba Bussey, Betty Lou Bussey, is checking in. Betty.
Nurse Betty.
Good morning.
Hey, Nurse Betty.
Hey, baby.
Hey, I thought I was calling to order Father's Day gifts.
Oh, well, look, don't give it away. Shh, don't give it away.
Listen, I mean, I have waited till the last minute. I need to get a spatula or something. Whatever you got.
I've told my family for Father's Day this is what I'd like. No hassles.
That's it. That is
Cut
a gift.
the lights off when you leave.
Yep.
And clean up your room so I can see the carpet.
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
And leave the thermometer alone. This is how cool it needs to be.
Yeah. All that is the impossible gift, so I don't know why he keeps asking for that.
No.
So, Betty, you were there yesterday, and you watched your husband as a patient. Is he a pretty good patient?
Yeah. Over the years, he's improved. I think, after people making fun of him and different things, after it's all over, I think he's learned a thing or two. So he's done really well. Bless his heart. But
and for any of you that have a nurse as a wife, you know what I go through. Because they have dealt with this. They have no sympathy. It's A, B, and C, and that's just the way it is. And, sometimes we just want to be petted a little bit, Rick, like a puppy. You know what I mean? Just tell us it's going to be okay.
Yeah. What's wrong with just a little bit of mercy and just a tiny bit of bedside manner?
No, nothing's wrong with that. And he did very well. We got there at about 5:10, and our appointment was at 6 or something. I don't know.
5:30.
Right. Yeah. He's going to be early.
Yes, he is. Yes, ma'am, he is. And there's always a bunch of traffic at 4:30 out on that 280. I don't know if y'all knew that. Daggone, 5 o'clock traffic is nothing in the afternoon compared to 5 a.m. I was like, we're never going to get there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, praise the Lord you didn't experience it. You didn't get bogged down in traffic.
Oh, I know it. But we parked and had a good laugh about all the traffic.
Did you, and certainly the husband and wife relationship is unique, and as Paul talks about even in the Bible, it's a mystery, the whole setup. But I wonder why was it?
I tell you what, that was an understatement, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. I was just like Peter telling us to try to live in an understanding way with our wives. But I want to ask you about the growing preparation.
Oh my gosh. Good grief. You talk about she commenced to shaving back in the Brad Ryan days.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what. They commenced to shaving and Bill commenced to giggling. And I couldn't help it. He was about to fall out of the bed, and I couldn't even stay in my chair. I was laughing so hard. So that poor nurse was just crying. She was laughing so hard.
It's like trying to shear a sheep, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, a sheep that was giggling. I don't know. But anyway.
It is funny because I probably dreaded that part the most and ended up being the most entertaining.
Oh, listen, Bill, I thought he was going to shave himself. He asked me to shave him before we left. I said, I don't want to shave you, and they may not shave these parts.
Well, that was where I was headed because, the
electric razor definitely makes it more fun, though. I'll tell you that.
Everybody that I talked to said that if they don't use the growing, they'll still have it as standby. So I was, frankly, you being a nurse, I thought you would have had that handled before y'all got there.
Well, there's some things that need to remain a mystery between a man and a woman.
That's so good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we don't have to know everything, do we?
Right. And then Bill looked over at me when she's about to come in with the razor, and he goes, "You want to stay in here for this?" I thought, "You tried to get me to shave you for 3 weeks now. Y'all want to shave
Oh, that's so good.
Gosh.
So,
Betty.
You just
there's some procedures I know you wish you'd probably stepped out on. Before, but I don't know, so.
Well, the old problem.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, No Name Studio, bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Thanks for being with us today. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, and Greg out today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being here and letting us do what we do.
Do what we do. So okay. So we are going to cover that?
Yeah, we can. It looks like he's doing the sentencing now.
All right, okay. You want me to, or am I jipping?
Yeah, I think Adler said
So we think that Alec Murdock is being sentenced right now. So
the judge has been talking for quite some time.
It looks like he just did it. Yeah, it looks like he's done because he's walking away.
Yeah.
So we can go back and get it. But they did not seek the death penalty. Life in prison is the most severe punishment that they were seeking. And it looks like he was sentenced to life in prison.
Yep.
So Adler, if you have some stuff, we can play that.
Yeah, this is just moments ago. His last words from the stand before the sentencing.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and I would have no comment. The defendant would like to address the court, though.
Mr. Murdock.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Paw Paw.
Paw Paw?
That's what they called him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry, buddy. That's what they called him.
Should have known that before that moment.
And then the sentencing, I didn't know that either. Then the sentencing begins.
Anything further?
And the judge talks about how we ran into each other at parties for years and all this stuff, which is crazy. I didn't know that one bit. But so it looks like he then goes on to do the sentencing, and I'm having to run through an ad before I go live.
I did hear the judge tell him that before the trial started, he had to take down a picture of his granddad or his great granddad.
Oh yeah, he was in the courtroom.
They had been, their family had been in that county and in the law arena for a long time, just so he could get a fair trial.
Absolutely.
So
how about when you brought in the court and there's your granddad up on the wall?
Golly, what a mess.
It was so. It looks like he did get sentenced to life in prison.
Yeah.
But I know it had to have been quite a bit.
This is the judge.
Going through your mind on that day. But amazingly, to have you come and testify that it was just another ordinary day, that my wife and son and I were out just enjoying life. Not credible, not believable. You can convince yourself about it, but obviously you have the inability to convince anyone else about that. So if you made any such arguments as a lawyer, you would lose every case like that. Cases you will never have an opportunity to argue anymore, except perhaps your own as you sit in the Department of Corrections.
It's a long pause.
Anything further?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, I sentence you to the State Department of Corrections on each of the murder indictments in the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh. I sentence you for the term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably loved so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him.
for the rest of your natural life, those sentences will run consecutive. Under the statute involving possession of a weapon during a violent crime, there is no sentence where a life sentence is imposed on other indictments. That is the sentence of the court, and you are remanded to the State Department of Corrections.
And there we go. Life for both of them. And so the rest of his natural life he will spend behind bars.
Yeah, just didn't mount a very good defense, apparently.
Well, you heard the judge.
I don't think he had one.
Yeah,
mount.
You saw the judge. He was like, if you were a lawyer and you were arguing this case on behalf of someone else, you'd never win.
Yeah. Well, he changed his alibi last minute. There was evidence saying he was where he said he wasn't.
Right.
And he had testified that he lied about this and that and stealing money and being a drug addict and all the things that went with that, and then tried to convince everybody. But I'm telling you the truth on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a good defense.
Well, that is the problem. It's as I have been told many times, and I struggled through a period of my life where I struggled and would lie and try to get myself out of things and say I wasn't doing things I was actually doing. And I remember hearing for the first time, if you just tell the truth, you don't have to remember what you said.
Yep.
So there you go.
Yep.
So that's a sad story.
Yep.
It's scary how there's absolutely zero emotion with him when this is being read.
Well,
and the things the judge was bringing up and discussing, and even when he made the comment about, I'm sure you loved your son, there's zero emotion.
Well, and that's
a sociopath if I've ever seen
one. Well,
one.
I was just about to say, now I don't pretend to know how to diagnose a sociopath, but I see that looks like what they say one looks like. But I actually heard a person once commenting on, he said, there's three types of people that we normally end up bringing in for doing bad things.
Yeah.
And he said, you've got you can help the mentally ill, and they who have done things because they have a problem with their mental health.
Yeah.
You can help the people that got themselves in situations where they made bad decisions and bad moments in desperation. He said, but the ones that you can't help, and they're the most dangerous people out there, and those are the sociopaths.
Yeah.
Because they do evil, wicked, dark things and are not bothered by it in the least. I mean, their heart rate doesn't even change.
That.
And he said those are the most dangerous people out there.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you saw it or you have a theory on it. I did not see enough of it to do this, but why do they think he killed his wife? And then why do we think the son was involved? Was the wife about to expose his lies with the stealing of the millions and all of that?
Well, no, he
threatened to go.
No, the firm did that.
Yeah, they kicked him out.
Yeah, they kicked his attorney. His law firm kicked him out. They'd already called him out on that.
Why did he do it,
The deal with the son was he was about to expose that he was back on drugs. He had found some pills or whatever. Paul. Not sure why I was calling.
Who was back on drugs?
The dad.
Okay,
Murdock. Alex. By the way, I noticed the judge was saying Murdaugh.
I know, I can't follow.
What the heck?
That too.
Yeah. It's tough. Bubba, to what you're saying.
What was the timeline of what he did and why he did it? What was the motive and all of it?
Right. Well, first of all, you have son Paul,
which is a handle,
was in a boating accident.
Right. I remember that.
He was drunk, and one of the girls fell off the boat and died.
And then they crashed too, didn't they?
Right. They crashed. There was people hurt and all this kind of stuff. Well, then there tried to be a cover-up with that, and then he and his dad rushing to the hospital to try to manipulate everybody there. So you have that side. Then you have a kid found in the middle of the road dead, and in the police report, the oldest son is listed in the police report a bunch, but like nothing ever comes of it. And like, okay, what was his involvement? And then you have the housekeeper falling down the front steps. Right. And then that 911 calling, 911 call coming in from Alex and his wife saying that she had just fallen and that the dogs tripped her, but nobody was out there.
But he had a life
speculation.
He had a life insurance policy on her to some degree.
No,
got
not
to
on
sue
her.
to get that.
It was the estate. He had taken out a policy like a month earlier.
Right.
And then
got $4 million.
Sued himself and told the kids of the housekeeper, I'm taking care of you, and got like $4.3 million or something, and they never knew about it.
Yeah.
And then you have.
Then he shot himself. Don't forget that, or had somebody do it. That's a whole nother incident.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. And then called his druggie that he would write checks to all the time to come to help him because he has a flat tire. And then they think he might have tried to kill him and like frame him for everything.
Yeah.
But basically tried to shoot himself in the side of the head, saying that he was after him. And then you got the murders and all that, trying to say that somebody was after the family.
Yeah.
That's what he was trying to paint.
That's what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Wow. Ugly.
It's a mess.
16 minutes past. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
State exam, I was cornered and I couldn't get out.
Oh, boy, you don't want to see that. That's like the first time.
Fun.
Yeah. Well, we owe y'all some of that. You know, all these baby visits we had to go on. There's some things happening in there we weren't expecting either.
Yeah. It went by a little quicker than I wanted it to, that's for sure. But I thought, well, what in the world has he hollered about? Gone through a lot more than that. But
You never seen him get up on his toes like that, had you?
I really haven't.
Yeah. Like a ballet dancer. But so now you got to go through it again next Friday, Betty.
Yeah, I know it. Here we go. Yeah, that's all right.
And
At
that
least we know what to expect, you know.
And that one will require an overnight stay, so that
Yes.
adds to it.
And another shaving, I might add. But anyway.
Oh, no.
Well, I think I'm going to be ahead of the curve this time.
Oh, listen, we're shaving him from his head to his toes. He may be bald when he comes back in.
I told them the worst pain of the whole thing was trying to take the tape off that was holding the IV in my elbow. That hurt worse than anything.
Oh, my gosh. I thought Bill was going to kill me before we got all that tape off. We got home, and I had to start putting oil under all of it to get it off, and he's just a hairy person.
Now,
yes, he is.
Now, what she's talking about, I had stickers on me for the heart monitor and the EKG, which was different. I looked like I had chicken pox with patches all over.
Right.
You know, I mean, it was. How many of them were there, Betty? You think it was at least 10?
It had to be 300, Bill. I don't know. It was a lot.
Well, it was like being one of the early explorers trying to get to the new land.
But you know, I'm just thankful for Betty, and she's a rock when you need her like that. So. You did good, hon.
Way to go, Nurse Betty.
Thank you. You did good, too. Thank y'all for praying.
All right.
In all seriousnly, we need them.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. And hey, we got another round.
That's right. It was so weird. Usually when I pray for you, I pray for you, Betty, a lot more than I do Bubba. This was a weird shift the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Betty.
All right, babe.
Okay,
see you.
thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, top of the hour, Betty Lou. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As we enjoy some delicious food made by Masterbuilt today. If you're coming to the Golden Ticket seats and you hadn't got here yet, you got great food coming up. 21 minutes now past the hour. 866 We Be Big, the number. Let's go. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We are fired up and ready to wrap up this hour with a few more segments on the clock. But you can listen to the Rick and Bubba Show in its entirety every day on your own time. You can do that by going to our YouTube channel for the daily archive, to our podcast channel for the daily audio-only archives, or you can just catch that best of hour every day on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. On your own time, baby. How old are you really, Bubsy?
Rick, a new at-home test could reveal your biological age.
Do I want to know this?
And help you slow it down. It says new AI-powered tests tell consumers their biological age by determining the speed at which their organ cells and tissues are breaking down. Startups are launching these at-home tests. They collect blood, urine, and cheek swabs to analyze changes in the machinery that helps read the DNA code. And it goes on. It's a long story, a lot of pages here.
Can I ask you which cheek?
Well, it's
because that's going to change how committed to this
the
I
mouth.
am.
It's the mouth.
Really
the mouth cheek.
Well, I'm just I was checking my level of commitment.
You know, I've been saying for a long time, I really feel like it's not the laps around the sun we ought to be keeping up with. It's this stuff. And it's going to, I think this is a very interesting
I want to do that.
avenue in medicine. I think that's going to be intriguing. And give us a much better look at how our system as a body functions.
Do you think we'll get to this? Is just another.
I hope
really,
M&M's doesn't make it worse.
Well, it is a somewhat healthy snack. When you look at this, and I know it's going to be much more scientific. Don't misunderstand me. I'm glad we're making these advancements. But are we just now going to find a way to say and prove what's been said? As long as I can remember, you're as old as you feel.
Well, I think there's probably something to that.
Yeah.
There's also there's some studies about things you can do to help aging blood cells in this too. So I think a lot of that's going to be very interesting as it comes about. And we've got this AI technology that's able to do powerful computing is basically what it is. It's doing things on a scale we've never thought imaginable.
So what does it read? Does it read things out like, hey, buddy, watch out? I mean, what comes out?
Hey, buddy, watch out.
Like all of a sudden you look at your number and it says, shut your pie hole.
Yeah. Well, what they were doing at the beginning of this is they were taking these biologic markers in your body and then trying to guess how old the person was that submitted it, and they've got thousands and thousands of samples now to go by, and so they're able to look at that and make these judgments on people, as a group. So, like I said, we've got a bigger statistical evidence to look at.
Yeah. How about that T? That T's tough right there.
It is.
That's a tough placement of a T.
Slang it on in there.
What was that one I had earlier? And everybody
You
was
were
amazed.
incredible.
Epidemiologist.
That one.
That was fantastic. That was good.
Yeah,
I didn't even attempt that one.
You skated through that one.
I took my motorcycle and went to a different ramp.
But Bubba, what are some of the tips to slowing it down that it says?
Well, I haven't really got to all that. They said they're going to be showing that. It depends on what your
what page is
Let me guess. More sleep. Drink more water.
Let me.
Oh, right here. Eat more donuts.
Now, some of these services are going to cost a few $100s a month. So
I would actually like to look at this, and here's why. And y'all remember? I mean, even 10 years ago, I would always tell y'all that I felt like that I was 10 to 12 years older than I was because of the way I felt. Well, and I've over the last 2 years, I've taken some steps where I now feel like I feel younger than my actual number. Same. So I would like to do this and just see what it says.
This is one of the things they say. We've talked about genetics. That's been a hot topic. According to them, genetics plays less than 10% into the total equation, and 90% is a result of daily lifestyle choices and environment.
Really?
Interesting.
According to them, now I'm not saying that's
Sentimental Highway.
Living hard, huh?
No, I will tell you that, as I've said, I have noticed, and I'm certainly not some scientist, but I've noticed that when I make choices to live healthier, I feel better than when I make choices not to. Now, I don't want to stop the stop the band now.
That's wacky.
You know what I mean? I know that's wacky, but
this one group is called Tally Health.
Rick,
they
stop the
require
presses.
a
Stop
simple,
the presses. You stopped the band for some reason. It stopped the presses.
Yeah. Tally Health requires a simple
Tell the band to shut down. Rick's got something to say.
cheek swab that's analyzed by the Tally Age Clock.
Watch out.
Which is
Greg was
trained
here.
on the largest DNA database for adult humans with over 8,000 samples in it. After a user's sample is analyzed, they receive a personalized insight and recommendation to help extend longevity and unique supplements to help along the way.
Oh, so they're selling supplements.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
And there it is.
I'm going to give you a bad diagnosis, but I got what can solve it.
Yep.
Uh-huh. I don't need anything. I've had the vaccine.
I would like to see what it says, though.
It
I'm
does
very
say
curious
it
to-
does say birthday cake helps a lot.
Yeah, well, it should.
Oh, it
It should, because that's a happy time.
It is. It is. It is. So I just have a feeling that now you've got me not trusting how do we know what their number's right? I mean, how do you know?
It'd be interesting to see what it says.
I guess I'm using Greg's line since he's not here.
Right. Well, they got a database to look at, so there's some gauge there. They're going.
Let's say you haven't seen somebody in a long time.
Oh yeah. Well,
Okay.
I've seen
There's
that.
some that you run into and you go, well, they're aging well in your mind, and then you look at some of them, you're like, good night.
Yeah.
You know, wow, they're really getting old.
Yeah, I'm like, do I look like that?
And
I
I've
just
always
don't
wondered.
know it.
I've always wondered
Yeah.
about that. Yeah.
I've actually met some of the people I went to high school with, and I feel pretty good about myself.
Good,
Yeah.
Rick.
That's
I'm
great.
glad.
I was
If
like,
they're
well,
listening.
I'm the same age they are, and I got to tell you, I feel pretty good right now.
If you took that test today, what do you think yours would say?
Today?
Yeah, today. If we did it in the studio next segment, what do you think yours would come back at?
I don't know. I don't
You're
think,
58. How old do you
Would
think
it keep you in
are?
your 50s?
I would say this. I would think that probably now, okay, because I've made some major adjustments. I would think now I'm probably about my age.
That's what I was
I don't
gonna
think
say,
I'd be
man.
that much younger. Or
I may
older.
be 2 years older.
Yeah.
47 instead of 45.
So I'll be 50,
because I still got some work to do.
I'll be 59 next month. I think mine would be about 65.
Yeah.
You had 6.
At least. It might bump 7.
Why don't we all do
Yeah.
this and be a good on-air bit?
Yeah, but keep in mind, when I said that I'm about my age, I'm not young.
You're right.
So I'm not acting like
Yeah.
that. I'm like I'm some world class. I mean, 58's old and relatively old. But I think I'm probably about my age now, probably.
Yeah,
and before I was probably older.
That's where I'm at. That's where I land with me.
Where do you think you are, Steve?
Probably somewhere mid-50s.
And you're aging well too.
I don't know about that, Rick. Y'all put a lot of age on me.
But you know,
I
you
blame
talk
y'all for
that.
about
Is a good
aging
point.
well. When you get older, you lose a lot of the fat in your face, and that's where you get the wrinkles from. So
Right.
you usually don't have wrinkles if you're a little bit heavier in your face.
Yeah, it's like filler.
Yeah,
Your
it
face
is like
looks
natural
excellent.
filler.
Wait a minute.
Rick and Bubba.
Like I said, we already have normal relations with Vietnam. We have semi-normal relations with Cuba now. Aside from the sonic, attacks they do on our diplomats. This is the holdout. I mean, this is still the number one sticking point of the old Cold War in the world.
All right, here's Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, one time he gets to crying,
Ricky gets to
courtesy of
swallowing,
CNN, and said he's been
Yeah.
in hiding. So take a listen.
Well, you know what? I've talked to those guys last 5 years.
Which guys?
And we talked to
Rick, I told you he was choked up.
He is choked up.
and he sat down and asked me, "Hey, Dennis, I would like to ask you 3 things. If you go back to tell the president of the United States these 3 things, and I would be willing to talk to him." And it's a true story. And I got my people here that was there that heard the conversation. He said things like, "If they can move the ships back from South Korea, I would do what I have to do
Did he
to
say
listen.
ships?
He did.
If you can move certain things or do certain things, I will listen. My ears will be open." And I tried to do that to Obama. And Obama didn't even give me the time of day. I asked him, I said, "I have something to say from North Korea." He just brushed me off. But that didn't deter me. I still kept going back. I kept going back. I kept going back. I showed my loyalty and my trustworthy to this country. And I said to everybody, I said, the door will open.
I
And it was
remember you
amazing.
saying
It's
it.
amazing.
I remember you saying it. Let me ask you
It's
something.
amazing.
Does Kim
It's amazing.
understand English, Dennis?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing when I said those things. When I said those damn things, when I went back home, I got so many death threats. I got so many death threats when I was sitting there protecting everything. And I believed in North Korea. And when I went home, I couldn't even go home. I couldn't even go home. I had to hide out for 30 days. I couldn't even go home. But I kept my head up high, brother. I knew things were going to change. I knew it. I was the only one. I never had no one to hear me. I didn't know one had to see me. But I took those bullets. I took all that. I took everything. Everyone came at me, and I'm still standing.
So Dennis got emotional.
In President Obama's defense, I mean, I understand why he didn't take Dennis Rodman as a credible source to solve the problems in North Korea.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to defend Obama on that.
Right, yeah. I can see where Obama would say Dennis Rodman said what? I got
there's a
one
lot
word.
of things I can say about Obama, but I understand that.
Hey, I got one word for you. Second term, the worm, Secretary of State.
Hey, don't doubt the way that revolving door is. He may get a shot.
You better have 3 or 4 lines.
Greg, you couldn't even go home.
30 days. And I'm looking sharp.
The master. You know, your dad always prepares it. Dad's cooking, man. He's going to get it out there ready to go. And it's never been easier and more efficient than when Masterbuilt said, let's build the smoker that is the end of all smokers. And John McLemore has been visiting with us, a number of years now, and you're making so many people happy. I mean, who end up with a Masterbuilt smoker. We got your boy here today, John, too. What's up, John?
Sir. How's it going, man?
What you getting, Dad, for Father's Day? You just now asked me if it was Father's Day weekend. That's not a good sign, John.
I just realized that Sunday was Father's Day, so so I'm going to talk to my wife about that. She's going to hook me up.
I
want a Jeep.
John, what do you...
I want a Jeep.
What do you go by? Do you go by John 2, J2? What are we supposed to call you?
John Doe?
I'll go by whatever you call me.
Just keep calling me.
Keep calling me. Don't forget me.
Don't stop calling you. Yeah, his official name is John 2, but he has a lot of nicknames at Masterbuilt. Been there for about 9 years. He's been in the company since he was born, obviously, but being a family business. But John's been with me for 9 years. He heads up our e-commerce, corporate e-commerce, and he's starting to travel around with me doing radio appearances and some TV, and we're going to QVC tomorrow.
Oh boy!
So we're getting him good and prepared for something that he has absolutely no idea what he's getting himself into.
So you're getting him prepared so you can spend more time smoking.
I'm
right?
getting prepared so that he can do what I need to do all the time. But hey,
I got
guys,
the best job in the world.
But before we get started, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Man, thank you for coming in. Okay. So I really do appreciate you taking the time to come in. I know you've been, under the weather and this thing. We prayed for you this morning at Masterbuilt at 8:10 on the nose. Just so you know.
Well, we felt it, brother.
Man, I'm telling you. And we appreciate the relationship we have here with you guys, and there's nothing better than to have a great relationship with folks like y'all. And we served up some great barbecue this.
The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. LearBubba.com. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. You're out there. You're concerned. And you're like, what in the world is the state of our economy going to do to my retirement? You're looking for some things that go, hey, maybe I need a little protection here. Well, precious metals is one way to do it, and we got you a free silver bar, by the way. Don't think we never did anything for you. It's free, and it's for you. So before you start the weekend, everybody all right over there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Before we start the weekend, that's not going to look good on your readout. Go to LearBubba.com right now, and we can get you a free silver bar. With every ounce of gold that you purchase, you get a free silver bar. Now, a lot of financial analysts that are respected and have great credentials are saying that gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no guarantee that's going to happen, but how about this? if you bought gold today, considering how favorable the prices are, which is surprising, if gold jumps anywhere near that, you're going to do really well with that. You're going to get quite a good return. So it is available right now, and they have 25 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews to help you. So simply go to learbubba.com. And you'll get a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase, okay? So speak with them directly if that's your preference, 1-800-707-4575. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Bubba, we have a couple of video audio here today. Kamala's husband, the second gentleman, and is this his name? How do you say his name? Anybody know how to say this name? Doug Emhoff. Emhoff? Okay.
Emhoff.
So she didn't take his name?
I guess not.
Okay. So anyway, so we're going to hear from him, and he's going to toss out this phrase that has become sort of mod, but no one really explains what they're talking about. Because sometimes when you hear something, I'll tell you, I agree with that, and then you kind of hear how they define it. You go, well, I'm not sure. So here we go. Here's the second gentleman. The husband of Kamala Harris, our vice president, talking about masculinity. Here we go.
Can we just talk about masculinity for a moment? Has being the second gentleman changed your own view of perceived gender roles or what it means to be a man?
This is something I've thought about a lot and something I've spoken about a lot. There's too much of toxicity. It's masculine toxicity out there, and we've kind of confused what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine.
All right, so I'd like to know what his definition of masculinity is, because that's really important. Because just because he's slinging the word and I agree, we don't want there to be toxic masculinity, and we don't want there to be toxic femininity. Either one is bad. That means that a man or a woman is outside of the design and their responsibilities that God created and designed, and so I'd like to know what he means by that, because if he means that a man is to be cowed down, a man is to be a pushover, and a man is to give in to all whims and all demands and devalues himself and or worse, patronizes when deep down that's not happening. This happens a lot, by the way. Some of you out there, you think that a man is actually following your leadership and you're a woman. He's not. He's just appeasing you.
Can I give
because
a point
he's not
here?
Designed to follow you.
Can I have a point of order on this?
Yeah.
How can we have masculine toxic? What do you say? What's the word?
Just say toxic masculinity.
Toxic masculinity.
Watch out.
Easy.
It's late in the week.
It is.
Come on.
And you were on a roll today.
You were.
How can you have that if you don't have genders?
You can't.
You just have mean
Great
people.
question.
Right?
Bubba, if you don't,
Right.
What if he identifies as something else?
Right.
But you're saying it's this. I mean, how do you have that?
Yeah, well, to finish,
masculinity can't even exist in a genderless world.
If you're a toxic man, but you identify as a female, isn't that a toxic female?
It would be. If you want everybody to take on your new identity.
Right.
So it's difficult to follow.
Can't you have it both
Bubba,
ways?
we can't even have a history-making vice president.
No.
If we're not allowed to call her a woman, then she didn't even make history.
Watching the woke movement is like watching a dog chase its tail.
Has anything ever been more misnamed?
I found a little bit longer clip of this.
I want to hear what he
interview.
thinks masculinity is.
because I had his quote at the end. Go ahead.
Maybe he elaborates a little bit.
Something I've spoken about a lot. There's too much
You have not. I've never heard
of toxicity. It's masculine toxicity out there, and we've kind of confused what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine, where you've got this trope out there that you've got to be tough and angry and lash out to be strong. It's just the opposite. Strength is how you show your love for people. Strength is how you are for people and how you have their back and how you stick up for other people and pushing out against bullies. I mean, that's what I believe it is. So every time I can speak against this toxicity, we're seeing it with our younger people, we're seeing it in our discourse, in our politics, in the media. You're seeing it as it relates to so many of the issues that we're pushing back on. So I think it's a problem, and I'm going to continue to use this platform every time I get to speak out against this toxic masculinity that's out there.
Okay, buddy. Can I just want to say, and I don't mean to be mean because, that's not my nature. I'm working on being more gentle.
Yeah, don't be toxic.
I've never heard this guy say anything. What does he mean he's out there using his platform to address this? I didn't even know he existed.
This is my first time hearing his voice.
Yeah, the first time I met him,
I didn't know
when
he
he
could
was,
speak.
him and Jill were kissing at the State of the Union.
Oh,
First time I ever met him.
Was that toxic?
That was
tore
pretty
it. Should have been toxic.
First time I met him.
toxic.
Hey, getting a lip lock with somebody else's wife.
Swapping
toxic.
sugar.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, in front
Toxic.
of the nation.
Like he just thought he could go up and kiss anybody.
If he'll kiss her like that with the nation watching, can you imagine what it's
Speaking
like
of bullying.
in Georgetown?
Good night.
Careful.
Huh? A hot night in Georgetown, baby.
It's it.
All
So,
right.
but you got to watch the woke left, because what he said right there, some of that actually is fine, no problem with that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but here's what the problem is. He says that, but what they really mean is that they want to rid our country of masculinity completely. And that's what he means. Now he's using some phrases.
No, you gotta watch your
You can't
words
say
there,
that you're
look.
for bullies. I
Look,
mean, all that.
what?
Yeah, and
It's already happened.
And
locking it up. Yeah, I'm toxic.
Come to Papa.
So,
watch out.
But what they
Coming in
really mean,
hot.
because what's happening in our country right now, and there's no doubt, there are, and we say this all the time, disciple men change everything, because if men are not under the authority of Christ, they're dangerous. They can be very dangerous. And we see this everywhere. But what's happening is we're not wanting to go down that road. If you were to say to him, really, if you look at the example of when God became a man, I mean, he'd be like, you got to get out of here. He really kind of showed us how to be a perfect man. When God became one, that's probably a perfect example of how to balance all the things that human beings have, including men. Well, he wouldn't hear that. But what he really means deep down is, so he doesn't get in trouble at home, what he really means is that men are no longer the answer to the problems of our society. They are the problem. And we really would all be better off if men would just shut their mouths and just let women run everything. It would be a more kinder, gentler. Now, these people that say that we wouldn't have fights and wars and all this if women were in charge have never really been around women. Because I don't know if you've ever been around women. They're very catty, and they fight, and they don't like each other, and they undermine each other. They want to destroy each other, and they seem to get really mad at each other all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know, and I'm going to tell you this. I've seen many times, look, you go out to people that have done something poorly. Every person who's ever done a job at our house or whatever and did it poorly, every single one of them are hoping that I'm home and my wife's not. Every one of them. Oh, I hope we face him. Because they're terrified.
Look at Gary at the farm.
Yeah, Gary's terrified of a little bitty woman. He's terrified of her. Hey, I'm gonna tell you. After she talked to me about me messing that tree up, I had to get me some new jeans. Shouldn't eat the butt end out of these. And so, I just don't think. Most of the time, I think people find females to be scarier than men.
In a lot of ways, yes.
If they're upset, you don't want anything to do with it. There's nothing in the Bible about us about hell had no fury.
Right, right.
Good point. Really.
There's nothing in there about us that you'd rather live in an attic than to be with one of us that's angry or upset.
Her nickname wasn't Bloody Mary because she was friendly to everybody.
Look at those queens. They got quite the little resume.
Yeah.
Well, they'd lop a head off in a minute.
Why did we cut his head off? I don't know. I just didn't like them.
And just
did you see those shoes? Please.
Something that the people, the anti-toxic masculinity, all those people, that something they're forgetting, it's something you guys have talked about a ton of times here on the show, is the whole cycle of hard times creating strong men, and then strong men creating good times, and then good times creating weak men,
correct,
and weak men creating hard times.
No doubt.
Yep.
It's been going on since the fall.
Exactly.
And so it's
the cycle is real.
Right,
Yeah, it is.
It's real. I'm afraid we're in the good times creating weak men time.
No question.
Yep.
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, and we're not teaching males to have to persevere through anything, and then we wonder why they quit on their families and they're not good providers and they can't handle anything. There's
a little controversy at work.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up with your final phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We did a new recipe that we've been smoking on the Masterbuilt on all of our smokers, whether it's the thermotemp propane or the electric. is the new burnt-in Boston butt bites.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so I served everybody here this great barbecue, but I want to go on record that I served fruit to Bubba.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
And we're eating a mix of them.
He found some barbecue.
Now the fruit that I served was wrapped in bacon and sprinkled with some brown sugar and smoked for about an hour.
Yeah.
Everything's better with
But
bacon.
it was
Everything's
fruit.
better.
Okay?
Everything's better than smoking. Yep.
Everything's better. So, we do appreciate
Thank
it.
you, John.
And all jokes aside from what we're serving up this morning, if you do want to eat healthier, Masterbuilt has some amazing recipes. So if you are getting on up into that age like we are, and I'm right there with you, brother, okay? I'm not 30 anymore. I'm not quite your age, but I'm not 30 anymore.
You mean as hard age or as real age?
No.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
It's like dog years.
So you can smoke your chicken, which is super healthy. You do your smoked salmon. We smoke vegetables. So when you think about getting in your backyard, and Father's Day is Sunday, it's the second most important time of the year because Mother's Day, we all know, is most important.
Oh, yeah.
Fathers always take a back seat to the moms for the very obvious reasons because they are who they are in our lives. But fathers want to get out there and spend time with their family and their friends and let Masterbuilt help with this process. So with our electric smokers, the thermotemp smokers, you can spend time with your family and friends while the Masterbuilt smokers do all the work. However, so many of these dads and people that are cooking in their backyards, they want to get involved. So if you want to roll your sleeves up and have fun with the recipes, you can do it with the Masterbuilt. If you want to prop your feet up and let the Bluetooth electric smoker or the new thermotemp propane smoker do all the work, you got the best of both worlds, man.
You can do whatever you want to.
You can do whatever you want to.
And I know we've been pushing the portables because, obviously it says it in the name.
Yep.
Sometimes you want to go on the road.
You do.
You got to take it with you.
You absolutely do. In fact, that's what we're going to QVC tomorrow. John's doing In the Kitchen with Mary at lunch. I'm doing In the Kitchen with David at 8 o'clock tomorrow. We're actually selling the electric portable smoker, patio to portable smoker that we're doing. And today we're doing and giving away the propane.
Yeah.
We call it the patio to portable because it's actually the perfect patio smoker that you can take on the go. Whether you want to go tailgating or put it in your camper, or great second smoker for everybody that's got the Masterbuilt full-size smoker. This is a perfect little warming oven / smoker, portable or on your patio. Perfect little smoker.
Yeah. Now this is for. Hey, I was thinking about tailgating. See, a lot of times you don't want something too cumbersome that you got to take with you.
Yeah, you want it to go quick.
Yeah, and then
you might have to move location.
Or I hate to say it, you're going over to somebody's house that
may not have the perfect.
You're like, let me bring mine.
That, you know what, Rick?
Let me bring mine.
Never.
You say it
thought
kindly
about that.
You act like you're doing it like you're being selfless.
Yeah.
But deep down, you just want it done.
And
right.
if they are really good friends, you could actually leave it and let them continue cooking on it. If they're not real good friends, you just take it back home with you.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with loading it back up. No. It's easy to take, but it's easy to take back home.
Yeah. And John cooked last weekend. He did a birthday party for his wife Michelle, and I believe you were cooking on the
Happy birthday, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was cooking on the thermotemp.
And what'd you smoke?
Man, I did wings. I did mac and cheese.
Come on.
Smoked some burgers.
The burgers were crazy good.
Yeah.
And the wings are my specialty.
Yeah.
That's what I love to do. So.
You cook them better than Daddy?
I absolutely think so.
No doubt.
Man.
I'm not so confident on most things when cooking versus Daddy, but wings are.
Well,
I'm pretty confident in my wings.
Looks like he just put you in your wing place.
Yeah. I'm telling you. I will take you out of the wheel.
but you ought to be proud. You ought to be proud that he's mastered the wings.
I am very proud. I will tell you, man, it's been great having John as third generation of Masterbuilt. We've been in business, guys, for 45 years, and I made a note right here before. We talk about all that we do. We love selling our products, and that's what Masterbuilt is all about. We have these great smokers and grills and turkey fryers and whatnot. But what we really love is building relationships with all of our fans out there. So I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all the Masterbuilt customers out there who follow us on Facebook and Twitter and look at masterbuilt.com and send us in recipes and really understand what life is all about with them. So for us, it's great to sell these products.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us today. Things that you need to know. So tonight, Lord willing, rolling to Pottsville, Arkansas with Andy Blank's Man Church tonight as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. Andy and I will both be speaking tonight. Looking forward to that. You can still be part of it. First Baptist Church. It's free. You can be part of that tonight. They like to know that you're coming. Find that at themanchurch.com under events. Opp, Alabama tonight. You got Westview Baptist Church. They're continuing the strategy. Brian Gunn is their teacher tonight for their latest Man Church. And then Sherry will be in Winfield, Alabama. My wife Sherry speaking to the ladies there on Sunday night. And the ladies, if you want to find out more about that, go to burgessministries.com. You'll find that under upcoming events as well. To the people here today in the golden ticket seats, let's say hello to the pride of Valleydale Church, Gary Hicks. There's Gary here today. Brianna Humphreys. Brianna, there she is. And Grant Humphreys. I don't know if you can get a shot of Grant. There he is. Stand up, Grant. There I am in 1986. 1986, there's Rick Burgess right there.
He's got the mullet working, baby.
You good-looking son of a gun, don't you ever doubt. So there he is, Grant Humphreys today, rocking that mullet, that Rick and Bubba shirt, and yes, the jean vest, baby. And got it going on. Diesel mechanic, so he means business. Jonathan Cotter. Where's Jonathan? There's Jonathan right there. Seth Donaldson, David Donaldson, Stephen Armistead, and Susan Wiggins, all here in the golden ticket seats today. And they all will take home a copy of the brand new 31-day devotional Transformed. So that came out last weekend. They got that. Every one of them will take that home, getting great feedback on this. Walking 31 days, embracing the death of self and the power of God, Transform, new 31-day devotional. You can get yours either at rickandbubba.com in the store or themanchurch.com in the store. But this is our gift to you. Take that home with you this weekend. And Bubba, somebody is going to get a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney. Can I have a number, sir, between 1 and 8?
1 and 8, it's a magic number. What about number 3?
Number 3 is a magic number. Brianna Humphreys. $100 gift card.
Lunch is on her.
It'd be 50.
It's 50. Rick. I'm throwing 100 in there. What is that?
Actually throwing.
What is that?
I have no idea.
All right, well, it's 50 bucks. Why did I say 100?
Why did you say 100?
I don't know. I guess I had two laying over here. $50 to you. I don't know. I know what it was. Never mind.
And Rick,
I had a $100 gift card for something.
I don't want the hour to end without mentioning a very special date coming up that some of you may have thought I forgot. It's the Birmingham Ham Fest this weekend.
Oh.
Ham operators coming from far and wide. But even more important, Greg and Lisa having an anniversary this weekend.
Okay.
How many years?
He's got to take her to the doctor today, which is why he's not here. And I'm trying to think how long they've been married.
I want to say, didn't they get married the same year I did? So it'll be 35. I think they're the same year. Betty
34?
and I, they're just a little ahead.
34 years?
34.
1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. And let me tell you what. They're going to be staring in each other's eyes, eating some modest pizza.
Oh, you know it. You know it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that
with a little salad.
Yeah, with a little. Yeah, I don't mind having a little salad. So, are you going to the Ham Fest?
Oh yeah, we'll make it by there. Hopefully, Lord willing.
Well, you've had a big week.
Good night.
Now, will you go to the finals of the basketball game?
We're going to try to make that.
And then back.
My goodness.
Where's the Birmingham Ham?
It is at the Trustful Civic Center.
Tell me they've got shirts that have Birmingham, like ham radio on it.
I hope so.
I wish I was there with the booth. I bet I'd sell a load of them.
Oh, yeah. You're out. Is Mark
have
Hall
CQ on there?
Mark will probably be there.
Yeah.
He'll probably be there.
Still married.
Coming from far and wide.
What about Robbie Gallaty? Is he coming?
I don't know if he'll be there. It's probably a pretty good haul from him coming from that side of Nashville.
He hasn't embraced ham like you. I mean, he seems excited about it, but has he come to a ham fest?
He's excited. I don't know how much spare time he has to decompress and fool with that.
He may be involved with the Tennessee Ham Fest. Right?
He might. He's got a lot going on.
Now, will y'all meet early at Waffle
Maybe
House?
Nashville. Or, we'll meet at Cracker Barrel. Probably.
How does Birmingham stand up against your Huntsvilles and your Orlandos?
Well, nothing is close to Orlando.
The Hamcation?
Yeah, it's a whole nother. That's a whole nother league.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Huntsville is the largest one around here, And Birmingham used to be a lot bigger, but it's a good ham fest.
Do you feel some responsibility to maybe help that? I mean, this is your city.
Well, no, I'm not directly involved, so we just try to get out there and have a good time.
Is Joe Walsh coming?
No, probably not.
Okay,
probably not. He'd probably be more likely to be at Huntsville or Orlando.
Can I encourage you this time to buy more than connectors? You always buy connectors. Buy something else.
Well, that's all I need. That's all I needed.
Every time I ask you,
I don't need something.
every year is what you say. I got a few connectors, and you don't even seem excited about it. I mean, I want to see you get after it.
And every time you say you don't buy anything, it's like you're winking at me or something's in your eye.
No, that's not it.
Is that off budget kind of stuff?
Hey, you still got your big tower up?
Thank you. I was going to ask.
You still got your big tower?
No, I don't have a big tower.
You don't on the trailer?
No, I don't have.
You don't have
tower.
You had one.
Let's not act like you didn't have one.
Rick, Oompa Loompa.
Oh, Oompa Loompa.
I don't have no big tower.
Okay,
crazy.
Yes, no big tower.
Yeah, crazy.
Is Bruce Pearl a ham?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Well,
He does throw headsets. He throws headsets. Up.
Yeah,
he's a character.
He needs some ham parts. That's what he did the other night.
By the way, we got that. We got that.
Yeah.
Be mad. Don't damage the equipment.
Right. Now, are you kind of
engineering?
Yeah, I don't like seeing.
When you enter the ham fest, especially local, okay, are you like the man?
No, I'm just one of the guys.
Here's Bruce after
here's your daddy right here.
overtime
Bubba.
loss against Alabama the other night. He was upset about the officiating.
Okay.
Coach, just talk about what Saturday represents now.
Oh, we'll get ready to play Tennessee. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke!
Oh wow, he's really mad.
Head coach Bruce.
I didn't know I didn't realize he was there. All I heard was the noise before. I'd never seen that shot.
Yeah,
Joke!
Bruce is very passionate. I don't know how we got to that from ham.
Well,
fest.
because he was
and
asked if he
Greg's
was a-
anniversary.
I asked him if he was a ham.
Rick asked if
I asked
he
him
was
if
a
he was a
ham.
I don't know why you would think.
Well,
they
because
did
people
that.
you love, we want to.
I thought you have friends, and you and Bruce are friends.
Oh, it's a different group. The ham group's different. I got different circles.
Right.
Oh, you're right. I have the same.
Oh,
deal.
you're the youngster in that group.
You ever have any crossover to another group?
You have I used to have the tennis group, the hunting group, the ham group, and they were
Any of those crossovers?
Very few were all three. There was a couple that would hit two.
Right.
Bruce is in the pontoon group.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
Do you find yourself like the hip hamster?
Hamster.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, you mean
call
like a
them.
ham person?
Yeah, ham guy.
Not like a hamster.
No, but
I used to have a hamster as a pet.
Right, but are you kind of like the hip one? You
I'm
walk
not
in?
really the hip in any group.
No, that's true.
Yeah. I'm just hanging on by a thread.
You would think there though, you'd be like cutting edge.
Yeah, that's
you'd
what
be
I'm
Fonzie. And ham.
James Dean.
Yeah, right. You're the James Dean of ham.
Dean.
I'm dangerous.
No.
You'd be a little tired though
Hey.
after the big basketball game.
See, I was
going to
ask him.
Yeah,
I was going to ask
You
him.
ain't got that kind of energy.
That's 2 sparks.
It's rare
Double
that,
spark day.
that we have Bubba with such high energy and active all week.
Yeah.
And I was really about to ask him if he was going to be at the Hoover Met today at 5 o'clock to watch us play because I felt like you had the energy left to do it.
Well,
but,
see, we got
but it's-
basketball at
you got-
5:30,
You got too much going on.
But if y'all get a good Sunday afternoon home match, I'll be there.
Well, we got one in a couple weeks.
Oh, I don't know. It's once them Sunday afternoons. That's
After my nap.
Hey, have a good weekend if you're leaving us. Thanks for being here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.